Selamat pagi dan selamat datang. Hadirin sekalian diharapkan untuk duduk di tempat masing-masing yang telah kami sediakan. Kami ingatkan kembali bahwa toilet terletak di sebelah kiri saya, yaitu di sebelah kanan Anda. Silakan gunakan toilet sesuai dengan kebutuhan Anda. Terima kasih. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang kepada Bapak Ambasador Foster Gultom. Silakan Pak.
Cek. Oke. Ah ya. Jadi urutannya udah untuk yang ini udah oke ya. Sudah. Untuk yang pembukaan. Nanti kalau udah selesai pembukaan, apa namanya? Share kan? Ya. Habis itu saya share nanti untuk teman-teman yang mau pindah ke sana nanti biar share-nya aja yang ngomongin. Iya. Udah datang si ininya, share-nya siapa? Violanya udah. Sudah. Oh, raporturnya. Saya mau tanya, yang laptop yang nyambung ke sini ada untuk running program. Harus pakai dari sana ya. Oke, kalau begitu yang di belakang siapa yang pesan? Sudah ada laptop sendiri. Saya mau kasih tahu kalau ada daftar nanti pada saat yang kasih tahu informasional. Ini yang operating di sana siapa? Oh, Dinda.
Selamat pagi dan selamat datang. Hadirin sekalian, diharapkan untuk duduk di tempat masing-masing yang telah kami sediakan. Kami ingatkan kembali bahwa toilet terletak di sebelah kiri saya, yaitu di sebelah kanan Anda. Silakan gunakan toilet sesuai dengan kebutuhan Anda. Terima kasih. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang kepada hadirin sekalian. Diharapkan untuk duduk di tempat masing-masing yang telah kami sediakan. Kami ingatkan kembali bahwa toilet terletak di sebelah kiri saya, yaitu di sebelah kanan Anda. Silakan gunakan toilet sesuai dengan kebutuhan Anda. Terima kasih. and gentlemen, all participants are expected to sit in their respective places. Hadirin sekalian, semua peserta diharapkan untuk duduk di tempat masing-masing yang telah kami sediakan. Mohon diingat bahwa toilet terletak di sebelah kiri saya, yaitu di sebelah kanan Anda, dan silakan gunakan sesuai kebutuhan. Ladies and gentlemen, please be reminded that the restrooms are located to my left, which is to your right. Feel free to use them as you need it. Thank you so much. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang di acara Junior Short Diplomatic Course 2025. Hadirin sekalian, diharapkan untuk duduk di tempat masing-masing yang telah kami sediakan. Izinkan kami untuk mengingatkan kembali bahwa toilet terletak di sebelah kiri saya, yaitu di sebelah kanan Anda, dan silakan gunakan toilet dengan sesuai kebutuhan Anda. Terima kasih. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang kepada Bapak Kasih Hanggoro, MBA. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang dari Bapak dan Ibu BNI Cabang BSD. Silakan menempati tempat duduk yang telah kami sediakan. Terima kasih. Hadirin sekalian, diharapkan untuk duduk di tempat masing-masing yang telah kami sediakan. Demi kenyamanan Anda, mohon diingat bahwa toilet terletak di sebelah kiri saya, yaitu di sebelah kanan Anda, dan silakan gunakan toilet sesuai dengan kebutuhan Anda. Terima kasih. Demi kenyamanan Anda, kami ingatkan kembali bahwa toilet terletak di sebelah kiri saya, yaitu di sebelah kanan Anda. Silakan gunakan toilet sesuai dengan kebutuhan Anda. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, the event will soon begin. All participants are expected to sit in their respective places. And please to set all your electronic devices to silent. Hadirin sekalian, acara akan dimulai. Semua peserta diharapkan untuk duduk di tempat masing-masing. Dan mohon untuk mengatur semua perangkat elektronik Anda ke mode senyap. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the delegation of Junior Short Diplomatic Course 2025. Algeria, Antigua and Barbuda, Armenia, Australia, Austria, Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Botswana, Brazil, Cape Verde, Canada, China, Colombia, Côte d'Ivoire, Dominican Republic, Equatorial Guinea, Finland, France, Haiti, Italy, Japan, Kenya, Liechtenstein, Mauritania, Mexico, Nepal, Netherlands, Nigeria, Pakistan, Paraguay, Poland, Qatar, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Slovakia, Slovenia, South Africa, South Korea, Sri Lanka, Suriname, Sweden, Switzerland, Tanzania, Turkey, United Kingdom, Uruguay, Uzbekistan, and the last country is Zambia. Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause to all the delegates of Junior Shirt Diplomatic Course 2025. Hadirin yang terhormat, marilah kita bersama-sama menyaksikan Piala Resmi Junior Shirt Diplomatic Course 2025 yang telah diserahkan secara langsung oleh Kementerian Luar Negeri untuk acara JSDC Himahi Universitas Budi Luhur. Piala bergilir ini yang akan diberikan kepada para pemenang kategori Best Country Team dan kategori Best Delegates. Selamat pagi, salam Budi Luhur. Selamat datang Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin yang saya hormati pada acara Junior Short Diplomatic Course 2025 World Economic Recovery in a Digital Technology. Yang terhormat, Ketua Badan Pengurus Harian Yayasan Pendidikan Budi Luhur Sakti, Bapak Kasih Hanggoro MBA. Perwakilan BNI Cabang BSD, Bapak Abi Wobo SEMM. Jajaran Deputi Rektor, Dekan Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Studi Global Universitas Budi Luhur, Bapak Yusron SIP MSI. Ibu Anggun Puspitasari SIP MSI, selaku Ketua Program Studi Ilmu Hubungan Internasional Universitas Budi Luhur. Sivitas Akademika Universitas Budi Luhur. Dan tentunya para peserta dan guru pendamping Junior Short Diplomatic Course 2025 yang kami banggakan. Puji dan syukur kita panjatkan kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena atas karunia-Nya kita dapat diberikan kesempatan untuk mengikuti acara ini dalam keadaan baik. Junior Short Diplomatic Course 2025 diselenggarakan dengan mengadopsi High Level Political Forum dengan tema World Economic Recovery in a Globalized Digital Technology. Sebuah kegiatan tahunan Himpunan Mahasiswa Hubungan Internasional sebagai pelopor simulasi sidang internasional tingkat sekolah dengan mengadopsi Model United Nations or MUN. Perkenalkan, saya Rasvita Aulia sebagai Master of Ceremony yang akan memandu acara pada pagi hari ini. Hadirin dipersilahkan berdiri untuk menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia, Indonesia Raya dan Mars Himahi. Hadirin dipersilahkan berdiri. Hadirin dimohon untuk duduk kembali. JSDC atau Junior Short Diplomatic Course adalah bagian dari kegiatan-kegiatan yang diselenggarakan oleh Himpunan Mahasiswa Hubungan Internasional Himahi Universitas Budi Luhur. JSDC merupakan kompetisi simulasi sidang internasional yang sudah dilaksanakan oleh Himahi selama 25 tahun terakhir, yang setiap tahunnya mengambil model sidang internasional yang berbeda-beda. Kompetisi ini selalu dinanti oleh para siswa-siswi SMA dan SMK di wilayah Jabodetabek, dikarenakan oleh keseruan yang sudah dibuktikan pada tahun-tahun sebelumnya. Dengan mengikuti Junior Short Diplomatic Course, para peserta memiliki kesempatan untuk mengasah dan mengembangkan berbagai keterampilan penting yang mendukung kapasitas mereka dalam bidang diplomasi. Beberapa keterampilan utama yang dapat ditingkatkan melalui program ini meliputi kemampuan berbahasa Inggris secara aktif dan pasif, keterampilan berdebat yang logis dan sistematis, serta keahlian berbicara di depan umum dengan percaya diri dan efektif. Selain itu, program ini juga dirancang untuk melatih keterampilan berpikir kritis yang sangat diperlukan dalam menganalisis isu-isu global serta merumuskan argumen yang kuat dan berbobot. Dan tahun ini, kita menggunakan model sidang internasional MUN atau Model of United Nations, menggunakan konsep High Level Political Forum yang berada di bawah naungan Economic and Social Council, yang mengangkat tema utama World Economic Recovery in a Globalized Digital Technology. JSDC 2025 akan diikuti oleh lebih dari 50 tim yang siap berkompetisi dan menunjukkan skill terbaiknya. Hadirin yang saya hormati, selanjutnya kita akan mendengarkan sambutan dan laporan dari Ketua Himahi Universitas Budi Luhur, Saudari Bunga Azahra. Kepada Saudari Bunga, dipersilahkan.
Selamat pagi dan salam Budi Luhur. Yang saya hormati Bapak Kasih Hanggoro MBA selaku Ketua BPH Yayasan Pendidikan Budi Luhur Sakti. Yang saya hormati perwakilan Kementerian Luar Negeri Indonesia, perwakilan BNI Cabang BSD, selamat datang Bapak Ibu. Jajaran Deputi Rektor, Ambasador Foster Gultom, Sivitas Akademika Universitas Budi Luhur, dan tentunya guru pendamping serta peserta Junior Short Diplomatic Course 2025 yang saya banggakan. Welcome to Universitas Budi Luhur to the Junior Short Diplomatic Course 2025 with the theme World Economic Recovery in Globalized Digital Technology. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants who joined the JSDC 2025. And this year, JSDC is attended by 51 teams from 30 schools with outstanding participants ready to show their skills today. Let me mention all the schools one by one. First, there's SMA Global Islamic School Jakarta, SMK Letris Indonesia 1, SMKN 22 Jakarta, SMK Pandawa Budi Luhur Jakarta, SMK Timur Jakarta, SMAN 11 Tangerang Selatan, SMKN 6 Jakarta, SMAN 78 Jakarta, SMAN 29 Jakarta, SMA Hang Tua 1 Jakarta, SMK Tunas Grafika Informatika Jakarta, SMKN 29 Penerbangan Jakarta, SMA Kartika X2 Jakarta, SMAN 51 Jakarta, SMAN 39 Jakarta, SMA Anurmania, SMAN 68 Jakarta, SMAN 87 Jakarta, SMA Budi Luhur, SMA Al Mubarok, SMAN 21 Jakarta, SMAN 112 Jakarta, SMAN 5 Tangerang Selatan, MAN 19 Jakarta, SMA Lab School Kebayoran, SMA Budi Mulia, SMA Negeri 106 Jakarta, SMAN 53 Jakarta, SMA Cinta Kasih Suci, dan yang terakhir SMKN 3 Tangerang Selatan. I'm truly grateful that JSDC continues to grow and remains a trusted platform for all the high school students to learn and explore the world of diplomacy. Just like in previous year, JSDC provides an opportunity for students from various schools to develop their knowledge, critical thinking skills, and abilities in communication. From the registration process to this day, I have seen a lot of massive enthusiasm for all of you guys, and I'm confident that everything you present today has been well prepared, and I am excited to see the result of you guys' hard work. Would like also to express my gratitude to schools and the teachers who have guided and supported all the participants through this competition. A big thank you as well to the volunteers and the committee's hard work to this event. And I hope today's event goes smoothly. Do your best and remember, winning is just a bonus. The important things that you guys have already prepared this and effort you guys in this point. Selamat berkompetisi dan enjoy Junior Short Diplomatic Course 2025. Thank you, salam Budi Luhur.
Terima kasih Saudari Bunga atas sambutannya. Selanjutnya, mari kita dengarkan sambutan dari Deputi Rektor Bidang Akademik Universitas Budi Luhur, Dr. Insinyur Arief Wibowo MKom. Kepada Bapak Arief Wibowo, kami persilahkan.
Selamat pagi dan salam Budi Luhur. Yang terhormat Ketua Yayasan Budi Luhur Sakti Bapak Kasih Anggora MBA, perwakilan dari Kementerian Luar Negeri, Ketua Delegasi, Bapak Ibu pendamping, guru, pengawas, serta Ketua Himahi, Saudari Bunga, dan yang saya banggakan para peserta short diplomatic junior course pada hari ini. Maaf. Puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa, kita berkumpul melaksanakan kembali pada tahun ini event yang sangat luar biasa yang berkelanjutan dari tahun-tahun sebelumnya dan selalu melahirkan generasi-generasi terbaik di bidang hubungan internasional. Untuk itu, saya mengucapkan selamat kepada Himahi atas capaian yang diraih dan saya berharap adalah delegasi-delegasi yang terbaik dari SMA, SMK, MA, dan sederajat yang mengikuti kegiatan pada hari ini mendapatkan manfaat dan benefit yang maksimal. Akan menjadi kenangan yang sangat luar biasa bisa hadir di sini para adik-adik dari sekolah, ya, karena akan mensimulasikan bagaimana proses dialog, negosiasi, penyampaian informasi, visi tentang negara yang diusung masing-masing. Untuk itu, jadikanlah pengalaman ini sebagai pengalaman terbaik, menyongsong generasi Indonesia yang lebih baik dengan keilmuan hubungan internasional yang terbaik di kampus unggul Universitas Budi Luhur. Terima kasih dan selamat mengikuti course pada hari ini. Selamat pagi dan salam Budi Luhur.
Terima kasih Bapak Arief Wibowo atas sambutannya. Hadirin yang kami hormati, Universitas Budi Luhur melalui Himpunan Mahasiswa Hubungan Internasional mempersembahkan sebuah piagam penghargaan kepada Direktorat Pembangunan Ekonomi dan Lingkungan Hidup, Kementerian Luar Negeri Republik Indonesia, atas dukungan terhadap penyelenggaraan Junior Short Diplomatic Course oleh Himahi dari tahun ke tahun. Kami undang Bapak Busron selaku perwakilan dari Kementerian Luar Negeri Republik Indonesia untuk menerima penghargaan. Dan dipersilahkan kepada Bapak Kasih Hanggoro selaku Ketua Yayasan untuk menyerahkan penghargaan tersebut. Kami undang seluruh jajaran Deputi Rektor Universitas Budi Luhur dan perwakilan BNI serta Dekan Fisik, Kaprodi Hubungan Internasional, dan Ketua Himahi untuk bergabung bersama kami di depan untuk berfoto bersama. Saya akan pandu untuk pose formal terlebih dahulu. 1, 2, 3. Dilanjutkan dengan pose salam Budi Luhur. 1, 2, 3. Bapak Ibu silakan berdiri menghadap layar atau panggung untuk melakukan foto bersama. Para hadirin dipersilakan berdiri untuk mengikuti sesi foto bersama. Para hadirin disilakan berdiri. Kita mulai dari pose formal terlebih dahulu. 1, 2, 3. Dilanjutkan dengan pose salam Budi Luhur. 1, 2, 3. Berikan tepuk tangan kepada semua perwakilan dari kementerian. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu, kami persilahkan kembali ke tempat duduk. Hadirin dipersilahkan duduk kembali. Para tamu undangan yang kami hormati, kami berterima kasih atas kehadiran dan dukungan jajaran pimpinan Universitas Budi Luhur untuk hadir pada acara hari ini. Kami persilahkan Bapak dan Ibu untuk meninggalkan auditorium. Jika memiliki kesempatan lain, kita akan bertemu kembali. Hadirin sekalian, silakan berdiri dan mari kita berikan tepuk tangan kepada para pemimpin dan jajaran pimpinan Universitas Budi Luhur. Kita berikan tepuk tangan yang meriah. Terima kasih kepada para pimpinan dan jajaran pimpinan Universitas Budi Luhur telah menyempatkan waktu untuk menghadiri acara Junior Short Diplomatic Course 2025. Hadirin dipersilahkan duduk kembali. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2025 Junior Short Diplomatic Course competition has officially begun. Before the competition starts, let me introduce the judges of the JSDC 2025 competition. Our first judge is a respected figure in the faculty, serving as the head of the Secretariat of the Faculty of Social Science and Global Studies, Ms. Tulus Yuniasi, SIP MSOS SJ. We welcome for Ms. Tulus Yuniasi. Our next judges is a distinguished lecturer and researcher, known for her expertise and dedication in her field, Ms. Anggun Puspitasari, MSc. We welcome Ms. Anggun Puspitasari. Our final judge is a highly experienced figure in his field, Mr. Busron Sodikun, as an associate expert diplomat from the Directorate of Development, Economic and Environmental Affairs, Directorate Unit of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. We welcome Mr. Busron Sodikun. With the highest regard, we respectfully invite the estimate panel of judges to make their way and be seated in the designated area. Please proceed at your convenience. Let us show our appreciation with a round of applause. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will enter the core event today, namely the high-level political forum station simulation, World Economic Recovery in a Globalized Digital Technology, JSDC 2025, which will be hosted by Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto. Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ECOSOC MUN Justice 2025, World's Economic Recovery in a Globalized Digital Technology. Before stepping forward to the agenda, we will hear the opening statement of the Secretary General of the United Nations. Madam, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, it's essential to acknowledge that the Economic and Social Council, or ECOSOC, has a critical mandate to advance global cooperation on economic, social, and environmental issues. ECOSOC's mission is to promote inclusive and sustainable development and facilitate coordination among the various United Nations bodies to ensure that the benefits of progress reach all people everywhere. In this digital age, United Nations mandates ECOSOC's focuses to be must remain on harnessing the potential of digital technologies while addressing the disparities that still exist. ECOSOC goal is clear to ensure that the digital transformation empowers all people, regardless of their socio-economic status, geography, or background. To achieve this, we must strengthen digital connectivity, enhance access to digital skills, and foster fair economic policies that can leverage technology for the betterment of society. By doing so, United Nations will keep encourage ECOSOC to remain as a forum for meaningful dialogue and concrete action, and promoting inclusive progress in the digital era. Through cooperation, we will establish the frameworks needed to ensure that digitalization contributes to sustainable development and shared prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davila. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, global economies have been both severe recessions and quick recoveries in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Although countries have started to recover gradually due to the interconnectedness of global markets, supply chains, jobs, and financial stability are all impacted by local disturbances that have an international impact. Technology is now more important than ever in determining economic recovery plans as nations move into the post-pandemic future. The digital divide in which developed economies gain disproportionately while developing countries find it difficult to stay up is widened by them as well. In this regard, ECOSOC is a vital forum for promoting discussions on long-term recovery plans that incorporate innovation, technology, and fair growth. Today's talks will focus on how the world community can use digital channels to build a more resilient, just, and prosperous global economy. In a more digitally driven and interconnected world, this conversation is essential for understanding not only the immediate effects of globalization and technology on economies, but also for making sure that recovery efforts do not leave any country behind. I will now call the meeting to order. We shall begin with the roll call. I will name countries on my list and whether it's present or present and voting. On my list, there are 4 countries recognized present and 47 countries to be present and voting. This makes a simple majority of 25 votes, 25 delegates, countries of voting, and 2/3 majority of 31 votes, 31 delegations, countries in voting. We move into the speakers list agenda. For those who favor to be added on the speaker list, you may raise your placard now. The United Kingdom, you've been recognized. Austria, you've been recognized. Australia, you've been recognized. Italy, you've been recognized. Qatar, you've been recognized. Armenia, you've been recognized. Antigua and Barbuda, you've been recognized. Algeria, you've been recognized. China, you've been recognized. Colombia, you've been recognized. Cape Verde, you've been recognized. Delegates, if your country's name has been named, please put down your placards. Japan, you've been recognized. Kenya, you've been recognized. Cameroon, you've been recognized. Brazil, you've been recognized. Nepal, you've been recognized. South African, you've been recognized. Switzerland, you've been recognized. Botswana, you've been recognized. Paraguay, you've been recognized. Mauritania, you've been recognized. France, you've been recognized. Bangladesh, you've been recognized. Haiti, you've been recognized. Uruguay, you've been recognized. Suriname, you've been recognized. Slovakia, you've been recognized. Poland, you've been recognized. Slovenia, you've been recognized. Mexico, you've been recognized. Sweden, you've been recognized. Uzbekistan, you've been recognized. Zambia, you've been recognized. Dominican Republic, you've been recognized. Netherlands, you've been recognized. South Korea, you've been recognized. Russia, you've been recognized. Tanzania, you've been recognized. Equatorial Guinea, you've been recognized. Liechtenstein, you've been recognized. Finland, you've been recognized. Canada, you've been recognized. Azerbaijan, you've been recognized. Nigeria, you've been recognized. Turkey, you've been recognized. Spain, you've been recognized. Sri Lanka, you've been recognized. Senegal, you've been recognized. Pakistan, you've been recognized. Kenya, you've been recognized. Thank you. Saudi Arabia, you've been recognized. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now I call the sharing of information of MUN ECOSOC, World's Economic Recovery in a Globalized Digital Technology, to order. In this section, I have with me the 51 countries that will state their views and statement regarding the discussed matters. Bearing in mind the limited time that we have is 2 minutes for each. To keep up with the time, if you hear the bell rings once, means you have 1 minute left. If it rings twice, you have 30 seconds left. And if it rings 3 times, your time has elapsed. I shall now open the section by giving the floor to the delegation of the United Kingdom, and will be in the next order to the delegation of Austria, Australia, I now give the floor to the delegation of the United Kingdom. Delegation, the floor is yours.
Dear honorable judges and distinguished delegates, on behalf of the United Kingdom, we recognize the global challenges of post-pandemic recovery, climate change, and economic inequality. Digital technology holds the power to drive innovation and inclusive growth, yet the digital divide remains a critical issue. The United Kingdom has seen firsthand the benefits of digitalization, with our technology sector fueling our economy and creating highly skilled jobs. We are investing in digital infrastructure, responsible innovation, and sustainable technology to bridge this gap. However, no nation can tackle this alone. So, we call for international collaboration to close digital divides, expand technology access, and promote together so that together we can build a future where technology empowers all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegates. Next on my list, I will give the floor to the delegation of Austria. Delegation, you may come to the podium. The floor is yours.
Einen schönen guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren. Your Excellencies, President and Vice President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, and the Secretary General of the United Nations, thank you for granting me to the floor. Distinguished delegates, as a representative of the Republic of Austria, it is a great honor for us to be invited at this prestigious event to achieve and discuss the issue of economic recovery and digital technology with representatives of various countries. At the beginning of the COVID-19 crisis, Austria, like many other countries, are grappling with unprecedented challenges and uncertainties. We admit that our understanding of digital transformation was very limited at first. However, the pandemic made us reassess our approach and gradually start to develop a more comprehensive digital system by using an e-government services that steadily open the way of hope for economic recovery. By investing in technology and implementing innovative strategies, we have successfully changed a crisis into more opportunity. By Digital Austria target by 2030, it has resulted in accelerating to integrate digital technologies into more public services and many social sectors by using a digital ID and artificial intelligence. While we still recognize room for more improvements, our experience shows the commitment to digital innovation can significantly increase resilience and promote sustainable growth of people. Let us all nations unite in supporting a better recovery and digitization for our commitment to a more inclusive and more innovative future economy, and always prepared to meet challenges for our own better future. Make it a better place for you and for me. Danke schön.
Thank you, Delegate. Next on my list, I now give the floor to the delegation of Australia. Delegation, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, as a President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, and Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, as a Vice President, and Your Excellency, Ms. Davia Danu, as a Secretary. Distinguished delegates, Australia is indeed one of the most successful examples of a global economy with stable and sustainable performance over several decades. This success is primarily influenced by economic reform implemented since the late 80s, including tariff reduction, the regulation of industries, and labor market reforms that have boosted competitiveness and create a more open market. Australia's resilience to external shocks such as the 97 to 98 Asian financial crisis and natural disaster underscores its economic strength. The export sector, particularly in commodities such as coal, iron ore, and natural gas, strengthened its position in the global market. However, challenge remains, including dependence on resource export and the impact of climate change on agriculture. Despite this, Australia focused on innovation. Innovation and diversification help sustain its economic stability. According to the OECD, Australia's standard living is also significantly improved and now surpassed the standard of all G8 countries except the United Nations. As a result of structural reforms and policies continuously implemented since the late 70s, Australia now has a healthy, stable, and modern institutional and regulatory structure that provides certainty to the business world and offers a business-friendly investment environment. As a part of an ambitious reforms agenda, Australia has progressively overhauled or reduced many of its protection tariffs, introduced domestic competition laws, and deregulated financial markets, floated its currency, decentralized its labor market, and firmly anchored the macroeconomic policies. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation. Next on my list, I will now give the floor to the delegation of Italy. Delegation, you may have the floor.
Good morning, honorable chairs, Your Excellency Ms. Devola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency Ms. Davila Danu Purwatmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations. Distinguished delegates, the Italian Republic would like to express our deepest gratitude for the opportunity to participate in the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council's discussion on world economic recovery in a globalized digital technology. The COVID-19 pandemic had a profound effect globally, both on the healthcare systems and economies. Italy was struck particularly hard, being the 8th country in the world with the most infection cases, 3.03% of which resulted in deaths. The widespread of the virus crippled our economy, reducing economic growth by 8.9% in 2020. Despite setbacks caused by the virus, our country has been revived in the following years with an average economic growth rate of 3.5% in the past 4 years. This was partly thanks to fiscal interventions and initiatives such as the August and Restore decrees. The pandemic has not only reformed healthcare systems and economies, it has also reshaped the world into a digital one. Our government has heavily invested in the development of high-speed internet networks and AI development with corporations such as Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and SpaceX. We Italians are very much open to future innovations and collaborations. Our digital flagship with Africa initiative sets an example for all developed nations. To aid and support developing and underdeveloped countries is our utmost important role in this committee. Italy is determined to build a strong and flourishing international economy in the new digital world. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Distinguished delegates, next on my list will be the delegation of Qatar and will be continued by the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda, Algeria, Colombia, and Cape Verde. Now, I will give the floor to the delegation of Qatar. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Your Excellency President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency Vice President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency Secretary General of United Nations. State of Qatar has a rich history based on its evolution from tribal society into a modern economic powerhouse. Over years, its wealth has tragically increased globally. However, the pandemic that happened in 2020 exposed Qatar's heavy reliance on oil and gas, leading to economic challenge and financial crisis. To address this, Qatar launched the Qatar National Vision 2030, a strategic plan aimed at reducing dependence on natural resources. The government is implementing policies to reduce dependencies on hydrocarbon, promote non-oil sectors, and fostering innovation, and enhance education, healthcare, and global digital transformation, encouraging long-term economic sustainability. Qatar also invites global investors and partners to collaborate in driving economic process for the better future. Thank you.
Thank you, delegation. Distinguished delegates, this is a reminder to all the seniors official of Commission 1, you may allocate it to your allocating room. You may leave the auditorium now. Please walk out calmly, remain silent. You will be directed by your LOs or the committee. Thank you, Excellencies. Dear Excellencies, Head of Delegations, we will continue the reading of country statement. Next on my list, we have the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you, honorable chairs, for giving me the chance to speak, and good morning, excellencies and distinguished delegates. It is with immense honor to represent my country in this forum, one that is on the topic of world economic recovery in a globalized digital technology. For this invitation, we give our immense gratitude. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed small island developing states such as ourselves to unimaginable vulnerabilities. Though our island is indeed fortunate in terms of geographic placement, given the relatively low report of the infected, we still experience the loss of lives. Tourist activities are one of our strengths as well as our weaknesses. As we are dependent on tourism as a source of income and growth, the country was impacted with 89.6% public debt to GDP ratio when tourism activity declined in 2020. With this decline, 13.7% of citizens fell unemployed. We have since strived to recover from said pandemic both medically and economically. The Citizenship by Investment Program, or CIP, has also assisted us in economic recovery. The program has given us the opportunity to recover from our economic falling, and it always has since we established it in 2013. As the pandemic prolonged, with citizens everywhere increasingly quarantined, the usage of digital technology increased. Having taken said increase into account, the CIP has allowed applicants to pay through cryptocurrency for efficiency. Even now, the increased usage of digital technology remains one of the most prominent passive impacts the pandemic has brought us. Nowadays, shopping online has significantly become popular as well. During the pandemic, small businesses were impacted heavily as they needed extra support in order to function. As we bear them in mind, our government had launched a program for said businesses that allowed them to transition their business to a digital platform. Although e-commerce is not a distinguished form of business in Antigua and Barbuda, seeing the increasing importance of digital technology, we strive to further digitalize our public services and hope to do so by 2030. Thank you.
Your Excellency, that was an excellent counter statement. Delegates, next on my list, I will now give the floor to the delegation of Algeria. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, and Your Excellency, Secretary General of United Nations, and distinguished delegates. The Algerian delegation expresses their gratitude for the invitation to participate in a high-level political forum and exchange views on world economic recovery in a globalized digital technology. Reflecting on the COVID-19 pandemic that triggered the largest global economic crisis in more than a century, the COVID-19 pandemic caused Algeria's GDP to decline by 4.9% in 2020, impacting key industries. However, it also highlighted the critical role of digital technology in economic recovery. In recent years, digitalization has shown us how interconnected we are and how much we rely on technology. The digitalization of the economy has significantly contributed to global interaction and eased export and import activities after COVID-19. The digital transformation has facilitated Algeria's economic recovery by enhancing trade and investment, particularly through rising hydrocarbon prices. This shift underscores the necessity of ensuring inclusive digital growth. Algeria firmly believes that no country should be left behind in this digital era. We call for strengthening multilateral cooperation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished delegates, to all the senior officials of Commission 2, you may allocate it to the allocated room. Please walk out this room, remain calmly. Barusan Algeria ya? Iya. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Distinguished delegate, head of delegations, now we shall continue the reading of country statement. Next on my list is the delegation of Colombia. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Buenos dias, good morning, distinguished sirs, Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Your Excellency, Ms. Davila Danu Purwoatmojo. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic is arguably the most extensive economic shock after the Great Depression, has drawn attention from policy custodians over the past 6 years. Colombia's economy contracted by nearly 7 percentage points, while unemployment surpassed 21%. Poverty increased from 35.7% in 2019 to 42.5% in 2020, reversing progress in poverty reduction by almost 10 years. In a matter of months, 3.5 million new Colombians entered poverty, of whom 2.8 million fell into extreme poverty. Colombia aims to drive economic growth through large-scale digitalization, prioritizing financial inclusion for women and remote communities. A key step is establishing interoperable digital payment systems to enable seamless transactions, empower marginalized groups, and reduce inequality. Success in this initiative would enhance financial inclusion, and achieving this goal would not only significantly enhance domestic financial inclusion, but also put Colombia as a leading example for other countries, particularly in Latin America. A notable example is the Niqui digital wallet by Bancolombia, which has demonstrated significant impact. Niqui is a fully digital financial platform that aims to increase financial inclusion, particularly for underserved populations such as women and individuals in rural areas. This initiative has been pivotal in promoting digital financial services in Colombia. Colombia strives to be a model of innovation and progress, contributing to a more equitable and interconnected world. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the excellent statement. Delegates, next on my list, I will give the floor to the delegation of Cape Verde. You have the floor, sir. Delegation, please remain in the, yeah. It was Cape Verde, Cabo Verde. Apologies, Your Excellencies. Apologies, the Excellencies, the delegation of Cape Verde. You have the floor.
Greetings. Your Excellency, Chairperson, President of the Economic and Social Council, Mrs. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the United States, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for Cape Verde to present our ideas about the world economic recovery in a globalized digital technology. As a developing small island country, we recognize both the opportunities and challenges presented by the digital era. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the global market, not only in Cape Verde, but also all other countries. The COVID-19 pandemic drastically altered the global economic landscape. While the world continues to recover from its devastating effects, we must focus on ensuring a sustainable and inclusive economic recovery, harnessing the power of digitalization and globalization to build a stronger and more equitable future. The pandemic accelerated the digital revolution, making online platforms, e-commerce, and digital finance, which is crucial for economic growth. However, many developing countries face significant obstacles due to inadequate digital infrastructure and also high internet costs. We urge international organizations, financial institutions, and private sector stakeholders to support the expansion of digital service in developing countries. As we believe that globalized digital technology in terms of global communication has been able to connect the world faster. From the streaming of our discussion concerning economic recovery in the globalized digital technology in our country, we call on the international community to strengthen global partnership and enhance digital infrastructure and accessibility in developing countries. Next, develop the trade policies to enable developing countries to integrate into global digital market and promote investment in climate resilient digital technology to foster sustainability economic growth. Thank you.
Delegation, thank you so much. Reminder to all the delegates to be aware of the reading of the country name. I will be read the country name by the English name. Delegates, next on my list. The reading of country statement will be delivered by Kenya, then will be continued by the Cameroon, Brazil, Nepal, and the South Africa. I will now give the floor to the delegation of Kenya. You may have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Honorable Chief, for giving me time to speak. Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency, Ms. Davila Danu Purwatmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations, and distinguished delegates. The Republic of Kenya is honored to address this esteemed assembly to discuss our economic status post-COVID-19 and the measures taken to ensure sustainable recovery and growth. The global pandemic had a profound impact on our economy, disrupting key sectors. However, we have demonstrated resilience and determination in rebuilding its economy through strategic policies and international cooperation. The economy was significant, leading to contraction in vital sectors such as tourism, manufacturing, and trade. The pandemic induced global supply chain disrupting effect our export, particularly in agriculture, which is the backbone of our economy. We remain committed to fostering an inclusive, sustainable, and resilient economy. We continue to work closely with international financial institutions, development partners, and private sector. In this challenging time, the Republic of Kenya reaffirms its dedication to the importance of adaptability, innovation, and strong partnership. While challenges persist, we remain optimistic about our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Distinguished delegates, next on my list, I will give the floor to the delegation of Japan. You may have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, Ms. Deviola Hermanto, as President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellencies, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, as Vice President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellencies, Ms. Devila Danu Purwatmojo, as Secretary General of United Nations, honorable delegates and distinguished guests. On behalf of the government and people of Japan, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude for the opportunity to participate in this high-level political forum on sustainable development as we address the global challenge of economic recovery in the wake of the pandemic. Japan remains committed to strengthening international cooperation, fostering innovation, and ensuring inclusive and sustainable growth. Through close collaboration and targeted policies, we are confident that we can rebuild a more resilient global economy, better prepared to face the future. Based on World Economic Outlook 2022 from International Monetary Fund, global growth is forecast from 6% in 2021 to 3.2% in 2022 and 2.7% in 2023. This is the weakest growth profile since 2001, except for the global financial crisis and acute phase of the COVID-19 pandemic. Global inflation is forecast to rise from 4.7% in 2021 to 8.8% in 2022, but to decline to 6.5% in 2023 and to 4.1% by 2024. Besides that, Japan will invite the G7 and G20 members to commit with us to build the global digital frameworks together. Also, we will invest at renewable energy and partnering with developed countries to extend our economic good track record. And we will help developing countries in Asia Pacific to advance their technology at digital sector with partnering and investment from our countries to the undeveloped countries to realize a better world economy and technological progress. Thank you.
Excellent, Your Excellency. Next, I will give the floor to the delegation of Cameroon. You may have the floor, madam.
Good morning, Your Excellency, Ms. Devila Putri Hermanto, President of United Nations Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of United Nations Economic and Social Council, and Your Excellency, Ms. Devila Danu Purwatmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations, and distinguished delegates. Global economic recovery in the digital age examines how digital technology is very pivotal to hazarding the world economy's recovery, especially in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Cameroon was the first in Central Africa and in the top 5 nations in Sub-Saharan Africa for the number of confirmed cases during the early stages of the COVID-19 epidemic. The crisis has significantly accelerated the progress of digital change, and its effects are especially noticeable in Cameroon. In this regard, digital technologies are paving the path for a more resilient and inclusive future by promoting sustainable development and guiding economic recovery. However, this rapid digitalization brought to light a number of issues, among the most pressing challenges with cybersecurity, environmental sustainability, and the digital divide. While digital technologies have shown to be an invaluable asset in economic recovery, it is critical to recognize the inequities in access to technology, particularly particularly in rural and underprivileged areas. After several restrictions were imposed and it became necessary to maintain significant activities across sectors, Cameroon adopted digital technology as demonstrated by the National Digital Economy Development Strategy in 2020 and the National Development Strategy 2020 to 2030 as a vital tool to continue serving its citizens and economy. Cameroon is committed to integrating sustainable practices into digitalization's efforts to guarantee that technological innovations align with environmental conservation and the broader goals of sustainable development. In conclusion, Cameroon stands ready to collaborate with all nations in advancing the global economic recovery through the strategic and inclusive use of digital technologies. Together, we can harness the power of digital transformation to build a more equitable and prosperous world for future generations. Thank you.
It is an excellent statement, delegates. Thank you so much. Next on my list, I have the delegation of Brazil. Delegation, the floor is yours.
Distinguished sirs, Her Excellency Ms. Deviola Aura Putri as the President of ECOSOC, Your Excellency Vice President of ECOSOC, Your Excellency Secretary General of the United Nations. It is an honor to share Brazil's perspective on global economic recovery after COVID-19, focusing on how digital technology and globalization can drive an inclusive and sustainable recovery. The pandemic has taught us important lessons and now essential for economic recovery. Digitalization boosts productivity, creates more efficient business models, and ensures essential services like healthcare and education reach everyone. Second, globalization must be fair and inclusive. We are committed to working with multilateral organizations like the WTO to ensure fair trade and contribute to global discussions on climate change and sustainable development. Third, economic recovery must be balanced with environmental sustainability. We are investing in clean energy, sustainable agriculture, and eco-friendly technologies to create jobs, reduce carbon emissions, and build resilience. Fourth, we are ensuring that digital technology benefits all segments of society. Brazil is developing programs to improve digital literacy and skills. In conclusion, Brazil is committed to leading a global recovery that is swift, sustainable, and inclusive. By working together, we can build a stronger, fairer, and more environmentally friendly global economy. Let's ensure no one is left behind in this recovery process. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Next on my list, I will give the floor to the delegation of Nepal. Delegation, the floor is yours.
Namaskar, Your Excellency Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, the President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, the Vice President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency Davila Danu Purwoatmojo, Secretary of General of United Nations, and the distinguished delegates. The constant change of political situations and social circumstances have had a negative impact on the global economy over the last 10 years, making economic fallout to be impossible to avoid. Apart from that, our economic situation had already suffered greatly as a result of the unexpected COVID-19 pandemic. Your Excellency and the delegations of other countries, we all have the collective understanding of how COVID-19 pandemic has negatively affected tourism, commodities prices, and even import-export opportunities. The economy is already having a hard time recovering from COVID-19. However, obstacle after obstacle continuously coming up, slowing down or even stopping the economic growth itself. The economy of our countries, including our own, Nepal, is undoubtedly impacted, either directly or indirectly, by the tense political conditions that exist between our countries. The delegations of other countries, we are in the same boat of economic instability and one goal to resolve it. We must come together as one on this matter. Although the pandemic has been a major barrier to economic expansion, on the other side, it has also created a new and even greater opportunity for the digital economy to expand. It will even make it relatively easier for countries to help one another out and accomplish economic stability without leaving anyone behind. At last, Your Excellency and other delegates, the future is not about large industries and greater GDP numbers. It is crucial to make conscious decisions that work for the benefit of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I will now call to the floor the delegation of South Africa. Delegation, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Majesty, President and Vice President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for us, the delegation of South Africa, to be trusted to play a part and to give our contribution for various nations to work together hand in hand to prolong a brighter future for everyone as we cooperate towards deciphering the challenges occurring the worldly economic downfall after the event of the COVID-19 pandemic. In response to these evolving challenges, South Africa plays an important role in global economic recovery and leads digital advancement in Africa. With strong digital infrastructure, a thriving startup ecosystem, and proactive government policies, the country is directing digital growth. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated digital adoption, with e-commerce sales rising 66%, surpassing 30 billion South African rand. The government, through the Department of Communication and Digital Technology, drive digital growth with initiatives like the Digital Economy Master Plan and South Africa Connect. There is also a strong commitment to enhancing digital literacy, workforce skill, and innovation. Global cooperation is essential in today's digital era. We welcome our international partners to join us in building a digital economy that is open to all, support fair growth, and benefits everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Next on my list will be the delegation of Switzerland, continue with Botswana, Paraguay, Mauritania, and France. Now I'll give the floor to the delegation of Switzerland. Delegation, you have the floor.
Greetings, honorable chairs, Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of the United Nations and Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of the United Nations and Economic Social Council, Your Excellency, Ms. Dafila Danu Purmoatmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations. Distinguished delegates, the Swiss Confederation stands before you all today as a nation deeply committed to fostering global economic recovery in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a country renowned for its innovation, neutrality, and sustainable practices, we believe that the path to rebuilding the global economy must be rooted in resilience, inclusivity, and sustainability, holding on to the transformative power of digital technology.
The pandemic has exposed vulnerabilities in our interconnected world, from supply chain disruptions to unequal access to resources and technology. However, it has also highlighted the potential of digitalization to drive economic growth, enhance efficiency, and promote a more sustainable development. Switzerland firmly believes that a globalized digital economy, when guided with ethical principles and sustainable practices, can serve as a cornerstone for a more equitable and resilient future. To achieve this, Switzerland has proposed to focus on a few points that are worth following. First of all, promoting digital inclusion and capacity building, encouraging green digital transformation, strengthening global cooperations on digital governance, and investing in innovation and research. To conclude, Switzerland believes that the path to global economic recovery lies in embracing digital technology as a force for good, guided by the principles of sustainability, exclusivity, and cooperation. Let us work together to build a future where innovation serves humanity, prosperity is shared, and the planet is protected for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we will listen to a statement from the delegation of Botswana. Delegation, you have the floor.
Your Excellency President of ECOSOC, Your Excellency Mr. Vice President, Your Excellency Ms. Secretary General of United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to join this esteemed forum on world economic recovery and globalized digital technology. On behalf of the Republic of Botswana, I extend our gratitude for this opportunity to exchange insights on leveraging digital transformation for sustainable economic growth. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed the vulnerabilities of economies with a contraction of 7.9% in 2020. However, our nation responded with resilience, achieving an 11.8% rebound in 2021. The crisis underscored the urgency of economic diversification beyond non-diamonds, contributing 30% of GDP and 80% of exports. Botswana recognized that digital transformation is the key to building a more resilient and diversified economy, but the challenges is higher unemployment, 26.7%. So our government has launched the Smart Boats Initiative, a strategic program focused on expanding digital infrastructure, enhancing governance, and fostering digital entrepreneurship. As a member of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Botswana calls for greater international collaboration in technology transfer, increased investment in Africa's digital infrastructure. Botswana is committed to climate-smart digital solutions for green energy transition and sustainable resource management. As we navigate this era of digital globalization, let us ensure that economic recovery is inclusive, sustainable, and beneficial to all nations. Thank you.
Delegation, thank you for the excellent statement. I will now call to the floor the delegation of Paraguay. Delegation, you have the floor.
Buenos dias, Your Excellency Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of ECOSOC, Your Excellency Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of ECOSOC, Your Excellency Davila Danu Pro-Atmojo, Secretary General of United Nations. Distinguished delegates, the Republic of Paraguay expresses its gratitude to the Secretary General and this esteemed assembly for the opportunity to address the critical intersection of global economic recovery and digital transformation. As a landlocked nation with immense agricultural resources and a growing ambition to innovation, Paraguay highlights the need for inclusive, sustainable, and equitable digital growth to rebuild economies in the post-pandemic world. Paraguay's National Digital Agenda 2030 prioritizes expanding broadband access to remote areas through initiatives such as Connected Paraguay, which aims to deploy 4G and 5G networks nationwide. We urge international partners to support the creation of a global digital equity fund to subsidize affordable devices and connectivity for developing nations. With an abundance of hydroelectric energy, Paraguay proposes establishing green data hubs in South America. Powered by clean energy, these hubs will reduce the carbon footprint of digital industries while creating jobs. And with over 60% of the Paraguay's population being under 30, we are training youth in STEM and digital skills to drive agritech innovation. Through programs such as Jóvenes Protagonistas, we call for UN-backed partnerships to implement blockchain technology for transparent agricultural supply chains, ensuring fair prices for smallholder farms. We recognize that Paraguay ranks 89th in the Global Cybersecurity Index. We advocate for regional cybersecurity alliance under Mercosur to protect critical information and data. With these remarks, Paraguay emphasizes a UN digital compact to prioritize infrastructure funding for landlocked nations. In the words of our national motto, Paz y Justicia, peace and justice, Paraguay believes that equitable access to technology is the cornerstone for fair recovery. Let us harness digital tools not as luxuries, but as lifelines for sustainable development. Gracias a todos. Thank you very much.
Gracias, delegates. Distinguished delegates, we will now continue to the next delegation of Mauritania. Delegate, you have the floor.
Sobahul Hoyer, Honorable Chair, Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola, President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan, Vice President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency, Ms. Davila, Secretary General of the United Nations. Fellow delegates, Mauritania is rich in natural resources like iron ore and coal, making it a significant exporter. Despite this, it is one of the poorest countries with 27.4% of its citizens living in poverty and a low GDP growth rate of 4.6%. The COVID-19 pandemic has added to the economic struggles, pushing over 4,000 people into extreme poverty. Access to the internet is limited, with only 58.8% of the population connected. To tackle these issues, the Mauritanian government has launched the Mauritania We Want in 2030, the plan for better economic growth and social well-being. This plan includes digital transformations led by the high-level Digital Council. And also promoting artificial intelligence to enhance economic and academic capacity across 6 key sectors: health, education, agriculture, transportation, energy, and cybersecurity. As the delegation of Mauritania, we are well prepared for its people with keeping pace with global progress. The Islamic Republic of Mauritania prioritizes international and regional cooperation for knowledge sharing. As the saying goes, al-najah huna tijat al-imal al-jadi. Success is the result of hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished delegates, I will now call to the floor the delegation of France. Delegation, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone.
Your Excellency, President of the UN ECOSOC, Your Excellency, Vice President of the UN ECOSOC, and Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations. Honorable delegates and participants, it is an honor for me to speak before this assembly on behalf of France. Ladies and gentlemen, liberté, égalité, fraternité. This is a symbol about how France always embraced transformative changes within the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, every nation worldwide faced profound economic challenges. Global GDP contracted by 7.4%, while France's economy shrank by 7.9%. This pandemic revealed our global vulnerabilities, and yet it also illuminated a distinct path forward, a path of collaboration, resilience, and sustainable development. As we move forward, we recognize the need for sustainable progress through digital transformation. With this, France's ongoing recovery plans, such as the France Relance, in which France has allocated more than 100 billion euros, is aimed to fuel an inclusive economic growth. Our recovery should not be about restoring past prosperity, but about reimagining a future of sustainable, inclusive, and digitally empowered growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please remind ourselves that this is not just about restoring what was lost. It is about reimagining a future where economic growth benefits every single one of us. Let's turn this adversity into an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I will read the list of the 5 next delegations. Will be continued by the delegation of Bangladesh, Haiti, Uruguay, Suriname, and Slovakia. Now I'll give the floor to the delegation of Bangladesh. Delegation, you have the floor.
Hello, Shabai, Your Excellency, President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Vice President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations. Distinguished delegates, COVID-19 has become a pandemic that has swept the globe, leaving no country unscathed, including Bangladesh. For 2 years, the world has been battling one of the worst disasters to afflict our civilizations in the past century. Bangladesh, like other nations, has had to grapple with the devastating impact of the pandemic. In the economic sector, our country has experienced a significant downturn, particularly in the garment industry, which has contributed 80% of Bangladesh's exports. The $34 billion garment industry has suffered cancellations of exports orders worth around $3.18 billion, affecting over 4 million workers in the sector. Furthermore, thousands of migrant workers in the Middle East have been forced to return due to the pandemic. We are now slowly recovering. The world is gradually rebuilding its economy and various aspects affected by the pandemic. The government of Bangladesh has also taken strategic measures to revitalize the economy. The measures taken include development of e-commerce, enhancement of the service sector, revival of manufacturing, and improvement of human resources. The government of Bangladesh policies present a significant opportunity for friendly nations to invest in sustainable development for global economic recovery. We welcome friendly nations to collaborate with us, ensuring a secure investment environment in our country. It is time for the world to move forward together towards a better future. Hostility and conflict must be avoided and replaced with constructive collaboration. Only through collaboration can we overcome the challenges we face. Thank you, dan Yabada.
It is an excellent statement, delegates. Thank you so much. I will now call to the floor the delegation of Haiti. Madam, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Republic of Haiti, we express our sincere gratitude for this opportunity to address this council. For our nation, where 60% of people live in poverty and 68% lack internet access, the COVID-19 pandemic was not only a health crisis, but an economic catastrophe. It widened the digital divide and isolated millions from opportunities for growth and development. However, Haiti refused to be defined by hardship. We are actively taking steps to rebuild our resilience. Our government has piloted blockchain system to track aid and combat the corruption to combat it, launched mobile platform to support farmers, and developed solar power and for the internet hubs to connect remote communities. This initiative through models demonstrate the power of technology to transform even the most vulnerable economies. Nevertheless, economic recovery cannot be approached with one-size-fits-all mindset. Haiti calls for the establishment of a digital solidarity pact. That it's a framework which developed nations share resource and technological expertise to help vulnerable states build sustainable, digitally empowered economies. We urge this council to address the economy for the system inequalities that prevent developing nations from fully integrating into the global digital economy. If this inequality-driven recovery is the blueprint for the future, then a future where exclusion persists, Haiti refuses to accept it. Because we choose to break free from the failed system and build a future with the technology empowers every
Your time
nation.
has elapsed.
Let us work together to bring the sustainable development goals into life and turn their vision.
Your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, delegation, for delivering your excellent statement. I will now call to the floor the delegation of Uruguay. Delegation, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, Ms. Dioviola A.P. Hermanto, for President. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. As the brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to ricochet around the socio-economic sector of the world, global efforts are required to respond swiftly to the matter. We have seen there has been a digital transformation happening as the pandemic took place, which has the potential to encourage growth and economic inclusivity. We faithfully believe in the potential of technology to encourage growth and economic inclusivity, and that it could accelerate the world into achieving the goals of the 2030 Agenda. Under the current circumstances, Uruguay, working in cooperation with CSTD and CPD bodies, are fostering digital inclusion, innovation, and equality to support economic recovery in a digital era in order to promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth through the development of technology usage. Uruguay has also undertaken great efforts in the promotion of sustainability and economic resilience at the global level. Approximately 98% of its electricity is generated from renewable sources. In doing so, Uruguay has become one of the frontrunners in the change to clean energy, decoupling from fossil fuel dependency to achieve a state of affordable energy. To promote the recovery of the global economy, Uruguay proposes the creation of an inclusive and secure digital economy to assist safeguarding of technology in developing nations. Furthermore, we advocate for a global-scale development funding for the sake of supporting developing nations on the educational sector. We encourage other delegates to work together in ensuring that this era of digitalization work as a way to achieve economic resilience and not as a source of inequality. We look forward to the discussions with other ECOSOC partners to achieve a state of global economic
Delegation, your
sustainability.
time has elapsed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Delegation. It is now the time to call the delegation of Suriname. Delegation, you may have the floor.
Hello, Guten Morgen, Your Excellency President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency Vice President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency Secretary General of the United Nations. Distinguished delegates, it is with immense pride and honor that I address this esteemed gathering, representing the Republic of Suriname, as we deliberate upon the crucial theme of world economic recovery in a globalized digital technology. Suriname, like many nations, has encountered adversity in recent years, yet we stand unwavering in our commitment to recovery, progress, and inclusive growth. We recognize that the digital technology is not merely an innovation. It is the catalyst for a new global economic perspective, redefining commerce, governance, and connectivity. To this end, Suriname has embraced a transformative digital agenda that will shape our national development for years to come. Central to this vision is our National Digital Strategy 2023 to 2030, a comprehensive framework designed ensures that every citizen, irrespective of socio-economic background, has access to digital resources, financial inclusion, and economic opportunities. International collaboration remains an essential pillar to our strategy. In November 2024, Suriname partnered with the Caribbean Association of National Telecommunication Organizations in the e-market cloud-based procurement platform. This initiative enhances buying and implementing processes, increases economic involvement, and gives entrepreneurs access to lively online marketplace. Moreover, recognizing that financial inclusion is the key to sustainable recovery, the Central Bank of Suriname launched the National Financial Inclusion and Strategy Education in June 2024. As Suriname embraces the digital transformation, it emphasizes the importance of inclusive growth and technological advancement. The economy aims to leverage strategic investment for collective progress rather than exclusivity. Suriname reaffirms its commitment to global cooperation and sustainable progress. Let us work together to ensure that digital technology becomes a force for inclusive growth, shared prosperity, and more interconnected world. Thank you and Grand Tagi.
Thank you, Delegate. Your Excellency, I will now call to the delegation of Sweden. Delegate, you have the floor.
Greetings, everyone. Good morning. Your Excellency, President and the Vice President of the United Nations of ECOSOC, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, esteemed delegates,
It is a great privilege for me to participate in the deliberation of this distinguished conference on behalf of His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Sweden, who unfortunately is unable to present on this occasion. As a country that thrives on innovation, Sweden recognized the immense potential of digital technologies to drive global economic recovery and progress toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the weaknesses and the resilience of our economies. Sweden has long been at the forefront of digital technologies. We recognize that the digital economy offers solutions to many of the challenges we face today. The SDGs, Goal 8 and Goal 9, align perfectly with Sweden's vision for a future where technology acts as a catalyst for innovation and prosperity. However, Sweden also acknowledges the challenges that come with this digital transformation. The digital divide remains a significant barrier to equal opportunity. Sweden is committed to supporting initiatives that help bridge this divide. Sweden firmly believes that a multilateral approach is essential to harness the full potential of digital technology for economic recovery. By working together through platforms such as ECOSOC, we can create an environment that encourages innovation, ensures security, and builds a more inclusive and resilient global economy. In conclusion, Sweden stands ready to collaborate with all nations through the frameworks of ECOSOC and the SDGs to leverage digital technologies in the pursuit of a sustainable, resilient, and inclusive global economic recovery. We must use this moment of transformation to ensure that our world is more connected, equitable, and capable of addressing the challenges of the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Your Excellency. I will now give the floor to the delegation of Slovakia. Delegate, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, and Your Excellency, Ms. Davila Danupurwachmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations. Distinguished delegates, the Slovak Republic stands firmly in its commitment to fostering an equitable and resilient global recovery in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. As the world navigates the challenging period, we recognize that rebuilding economies must go beyond mere economic growth. It must ensure inclusivity, sustainability, and long-term resilience, particularly for low and middle-income countries, or LMIC. The Slovak Republic believe that no nation should be left behind in this recovery process, and international cooperation is paramount in achieving this goal. Furthermore, we emphasize the need for an inclusive digital revolution that empowers LMIC to bridge the digital divide, create sustainable employment opportunities, and integrate into the global economy. Slovakia has prioritized digital transformation and workforce upskilling through initiatives such as the National Digital Skills Strategy 2023 until 2026, which serve as a model for equipping workers with the necessary skill for the digital age. The Slovak Republic reaffirms its dedication to a fair, sustainable, and inclusive post-pandemic recovery. We call upon the international community to strengthen multilateral partnership. Together, we must ensure that our recovery is not only swift, but just where every nation, regardless of its economic standing, has
Delegation,
the
your
opportunity
time has
to
elapsed.
thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I will now give the floor to the delegation of Poland. Delegate, you have the floor.
Dzień dobry. Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency, Ms. Davila Danu Purwatmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations, and distinguished delegates. In the middle of every difficulty lies opportunity. These words remind us that even in the greatest crisis can inspire progress. The Republic of Poland recognizes the transformative power of digital technology in economic recovery and resilience. As one of Europe's fastest growing digital economies, Poland prioritizes innovation, digital infrastructure, and inclusive growth. Poland remains committed to advancing technology for productivity and competitiveness. These efforts reflect our dedication to sustainable technology-driven economic growth. Recognizing the digital divide, Poland invest in digital literacy and skills to development and ensure equal access to technology. We also align with global strategies to create a supportive regulatory environment for digital enterprises and innovation. As the world recovers, Poland underscores the need for global collaboration in digital governance, cybersecurity, and sustainable technological development. Together and united, we can build a more resilient and prosperous future. With that, Poland yields its remaining time to the chair. Dziękuję.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I will now give the floor to the delegation of Slovenia. Delegate, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of ECOSOC. Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of ECOSOC. Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. The economic transitions that are taking place at a global scale are being noticed in Slovenia. The fixes of obstacles from the past years are still undergoing. Hence, it's important for every nation to cooperate. As a small, developed, and competitive export economy, Slovenia is resolutely willing to assist the world in recovering. In correlation with the modern world, globalization comes as both an asset and a complication. The instant technological development globally provides as a great opportunity, but simultaneously calls for action to tackle inequality, enhance cybersecurity, and develop crisis-resilient infrastructure. Slovenia contends that the effective recovery of the economy rests in the integration of technology to serve all. Slovenia is striving to undergo a full digital revolution. This is also facilitating the easy participation of small and medium-sized businesses in the digital economy. Slovenia also recognizes the importance of green recovery, stimulating the economy and encouraging sustainability and energy conservation in all aspects. With its natural resources and environmental regulations, Slovenia is ideally positioned for a green technological advancement. Slovenia is adamant that international collaboration, an inclusive digital revolution, and policies that promote economic growth and resilience in all nations are what we need to propel the economic recovery. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. Next on my list, been recognized the delegation of Zambia. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola Aurea Putri Hermanto, President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency, Ms. Devalia Danupurwatmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Republic of Zambia shows their utmost gratitude for the United Nations and the Economic and Social Council for this opportunity to address the Council under the theme World Economic Recovery in a Globalized Technology. Republic of Zambia stands in full support for economic recovery post-COVID-19 pandemic that grind the world to a slow, especially to those who are affected the most by the pandemic. This is supported by the fact that most of the economic activities happen on day-to-day basis. The Republic of Zambia recognized some challenge upon this new era of economy. Many of the problems came in the form of scams, hacking, identity theft, and many others. The Republic of Zambia condemned all of this action and determined to prevent such action to be taken again. Despite this challenge, the Republic of Zambia also saw the potential of the digitalized economic platform and its future. The Republic of Zambia, after knowing the potential in the future of digital economics, has endorsed further development and research for more sustainable development on the economic frontier. The Republic of Zambia also open to all countries who want to engage in further development of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for the excellent statement. Next on my list, I will give the floor to the delegation of Dominican Republic. Sir, you may have the floor.
Your Excellency, Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency, Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency, Devalia Danupurwatmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations. Distinguished delegates, the Dominican Republic acknowledges its critical role of digital technology in global economic recovery. Since achieving upper middle income status in 2011, the nation has pursued digital transformation as a means of fostering sustainable development and resilience. Despite economic progress, challenges persist, including socioeconomic and territorial disparities and the need for stronger public institutions. The COVID-19 pandemic intensified these issues, causing a 6.7 GDP contraction in 2020, with tourism suffering a significant loss. To address these challenges, the Dominican Republic is investing in digital infrastructure, expanding broadband access, and promoting innovation across sectors. Digital literacy, STEM education, and innovation hubs are prioritized to equip the workforce for a technology-driven economy. However, reducing inequality remains a key objective, as 36% of the population still lives below the poverty line, and the education outcomes need improvement. Environmental sustainability is also a major concern. The nation is implementing policies that balance economic growth with conservation efforts to protect natural resources vital to the tourism sector and long-term stability. The Dominican Republic urges global collaboration to ensure inclusive digital policies, advocating for international cooperation in providing developing nations with technology access, infrastructure, and financial resources. The country also supports fair digital trade, cybersecurity, and investment in sustainable technological advancements. Committed to the international partnerships, the Dominican Republic seeks to contribute a resilient, inclusive, and technologically advanced global economy that upholds equity and shared prosperity. Thank you.
Excellency, thank you very much. Next on my list, I will read the list of the 5 delegations that will read the country statement. Will be continued by the Netherlands, South Korea, Mexico, and Russia. Now I will give the floor to the delegation of Netherlands. Excellency, you have the floor.
Honorable Chairs, Your Excellency Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency Ms. Davila Danu Purwatmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates and esteemed colleagues. It is truly a privilege for the Netherlands to be able to attend the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council under the theme World Economic Recovery in a Globalized Digital Technology. The previous COVID-19 pandemic hasn't just disrupted economies, but it also has accelerated the shifts towards a more digital future. As we recover from this, we need to make sure that digital transformation helps create a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable economy. In the Netherlands, we strongly believe that technology is the key to rebuilding stronger economies. We Dutch have taken bold steps to improve digital infrastructure, invest in AI and cybersecurity fields, and help businesses using digital and more modern solutions. However, the benefits of digitalization must be shared objectively. A true global recovery requires international cooperation on digital trade policies, fair access to new technologies, and strong data security standards. Every country should have the chance to be part of this digital transformation. The Netherlands are ready and open to collaborate with global partners in creating a secure, sustainable, and innovation-driven economy. We must work together to ensure that technology empowers people, strengthens businesses, and creates a world where economic growth and sustainability go hand in hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Next, I will call the delegation of South Korea. Madam, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, as President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra as Vice President, and Ms. Davila Danu Purwatmojo as Secretary General of the United Nations. Honorable Chairs and distinguished delegates, as we dive into today's topic, the Republic of Korea greets you all. Annyeonghaseyo, Bongawayo. The COVID-19 pandemic brought an unexpected economic shock to the world, including the Republic of Korea, a nation already rapidly developing through industrialization and global trade. Global supply chains that have provided the oxygen of modern trade suddenly came to a halt as our export-driven engine, the heart of our economy, began to quiver in instability. We invested heavily on the Korean New Deal, an initiative introduced in July 2020, which focused on digital transformation and green growth. The Republic of Korea is not merely recovering. We are rebuilding, stronger and more resilient, ready to seize the opportunities of the current post-pandemic era. After being heavily affected worldwide and with our new profound knowledge, we believe it's only right if we all involve ourselves in the reshaping of this world's economy for the better. As a supporter of multilateralism, the Republic of Korea proposes a few countermeasures as the following. 1. Creating supply chains that are more robust and adaptable. The Republic of Korea is aware that robust and flexible supply chains are essential to make global economy. But 2. Encouraging inclusive and equitable financial systems. Equal access to finance and financial inclusion must be the top priorities of real economic recovery. The Republic of Korea backs the creation of new financial rules and technology that give small, medium enterprises and underprivileged communities access to financial services. Together, let's rebuild a sustainable and prosperous future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your excellent statement. Next on the list, I will call to the floor the delegation of Mexico. Sir, you have the floor.
Buenos dias, distinguished sirs, Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council. Your Excellency, Ms. Daila Danu Purwatmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to represent Mexico at this esteemed forum. We bring greetings for Her Excellency President Claudia Sheinbaum, who is currently addressing the Mexican Parliament. In this digital era, Mexico recognized at the immersive opportunities of the technology present for economic recovery and sustainable development. We are committed to leveraging digital innovation to drive productivity, enhance access to markets, and foster inclusive growth. Strategic investments in digital infrastructure, along with initiatives to promote digital literacy and skills development across all segments of society, are central to our approach. Mexico is also dedicated to bring the digital divide between urban and rural communities. We are making significant investment in education, infrastructure, and energy to ensure that all citizens can benefit from digital advancements. Furthermore, we emphasize community participation in digital initiatives by empowering local institutions to manage projects that directly benefit their populations. In conclusions, Mexico reaffirms its commitment to advancing the global economic recovery through innovation and collaboration. We recommend this timely initiative by the United Nations Economic and Social Council. It is what the United Nations is for: to unite our nations, provide access, and ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you, Chair. Muchas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias, Your Excellency. Delegates, now I'll call the delegation of Russia Federation. You have the floor.
Esteemed President, distinguished delegates, and honorable guests, the Russian Federation stands resolute in acknowledging the unprecedented challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we assert that our path to global economic recovery lies in innovative, collaborative, and technology-driven solutions that are imperative in this interconnected world. Guided by our unwavering commitment to sovereignty, multilateralism, and equitable progress, Russia is poised to harness the power of digital technology to bolster national resilience and contribute actively in stabilizing the global economy. First and foremost, we are aggressively accelerating digital transformation, which is vital for enhancing economic resilience. Through the rise of e-commerce, pioneering digital trade, fintech innovations, and robust remote work infrastructure, we will create a thriving digital marketplace that benefits all. Moreover, we are deeply committed to strengthening digital public goods as a means of fostering inclusive growth. By promoting groundbreaking e-government initiatives and actively bridging the digital divide, we ensure that every individual has the tools they need to succeed in this new digital era. Our vision extends to advancing global digital collaboration. By supporting the ambitious initiatives of the Eurasian Economic Union and promoting dynamic multilateral frameworks, we will coordinate our effort to tackle global challenges collectively. Furthermore, we are proactive to addressing the challenges posed by rapid technological changes. We promote domestic church sovereignty and are establishing vital cybersecurity partnerships to create a secure and resilient digital landscape for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Delegates, is there any countries that haven't been added to the speaker list? Thank you, delegates. All the countries that has raised the placard are already recognized. Thank you very much for the confirmation. Now we shall continue to the reading of the country statement. I will now call the delegation of Tanzania. Sir, you have the floor.
Jambo Shikamo. Her Excellency, the President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto. His Excellency, the Vice President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra. His Excellency, the Secretary General of United Nations, Mr. Davila Danu Purwatmojo. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania is well positioned to integrate into the global digital economy, thanks to its growing economy and rapidly developing innovation ecosystem. Tanzania has made significant strides in embracing digital transformation. Our National Development Vision, anchored in the Tanzania Development Vision 2025, prioritized the integration of technology into key sectors such as agriculture, education, and healthcare. The government has also launched initiatives like National ICT Broadband Backbone to expand internet access and bridge the digital divide, particularly in rural areas. Tanzania lacks specific e-commerce is also hampered by the population's limited awareness. While efforts have been made to develop ICT human capital and innovation hubs are growing fast, skills in digital entrepreneurship and e-commerce remain narrow. Access to financing is also limited, with micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises facing difficulties obtaining bank credit. Tanzania stands ready to collaborate with the international community to harness the power of digital technology for sustainable economic recovery. We believe that by working together, we can build a more inclusive, resilient, prosperous global economy that benefits. In conclusion, Tanzania reaffirms its unwavering commitment to leveraging the digital technology as a catalyst as development calls upon all member states to join us in this endeavor. Together, we can turn challenges of today into opportunities of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. That is such an excellent statement. Next, we will continue with the delegation of Equatorial Guinea, Liechtenstein, Finland, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. Now I'll give the floor to the delegation of Equatorial Guinea. You have the floor, madam.
Your Excellency, President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Vice President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Equatorial Guinea rings the alarm for urgent, equitable economic recovery. As we navigate the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, our healthcare and economy bear the scars of this crisis. However, within this turmoil, lies a silver lining, which is our digital transformation initiative, propelled by the Horizon 2035 National Development Plan. We spotlight three pivotal priorities. Firstly, the pandemic solution. We envision a fortified healthcare system driven by digital ingenuity, Telemedicine and AI diagnostics are the key, as highlighted by the World Health Organization in 2021. We champion partnership led by the United Nations of Economic and Social Council to fund digital health infrastructure in low-income nations. Secondly, financing solution. Aligning with the United Nations three-phase debt framework in 2020, we call for standstill for renewable economic. Conditional debt relief must link to sustainable development goals investment alongside vital reforms of international debt structures. Ensuring climate-resilient projects take center stage. Lastly, digital equalization. Bridging the digital divide is essential, paving the way for affordable broadband access and upskilling programs. Moreover, the economic fallout from pandemic has hit vulnerable population the hardest. By advancing solutions that cater to needs of low and middle income countries, we can cultivate more equitable global economy. The rules of international financing solutions like IMF and World Bank are critical in supporting these efforts and ensuring recovery initiatives don't deepen existing inequalities. In conclusion, Equatorial Guinea calls upon the United Nations of Economic and Social Council to champion access to digital infrastructure. We must bolster international cooperation, technology transfer, and supporting developing nations.
Delegate, your time has elapsed.
Resilient digital economies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now we'll call to the floor the delegation of Liechtenstein. You have the floor.
Your Excellency, President of ECOSOC, Your Excellency, the Vice President of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. COVID-19 pandemic was a challenging time for every country in the world and needs to be overcome as soon as possible. Economic decline in pandemic was the sharpest recession in world economy after the World War II. Liechtenstein is affected by this pandemic recession as well. In 2020, economic is highly affected, especially in goods export sector, which fell by 22.7% in the last year period. Nevertheless, in August and July, the decline in exports was only 12%. Liechtenstein's GDP also fell by 5.7% compared to the previous year. However, a strong economic recovery happens in the last half of 2020, is consistently enhancing until first half of 2021, which makes Liechtenstein's economy can bounce back in a short time. Liechtenstein's economy is very open to economic activities in various sectors. And aside from manufacturing and industries, Liechtenstein has steady and reasonably cheap taxes, making it a good place to invest. Because of this, Liechtenstein has opened thousands of employment opportunities across Europe and America. Moreover, in order to boost the nation's economy, Liechtenstein also does not neglect the technology industry, especially after seeing a good potential in technology sector, especially blockchain. Furthermore, there are more than 120 startups operating in Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein is also a member of Schengen Zone and European Economic Area to benefit from European market. Furthermore, the government is harmonizing its trade policies with Switzerland and Europe to support economic growth. Liechtenstein will continue to maintain economic stability and increase economic activity, and paying attention to its auxiliary elements such as high quality and easy access to healthcare, education, and even Liechtenstein's constitutions guarantee the welfare of its workers. Dankeschön. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I will now call to the floor the delegation of Finland. Sir, you have the floor.
Hiva Huimenta. Your Excellencies, the United Nations President of the Economic and Social Council and the Vice President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council. Your Excellencies, the United Nations Secretary General, Honorable Chair, and finally distinguished delegates today. I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity and the honor to speak before all of us today. The Republic of Finland firmly believes that digital technology is the key to a resilient and sustainable global economic recovery. As a nation ranked among the world's most finest and digitally advanced nation, Finland has successfully integrated its technological and digital infrastructure, artificial intelligence, and green technology onto its economy, setting an example for all to follow. Furthermore, Finland is committed to working and commitment into international cooperation, bridging the digital divides, ensuring that all nations developing can benefit from technological advancement today. We encourage collaboration within the United Nations, European Union, and global financial institutions to develop frameworks to support equitable digital transformation. The Republic of Finland looks forward to working with all finely distinguished delegates today to create actionable policies that not only serve the High Council, but also drive economic recovery through digital technology, ensuring sustainability and inclusivity for all. Thank you, honorable chairs, distinguished delegates, kiitos.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your excellent statement. I will now call to the floor the delegation of Azerbaijan. Madam, you may have the floor.
Good morning, honorable chairs. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Davila Danur Purwatmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege for me to participate in the deliberation of 25th Junior Short Diplomatic Course. The COVID-19 pandemic disrupted our world, but it also highlights the power of digital technology as a lifeline for business, education, and connectivity. Take, for example, a young Azerbaijani entrepreneur who shipped his bakery online during the crisis. With digital tools, he not only survived, but thrived, showcasing how technology can drive resilience and opportunity. Yet, not everyone has this change. The pandemic exposed deep inequalities in digital access, leaving many behind. Azerbaijan believes digital transformation must be central to global recovery. We urge all nations to invest in digital infrastructure, enhance digital literacy, and close the digital divide. Innovation must be inclusive, privacy protected, and benefits shared by all. Today, we face a choice: let past inequalities persist, or use technology to build a more resilient, united world. Azerbaijan chose the latter. Join us in ensuring no one is left behind. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your excellent statement. Next on my list, we will have Armenia. Then we will have the delegation of Ivory Coast, China, Canada, and Pakistan. Now, I will give the floor to the delegation of Armenia. Delegation, you may have the floor.
Greetings, everyone. Her Excellency Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, Her Excellency Ms. Davila Danupurwa Atmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations, and esteemed delegates. On behalf of the Republic of Armenia, we sincerely thank the United Nations Economic and Social Council for this opportunity to discuss world economic recovery in a globalized digital technology. We are honored to share Armenia's perspective as we work together toward a strong recovery. Armenia believes that digital technology is key to driving economic growth and connecting economies worldwide. The pandemic showed how important digital solutions are for recovery, and Armenia is ready to play its parts. Armenia has developed its IT and startup sectors, working to become a regional technology hub. Our short-term plans include support for tech startups and digital skills training. In the medium term, we are improving internet infrastructure and helping small businesses go digital. For the long term, we are committed to supporting digital entrepreneurship, cybersecurity, and adopting AI-powered farming and smart energy systems to build a sustainable economy. However, we know that recovery must be inclusive. To close the global digital divide, we need international cooperation so that all countries, especially smaller and developing ones, have equal access to digital infrastructure. We also support creating the global rules for data protection, cybersecurity, and digital trade. This regulation will help protect consumers and businesses, promote innovation, and build trust in the digital marketplace. In closing, Armenia remains committed to a recovery built on digital inclusion, global partnership, and sustainable technology. We invite all nations to work together with Armenia to unlock the full potential of digital technology for a better connected and sustainable world. Thank you for your attention. We look forward to collaborating with you.
Excellency, thank you very much for your excellent statement. Next on my list, I will call to the floor the delegation of Ivory Coast. Madam, you may have the floor.
Bonjour, Your Excellency Ms. Deviola Auraputri Hermanto. As the President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency Mr. Chairperson Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, as President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency Ms. Deviola Danu Purwatmojo, as Secretary General of United Nations, esteemed delegates. It's an honor and a pleasure for Côte d'Ivoire to participate in the session. Digitalization and economic equality can be instrumental in resolving the obstacles encountered by Côte d'Ivoire in aftermath of COVID-19. The benefits of digital advancement are accessible to all members of society, ensuring economic equality, while digitalization can enhance economic resilience. In my economy, as well in Africa, the absence of adequate healthcare system is a significant issue. In particular, the healthcare system is susceptible to effects of the COVID-19. This significant issue can be resolved by providing healthcare, by operational support and strengthening the healthcare infrastructure. A substantial investment in health infrastructure is required to more effectively prepare for pandemics. The following measures are necessary to prevent future domestic economic crisis and integrate the social protection system. And I am confident that ECOSOC will take them. And we are welcome to every country to solve this problem together. Merci. Thank you, Chair.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. Next on my list, I will call to the floor the delegation of China. You may have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola Auraputri Hermanto, President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola Danu Purwatmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Ni Hao. On behalf of the People's Republic of China, I thank you for this opportunity to address the Council. We are honored to contribute to this vital discussion about world's economic recovery in a globalized digital technology. The world faces significant challenges, which include economic instability, climate change, and the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Digital technology offers solutions to rebuild economies, reduce inequalities, and promote sustainability. However, again and again, we hear the digital divide and unequal access to technology remain as a major barrier to global progress. For China, digitalization has been a key to our economic resilience. Our digital economy now makes up for over 40% of our GDP, creating jobs and driving innovation. Yet we recognize that not all nations have the same opportunities. The digital divide has deepened inequalities, leaving many developing countries behind. To address these challenges, China has implemented short, medium, and long-term policies. In the short term, we provide digital infrastructure and technical support through initiatives like the Digital Silk Road. And in the medium term, we invest in green technologies and sustainable industries to align recovery with environmental goals. For the long term, we are committed to achieving carbon neutrality by 2060 and promoting ethical frameworks for digital technology. China believes global cooperation is essential for a sustainable and inclusive recovery. We urge all nations to work together to bridge the digital divide, share technology, and invest in green innovation. Let us build a future where no country is left behind. Together, we can create a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable global economy. Share.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Now I will call to the floor the delegation of Canada. You have the floor, madam.
Greetings, Your Excellency, Mrs. President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Mrs. Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, the delegation of Canada would like to convey our sincere appreciation to the Organization Committee for bringing us together here to address the world economic recovery issue in today's era. When the pandemic hit, the people of Canada repeatedly asked, will our nation's economic situation be okay? What if it caused long-term consequences for us? This, of course, was a big question mark among nations during and post-pandemic, acknowledging the fall of GDP by 3.4%. To respond, Canada believes that nations did face several issues regarding economic states. Unfortunately, this crisis is now in progress to be solved, especially here in Canada, namely the 2021 Canada Digital Government Strategy for Economy. And all of this is thanks to the digital transformation of technologies. However, behind all of these sweet perks of digital transformation, Canada would like all nations to take note of the rapid shift that may cause negative outcomes, namely cybersecurity concerns and the digital divide. Recognizing the gaps between nations and the possible negative outcomes, Canada believes nations must tackle these issues by brainstorming together on sustainable practices and also equal access. Thus, Canada is looking forward for fruitful discussions. Just like the UN's tagline, peace, dignity, and equality on a healthy planet. Let's all make this world a better place, once and for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Delegation of Canada. Delegates, next on my list, we will have the delegation of Pakistan, Nigeria, Spain, Turkey, and Uzbekistan. Now I will give the floor to the delegation of Pakistan. You may have the floor, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the President of the United Nations of ECOSOC, Your Excellencies, the Vice President of the United Nations of ECOSOC, and Your Excellencies, the Secretary General of the United Nations. It is my pleasure to be standing on this podium on behalf of His Excellency, Mr. Asif Ali Zardari, who is unable to join us here today, as he is currently promoting the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. Ladies and gentlemen, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan is one of the many countries who suffered a significant loss in its economy ever since the COVID-19 pandemic occurred in March of 2020. Pakistan's GDP growth rate saw a significant drop from 5.8% in 2018 to 0.98% during the pandemic. In turn, it led to a rise in unemployment, particularly affecting daily wage workers and those in the informal sector. Other than that, it has also affected Pakistan's export sector. With the statements I just said, the Islamic Republic of Pakistan has been heavily pouring resources and funding into the recovery process of the world's economy. In 2020, Pakistan implemented the National Freelancer Facilitation Policy. Its objective was to support the already growing freelance economy, which saw an increase in global demand. Furthermore, in 2021, Pakistan implemented the National Cybersecurity Policy. This policy was made to ensure the security of digital infrastructure and protection against cyber threats. Last year, there was the Digital Nation Pakistan Act of 2024, outlining a vision for a tech-enabled society and provide a framework for IT modernization. Other efforts like digital health initiatives, education and digital literacy efforts, and continuation of the e-commerce policy as well as the Digital Pakistan Policy of 2018 also helped Pakistan in recovering the world's economy from the devastating effects of the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Pakistan Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that is all. I appreciate all of you for listening, and I hope that the world economy can continue to thrive for many years to come. Shukriya, Aapka Din Acha Guzre.
Thank you very much, Delegate. I will now call to the delegation of Nigeria. You may have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Your Excellency, President of the ECOSOC, Your Excellency, Vice President of the ECOSOC, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, respected delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is such an honor to be standing here giving a speech about the world economic recovery. Nigeria, despite its resources, faces a tough economic challenges due to COVID-19. The pandemic hit our oil revenue hard, impacting our economy and pushing millions into poverty. Our dependence on oil makes us vulnerable to price swings. Also, unemployment has risen sharply. We need ECOSOC's help to learn from other countries facing similar challenges. COVID-19 has strained economies globally, especially in developing countries, including Nigeria. While our digital economy holds promise, it's still developing. We have a large tech-savvy population using platforms such as Facebook and WhatsApp for business. However, we face challenges like cybercrime, a skills gap in tech fields, and limited access to financial services for many. Our national digital policy aims to address these issues. We are working to improve internet access, reliable power, and digital literacy through programs like the 3MTC initiative. Nigeria believes global cooperation is key to a sustainable economy. To ensure everyone benefits from digitalization, we propose 3 solutions. First, we must bridge the digital divide by expanding affordable internet access. Second, developed countries should share technology and knowledge with developing countries. Third, increased and targeted aid is essential to support developing countries' priorities. These actions are vital for a fairer and more sustainable world. Thank you very much.
Excellency, thank you very much for your excellent statement. I will now call to the floor the delegation of Spain. Sir, you may have the floor.
Good morning to everyone. Your Excellency, the President and the Vice President of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, and the honorable and the esteemed delegates that is present here today. At the near end of the 2020, a catastrophic event known as the COVID-19 pandemics had distorted the current state of the peaceful world into instability and fragileness. Countless of souls met their fateful end, consumed by the malice that is the COVID-19 pandemic. One such part of the world that has been hit the hardest is Europe in particular, due to their reliance on foreign trade, tourism, and immigration, all of whom require foreign act of interference to maintain it at a healthy level. That is why Spain, as a country, believes that we must sue for further solution rather than just recovery or development. As the motto of the Spanish nation say, plus ultra, further beyond, not just a simple farce of development and recovery, but a permanent solution. We must amend what our world is missing. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Your Excellency. To the floor, now I will call the delegation of Turkey. Delegate, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto, President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra, Vice President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Ms. Davila Danu Purwo Atmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations. Distinguished delegates, the first COVID-19 outbreak in Turkey started in the first semester of 2020. The COVID-19 virus spread terrifyingly rapid within the span of 30 days. Turkey has risen to the list of top 10 countries with the highest COVID-19 cases globally. COVID-19 has not only harmed individuals but has also inflicted damage on the economy around the world. Due to COVID-19, Turkey had to close several significant economic sectors. Furthermore, Turkey imposed travel bans on 68 countries and implemented specific regulations regarding lockdowns. Despite perceived losses, Turkey adopted these measures to curb the spread of COVID-19. Turkey's strict measures successfully curbed COVID-19 cases. Thanks to the well-developed technology, we are fortunate to have a well-developed critical care system with ample hospitals and ICU beds. Turkey's economic recovery is closely tied to human resource recovery. Turkey overcame the COVID-19 economic downturn by prioritizing domestic production over imports. Furthermore, as an innovative country, since 2017, Turkey has been developing its technology with a focus on e-services. E-services technology refers to digital-based services designed to enhance efficiency across various sectors. This is a part of Turkey's digital transformation strategy to boost global competitiveness. With my utmost gratitude, thank you.
Excellency, thank you very much for your statement. Delegates, next on my list, we will have the delegation of Uzbekistan, Sri Lanka, Senegal, and last to be Saudi Arabia. Are there any delegates who haven't been delivering their counter statement or added to the speaker list? You may raise your placards now. Seeing none, then I will now give the floor to the delegation of Uzbekistan. You may have the floor.
ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency Ms. Deviola Aura Putri Hermanto as President of the ECOSOC, Your Excellency Mr. Muhammad Fadlan Saputra as the Vice President of ECOSOC, and Your Excellency Ms. Davila Danu Proatmojo, Secretary General of the United Nations. It is a privilege for the Republic of Uzbekistan to take part in this significant event addressing global economic recovery in the digital age. The COVID-19 pandemic underscored the need for resilient, innovative, and interconnected economies accelerating digitization while revealing vulnerabilities in global institutions. Uzbekistan recognizes digital technologies as a driving force for modernization and development essential for shaping a stronger, more inclusive future. Under the leadership of President Shavkat Mirziyoyev, Uzbekistan has made digital transformation a national priority, integrating it as a fundamental pillar of its long-term development strategy. The Digital Uzbekistan 2030 initiative is designed for foster a vibrant digital ecosystem, enhance e-government's efficiency, expand broadband infrastructure, and stimulate the growth of digital economy. As an active member of the OSCE, we emphasize the importance of multilateral cooperation in shaping digital transformation that strengthens global economic resilience. We reaffirm our commitment to collaborative efforts with international partners to leverage digital advancements for the benefit of all nations. Uzbekistan remains dedicated to reinforcing shared values with OSCE partners and addressing global economic challenges through innovative digital solutions, ensuring the emerging technologies serve as a foundation for sustainable growth. We stand ready to work alongside all stakeholders in creating more connected, resilient, and prosperous global economy for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, delegates, for your statement. Now I will call to the floor the delegation of Sri Lanka. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, the President of the United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Vice President of the United Nations of Social and Economic Council, and Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations. Distinguished delegates, the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka stands before this esteemed assembly to reaffirm its commitment to a resilient and inclusive global economic recovery, leveraging digital transformation and sustainable development as key drivers of progress. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed vulnerabilities in global economic structures. Sri Lanka believes that a digital-driven economy is essential for ensuring long-term stability and economic resilience. Sri Lanka is advancing digitalization and economy equality for post-pandemic recovery through the national digital connectivity and e-governance to improve accessibility and efficiency. Financial inclusion is promoted via mobile banking and fintech, while strengthened cybersecurity and fair digital trade policies support global integration. For long-term growth, Sri Lanka prioritizes sustainability and resilience through the Climate Prosperity Plan, fostering green jobs and climate adaptation. By investing 4% of GDP in public infrastructure, we aim to boost local enterprises and employment opportunities. Sri Lanka calls on the international community to prioritize global digital cooperation and a sustainable recovery strategy that ensures no country is left behind. Sri Lanka also urges ECOSOC and our global partners to implement economic equity measures, leverage technology and innovation to bridge gaps, expand access to economic stimulus packages and financial support for vulnerable countries, promote inclusive trade policies that align digital trade agreements with sustainable development goals, and ensure developing countries are not marginalized. Sri Lanka remains steadfast in its commitment to a globally integrated and digitally advanced economic future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, delegates, for your statement. Next on my list, been recognized, the delegation of Senegal. You may have the floor.
Good morning, Your Excellency, Miss President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President of United Nations of Economic and Social Council, and Your Excellency, Miss Secretary General of United Nations, and all distinguished delegates. Senegal remains committed to fostering economic resilience and inclusive growth in the post-pandemic world. The COVID-19 crisis highlighted the need for structural transformation. To achieve this, Senegal has launched a 25-year economic plan. Our diaspora plays a crucial role in economic development, contributing 11% of our GDP through remittance. However, much of these funds are not directed towards productive investment. To change this, Senegal is implementing policies that encourage investments in agriculture and energy. Additionally, Senegal's offshore and oil and gas reserves present an opportunity to drive economic transformation and energy security. We seek international partnerships that promote fair and transparent resource governance. Despite positive growth projections, we face challenges such as climate shocks, debt burdens, and slow income recovery. To overcome this, we are prioritizing investments in education, job creation, and human capital development. Finally, Senegal recognizes the creative and cultural sectors as key drivers of economic diversification. We are promoting local artisans to fostering cultural exchange. As we navigate the post-pandemic recovery, Senegal remains dedicated to economic diversification, sustainability, and transparency in investment policies. We urge ECOSOC to foster multilateral cooperation, fair economic policies, and sustainable development strategies that benefit all nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for your excellent statement. Distinguished delegates, last on the list, been recognized the delegation of Saudi Arabia. Madam, you may have the floor.
Ahlan wa sahlan, Her Excellency, President of United Nations, ECOSOC, His Excellency, Vice President of United Nations, ECOSOC, Her Excellency, Secretary General of United Nations, and distinguished delegates. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is honored to address this assembly on vital issues of global trade and economic cooperation. Guided by Saudi Vision 2030, our nation is undergoing an unprecedented economic transformation aimed at diversifying our economy and integrating further into global trading system. Saudi Arabia has long been a cornerstone in international trade, historically serving as a leading energy supplier and logistical hub. However, under the Vision 2030, the Kingdom is taking a bold step to expand non-oil export, enhance foreign direct investments, and modernize infrastructure. As a committed member of WTO, G20, and GCC, Saudi Arabia upholds free and fair trade. The Kingdom recognizes that trade is the engine of economic resilience. We propose the following initiatives to strengthen global economic recovery. The first is enhancing digital trade. As we know, the world is moving into a globalized world. Because of that, Saudi Arabia has been investing in smart trade solution and cross-border digital commerce. Second is advancing sustainable trade practices and strengthening supply chain and resilience in order to diverse our global trade. With that, Saudi Arabia reaffirms the committed economic openness, international collaboration, and sustained development. We look forward to working with global partners to create trade systems that are inclusive, resilient, and beneficial for all. Thank you and shukran.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Distinguished delegates, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for delivering excellent statements and sharing information by each of country delegation. Distinguished delegates, with the end of country statement delivering by country's delegations, I call this meeting to adjourn. You may all have a break. Give a round of applause.
Thank you, Ms. Viola. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just followed the high-level political forum simulation, World Economic Recovery in a Globalized Digital Technology. We are now entering the break time. All participants, please enjoy the lunch that has been prepared. The event will continue with the afternoon session and the announcement of the winners of the Junior Short Diplomatic Course 2025 after the break session ends. We kindly inform you that lunch is served in front of the elevator hall at Unit 6. Participants may enjoy their meals in the designated dining area. Please note that the auditorium will be cleared during the lunch period. Thank you for your understanding. The liaison officer will guide you to the elevator hall at Unit 6. Thank you. Kepada peserta dipersilahkan untuk meninggalkan auditorium untuk melakukan makan siang bersama. Akan diarahkan oleh liaison officer masing-masing. Terima kasih. Diharapkan tidak ada satu peserta pun yang ada di auditorium. Dimohon untuk membawa barang-barang berharga jangan ditinggalkan di dalam auditorium karena auditorium akan cleared area. Terima kasih.
Baik, untuk seluruh teman-teman peserta dan juga audiens, diharapkan untuk tidak ada kegiatan makan ataupun minum di dalam ruangan auditorium karena akan dipergunakan sebagai clear area. Makanan minum bisa dilakukan di luar ruangan auditorium ataupun di tempat-tempat yang sudah disediakan oleh panitia. Terima kasih. Panitia perlengkapan harap stay di auditorium. Dipersilahkan untuk para peserta meninggalkan auditorium. Terima kasih.
diharapkan untuk duduk kembali di tempat masing-masing seperti semula, dikarenakan simulasi sidang akan kembali dimulai. Terima kasih.
Check one.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will enter again the high-level political forum session simulation, World Economic Recovery in a Globalized Digital Technology. JSDC 2025, which will be hosted by Ms. Deviola Auraputri Hermanto. Ms. Deviola Auraputri Hermanto, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Distinguished delegates, please be seated into their respective seats. We will call to order the plenary session 2 of JSDC 2025. I call the meeting to order. We move into the speakers list agenda. The speakers list of the reading of the position paper will be reading as the list followed on the plenary session 1. So there will be no raising placards in this session. As we followed, the first 5 speakers will be the delegation of United Kingdom, delegation of Austria, Australia, Italy, and Qatar. Now, I will give the floor to the United Kingdom delegation. You have the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry for the interruption. Please bear in mind that we have limited time, that one speaker limited for 50 seconds to keep up with the time. If you hear the bell ring once, means you have 25 seconds left. If it rings twice, you have 5 seconds left. If it rings 3 times, your time has elapsed. As followed, I will now call the delegation of the United Kingdom to deliver the position paper. The floor is yours. Delegation? Yes, you may read on your seat. Madam, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed deep weakness in the global economy, fragile supply chains, economic inequalities, and outdated infrastructures. But beyond recovery, the United Kingdom believed this is our chances to rebuild smarter, greener, and more resilient economies. The United Kingdom is committed to sustainable economic development, ensuring that future generations inherit not just growth, but stability and fairness. That's why United Kingdom has a lot of programs that talks about green and sustainable economic leadership. The United Kingdom is not just talking about change, we are driving in it. We call on all delegates to join us in creating a future-proof global economy, one that is sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. The time for bold action is now, and it's ours. So, thank you so much.
Excellencies, thank you very much. You still have remaining time off. Do you want to yield back the time to the chair?
We're yielding our time to the chair.
Thank you so much. Next in the list, we have the delegation of Austria. Delegation, you have the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are very audible.
Distinguished delegates, Austria has faced economic challenges recently. The recession of 2023 marks a period of economic fragility, with recovery progressing at a cautious pace. Austria remains steadfast in its commitment to developing a strong, inclusive, and sustainable economy. Austria demonstrates leadership in sustainable development through several key initiatives. The country's digital transformation strategy serves as a cornerstone for implementing the 2030 agenda. Notable achievements include the successful Hydrogen initiative, which has garnered significant support across the EU. The principle of leaving no one behind is institutionally safeguarded in Austria.
Delegates, the time has elapsed. Thank you very much. Delegates, this is a reminder for every you completed the reading of your position paper, please yield back the time to the chair, or do you want to yield it to the floor? Thank you very much. Next, I will continue the list of the position paper will be delivered by the delegation of Australia. Delegation, you have the floor.
Mic test. Australia is well placed to accelerate our economic engagement with Southeast Asia and Asian especially, have the potential to be sustainable investors to our well-capitalized corporate sector, our deep and sophisticated capital markets, and our sustainable national saving pools, including our nation industry. If attractive opportunities are available, this saving could be available for direct investment as well as supporting Australian companies with sound investment plans. There are also significant opportunities to boost our trade relationship to help meet the needs of business and consumers through the region.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Do you want to yield back the time to the chair? Yes, thank you very much. Please bear in mind to yield your back time to the chair. Next on my list will be the delegation of Italy. Your Excellency, you may have the floor.
Check. Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates. In 2020, Italy suffered a negative 8.9% economic growth and a sovereign debt increase of up to 155% of GDP. But we rebounded with fiscal interventions worth 175 billion euros in addition to August and restore decrees. Through the NRRP, Italy has allocated 71.8 billion euros in grants and worth 22.6 billion euros in loans to enhance digital infrastructure, which includes green and digital transitions, along with economic and digital resilience, which are in line with the EU's Repower EU. Italy is strongly committed to international cooperation through initiatives such as the Digital Flagship with Africa, which aims to close the $1.6 trillion financing gap to complete SDGs by 2030. We call on all nations to participate in a multilateral collaboration to create a stronger international economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Next, we will have delegation of Qatar to deliver the position paper. Delegation, you have the time.
Hello. Okay. After pandemic, many countries experienced an economy downturn, including Qatar. That is why we came with a strategic plan framework aimed to develop opportunity balancing modernization and tradition, the needs of current and future generation, stable growth, managing infrastructure development, and economic prosperity. clearing economic diversification, strengthening regional partnership, engaging transition police, and private sector innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Distinguished delegates, to keep up with the time, if you hear the bell rings once, means you have 50 seconds left. If you hear the bell rings twice, I'm sorry, if you hear the bell rings once, means you have 25 seconds left. If you hear the bells ring twice, you have 5 seconds left. And if it rings 3 times, means your time has elapsed. Now, I will read the list of 5 other delegations. Is Antigua, Algeria, Colombia, Cape Verde, and Japan. Now I will call to the floor the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda. Delegate, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, following Hurricane Irma in September 2017, which caused total damages amounting to USD 1 million to the economy of Antigua and Barbuda. However, the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 struck a severe blow, particularly to the tourism sector, the main pillar of its economy. In response, the population of policy of Antigua and Barbuda is committed to addressing this issue. Policies aligned with the economic vision put forward by our Prime Minister. Part of its implementation, Antigua and Barbuda has carried out several initiatives. Point number 1, public health response. Point number 2, economic stimulus and support. And point number 3, enhancing economic growth and social equity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Next on the list, we have the delegation of Algeria. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Algeria recognized the importance of achieving a sustainable global economy. In line with this, Algeria priorities in the blueprint for a sustainable global economy, or Algeria's vision for a sustainable economy hinges on strategic investments in renewable energy, a commitment to sustainable consumption and production practices, and a determined pursuit of economic diversification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Delegates, please remember to yield back the time to the chair. So after you reading your position paper, please say, Chair, I yield back my time or I yield back my remaining time to the chair. Thank you very much. Next on my list, I have the delegation of Colombia to read the position paper. Your Excellencies, you have the floor.
All judges and distinguished delegates, as we all know, the global economy is facing significant challenges. COVID-19 increasing inequality and causing a severe economic AI research and development until 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Delegates, next on my list, the delegation of Cape Verde. You may have the time.
Honorable Chair, in wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, Cape Verde, a small island nation with an economy heavily reliant on tourism and remittance, faced multi-faced challenges that underscored the urgent need for economic diversification and modernization. Recognizing these challenges, Cape Verde has embarked on a comprehensive recovery strategy aimed at reinvigorating its economy. To systematically address these issues, the Cape Verde government has implemented a series of targeted actions, such as digital infrastructure enhancement, fiscal reforms and incentive, promotion of digital literacy and entrepreneurship, also international collaboration. Thank you. I would like to yield back my time to Chair.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Next on my list, the delegation of Japan. Excellency, you have the floor.
Yes.
Distinguished delegates, Japan is set to launch a 450 million fund dedicated to advancing research and development in 6G and 5G technology. Japan remains deeply committed to promoting international cooperation to achieve these goals and to ensure that the global economy evolves in a manner that is both sustainable and inclusive for all. We will do it with programs like, first is the green transformation. Japan will team up with G7 and G20 nations to create a 50 billion green investment fund focused on sustainable infrastructure projects in developed countries. Next, there is a broad-based access and digital literacy programs. Japan will collaborate with ASEAN and the African Union to expand broadband access and enhance digital programs aiming to reach 1 billion people by 2030.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Before we continue, I would like to remind all the delegates to please yield back your time to the chair. So after you read your position paper, just directly says, I would like to yield my time to the chair. And so I will read the 5 delegations to be on the list. We have Kenya, Cameroon, Brazil, Nepal, and South Africa. And now I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Kenya. Delegation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the time. We know the global economy in 2025 is at critical juncture, characterized by both post-pandemic recovery and emerging economy. We know the agricultural sector is our important sector for economy and Africa and Kenya. So the agricultural sector was based by climate change. These are the actions taken to support sustainable global economy by Kenya. First, Kenya supports the strengthening of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And 2, the government proposed invest in climate-smart agriculture. And 3rd, Kenya digitalization implies the importance of digital transformation. We optimistic about our economy for build future for our citizens. We will yield the remainder time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. It's very appreciated. Now, next on my list, I have the delegation of Cameroon. Delegation, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the time. Beyond recovery refers to methods for resolving financial difficulties and creating a sustainable global economy. Cameroon discovered that this approach was essential during the pandemic that led to 1.2% GDP decline in 2020, which resulted in job losses and poverty. Additionally, the country struggled with limited digital infrastructure and reliance on a few industries. As a reaction to the crisis, Cameroon collaborated with the World Bank and AFDB on digital transformation projects aligned with SDG number 9, focusing on poverty alleviations and job retention. In addition, Cameroon proposed to recommend economic stimulus package and financial support for businesses and households, emphasizing economic diversification to reduce reliance on a few sectors, and encouraging building reduced digital infrastructure to address existing challenges. I would like to yield back my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Next on my list, the delegation of Brazil. You have the floor.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, Brazil is committed to a sustainable future. We believe in protecting our environment. We will invest in renewable energy and sustainable practices to fight climate change and protect our natural resources. We will help everyone thrive. We will make sure everyone has access to education, healthcare, and technology, especially those who need it most. We will building a strong economy. We will focus on innovation and green technologies to create jobs and a resilient economy. Lastly, Brazil is committed to working together, collaborate with other countries to tackle global challenges like climate change and inequality. I would like to yield my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Next on my list, I will call to the floor the delegation of Nepal. Delegation, you may have the floor.
Thank you, chairs, for your time. Sustainable development is about ensuring that we meet key goals. First, it focuses on reducing poverty and fostering economic growth by restructuring finance and improving public services. There's also an emphasis on optimizing agricultural practices and targeting specific development programs to uplift our communities. Improving healthcare, reducing fertility and child mortality rates, and controlling emission are essential steps for a healthier future. Additionally, protecting forests, ecosystem, and biodiversity alongside promoting education and increasing literacy is also vital to strengthen the nation's ability to thrive sustainably. Ultimately, Nepal aims to create a fair, thriving, and environmentally conscious future for all its people now and in the years to come.
Delegate, your time has elapsed. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind to all the delegates, we only recognize passing note method of communication in this session. So please do not direct talking or chatting with the other delegates during this session. If you want to talk or do you want to communicate with other delegates, we have licensed officer that will help you to pass your notes. Thank you very much, and please appreciate the rules. Thank you very much. Now we shall continue with the reading of position paper. On my list, we have the delegation of South Africa. Delegation, you may have the floor.
The COVID-19 pandemic exposed the flaws in the global economic system, worsening inequality, pressuring resources, and slowing progress towards sustainable development. South Africa believes that recovery must not mean rebuilding, but rethinking the foundation of our economic systems. The crisis has revealed that economics based on inequality, environmental harm, and outdated financial systems that are unable to withstand global shocks. I would like to yield back my remaining time to the chair.
Excellency, that's very much appreciated. Thank you very much for your statement. After this, we will have 5 delegation of countries that will state their position paper. There are Switzerland, Botswana, Paraguay, Mauritania, France, Bangladesh, and Haiti. Now I will give the floor to the delegation of Switzerland.
Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, Switzerland is committed to shaping a sustainable global economy that prioritizes inclusivity, resilience, and environmental stewardship. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the urgent need to address systemic inequalities and vulnerabilities in the global economic system. As we move beyond recovery, Switzerland would like to highlight key areas to focus on and propose measured actions to address these challenges. First of all, bridging digital inequality. The digital divide remains a significant barrier to inclusive economy recovery. Billions of people, particularly in developing countries, still lack access to affordable internet, digital tools, and the skills needed to participate in the digital economy. Switzerland advocates for a global investment in digital infrastructure so we can expand digital devices in underserved regions. Second of all is safeguarding data governance. A fair and secure digital economy requires trust and cooperation among all
Delegation, your
stakeholders.
time has elapsed. Thank you very much, delegation. Next on my list, I will call to the floor the delegation of Botswana. You may have the floor.
Your Excellency, Ms. and Mr. Chairperson, and distinguished delegates, Botswana reliance on diamonds led to an 8.7% GDP drop in 2020. To build resilience, we prioritize economic diversification, green energy, and digital transformation through smart roads and the Botswana Renewable Energy Strategy. We support fair trade, empowerment, and regional integration under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Also, Botswana calls for global cooperation to create a sustainable and inclusive economy. Thank you. I would like to yield the time back to the chair.
Thank you very much, your delegate. Next on my list, I will call to the floor the delegation of Paraguay. You have the floor.
Paraguay has economic reliance on agriculture and hydroelectric energy production, which makes it vulnerable to climate change. Paraguay advocates for substantial investment in renewable energy, sustainable green infrastructure. Paraguay calls for strong regulatory frameworks that incentivize eco-conscious economic activities. Paraguay stresses the need to integrate sustainability principles into educational curriculums at all levels, equipping future generations with skills necessary to thrive in a green economy. Additionally, it is vital to emphasize the need for support mechanisms and assisting developing nations in their transition to sustainability. Together, we can build a resilient and equitable global economy that benefits all. Thank you. I would like to yield my remaining time back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Next on my list, delegates, I will call to the floor the delegation of France. You may have the floor, Excellency. Delegation? Would that happen? All right. Sir, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, the Friends advocates for the creation of international economic collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, international collaboration are critical for driving post-pandemic economic recovery and fostering development within a globalized digital technological framework. In fostering an international collaboration, you could learn from our program of Friends MENA, which has launched a 5 billion sustainable development fund towards Middle East and North African countries. This joint investment would allow technological advancement that would provide economic benefits for all the partners involved, with nobody left behind. The time is yield back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now we'll call to the floor the delegation of Mauritania. You have the floor.
As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has severely impacted many countries' economies, causing a deep recession. Include Mauritania experiencing an economic contraction of 1.5% in 2020 and unemployment increases. As technology advances, Mauritania also made significant efforts to develop its economic and technological sectors, such as health, with issues as pure water quality, and education, sanitation, and high rates of malaria, tuberculosis, and diarrheal diseases. In education, 30% of children are forced to drop out of school. By gender inequality, low quality of life, disabilities, and inefficient teacher salaries. To address this challenge, Mauritania has improved the healthcare system in water sanitary service quality and maternal and neonatal nutrition. In education, Mauritania has set goals to enhance education quality and accessibility for rural populations, low-income families, and growth.
Delegation, your time has elapsed. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Next on the list, I will call to the floor the delegation of Bangladesh. You have the floor.
Bangladesh's economic progress and how its policies have supported the achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals as a blueprint for achieving a better and more sustainable future for all. Bangladesh's economic growth rate is 7.1% by 2022. Bangladesh has built an industry-oriented economy where the industrial sector contributes 34.6% to the national GDP, and the garment industry, which accounts for 84% of total exports. However, the government of Bangladesh also faces major challenges, especially in terms of economic stability and changing world politics. We have strengthened cooperation with partner countries to ensure,
and only 35% having internet access. Sustainable development is crucial. Haiti remains resilient, leveraging its natural resources and prioritizing digital transformation, resources, and then the green industry and social inclusion. That we have a lot of keys include Haiti Digital Acceleration Project, Green Haiti Initiative, that's sustainable agriculture, and STEM education and youth innovation program. To support this, we have a global sustainability and Haiti proposed global fund for sustainable development that grants digital and renewable in return. Thank you so much. Yield back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Next delegates are Uruguay, continued by Suriname, Slovakia, Poland, and Slovenia. Now I will give the floor to the delegation of Uruguay. You have the floor.
The Oriental Republic of Uruguay recognizes the urgent need for sustainable and resilient global economy, particularly in light of recent global crises. In response to these challenges, Uruguay has actively pursued policies focused on economic diversification and environmental sustainability. The country has made impressive strides in its renewable energy sector, with approximately 98% of its electricity generated from renewable sources such as wind, solar, and hydropower. To tackle these identified challenges, Uruguay proposes the following policy measures. First, advancement of renewable energy initiatives. Second, economic diversification and innovation. And third, the strengthening of international trade relations. I would like to pass my remaining time to the chair.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next on the list, Delegation of Suriname. You may have the floor. Delegation?
First of all, I would like to thank the time given. Suriname champions a sustainable global economy, balancing growth, environment, and fairness. With 90% forest cover, we prioritize integrating conservation with economic progress through our multi-annual development plan, which are carbon credits, implementing ITMOs to finance vital forest conservation, economic diversity, develops offshore oil with royalties for everyone, SME focus, strengthening SMEs with sustainable practices and digital finance, climate resilience, enhancing policies to tackle climate challenges, global collaboration, promoting frameworks for sustainable growth. Suriname believes that digitalization, wise resource management, and inclusivity are key. We're ready to contribute to global sustainability efforts. I would like to yield my time to the chair. Thank you.
Excellencies, thank you very much. Next on the list, Delegation of Slovakia. You may have the floor.
Slovakia, as a member of the European Union, has access to various sustainability frameworks and financial mechanisms that can help drive a transition towards a more sustainable economy. The blueprint for Slovakia will involve green energy transition, sustainable agriculture, circular economy, sustainable transport, sustainable industry and green jobs, and the last, sustainable urban development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next on the list, I will call to the floor the Delegation of Poland. Excellencies, you may have the floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Poland, at the heart of Europe, is committed to a sustainable and resilient economy post-pandemic. The COVID-19 crisis exposed economic vulnerabilities, reinforcing the need for green energy, circular economy practices, and sustainable agriculture. Poland aims for renewable energy by 2030, promotes organic farming, and invests in green infrastructure. Poland supports the European Green Deal and international cooperation for sustainable development. We urge all nations to prioritize sustainability, recognizing it as a key to long-term prosperity and global stability. Poland yields its time back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Delegate of Poland. Now I will call to the floor the Delegation of Slovenia. You may have the floor, Delegate.
Honorable Chairperson and distinguished delegates, Slovenia is well positioned to take the lead on economic development by emphasizing digital innovation, renewable energy, and diversity. Slovenia has adapted a forward-thinking strategy, investing in workplace development, AI-driven sectors, and renewable energy. Despite obstacles including labor shortages and energy reliance, the nation promotes international collaboration through increased funding, robust supply chains, and a common dedication to sustainable energy. Slovenia wants to support a thriving, sustainable global economy by emphasizing diversity, digital information, and sustainability. I would like to yield back my time to the chair.
Thank you very much, Delegate of Slovenia. Now, next on my list, I will call the Delegation of Sweden. Delegate, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, the COVID-19 pandemic has posed significant challenges to global progress on sustainability, but it has also created an opportunity for Sweden to transform its economy and society into a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable model. Sweden's recovery plan emphasized green growth, equity, and climate action, making it a global leader in sustainable development. Sweden views the COVID-19 pandemic not only as a crisis, but as a pivotal moment for rethinking global development. Sweden's post-pandemic recovery strategy focuses on green transformation, inclusive growth, international cooperation, and resilience building. In summary, Sweden is actively working towards a sustainable and inclusive recovery. And I would like to yield the remaining time to the chair.
Delegations, distinguished delegates, thank you very much for the attention on the session of position paper reading. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to the moderated caucus. The floor is open for points and motions. All those with points or motions, please raise your placards now. Haiti, China, France. Thank you, delegates. Please raise down your placard. I've recognized Haiti. You may, delegates, if you are not asked to raise any placards or if you're not recognized to speak, please do not do any things that haven't been said or recognized by the chair. I recognize Haiti. You may offer your motions now. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The delegate of Haiti proposed a moderated caucus to explore strategies for promoting international cooperation in sharing technological resources and expertise for inclusive growth. Time per speaker, 60 seconds. From the total time, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Delegate, thank you very much. Can you repeat once to confirm?
The motion is promoting international cooperation to share technological resources and expertise for inclusive global growth. Thank you.
Delegate, the chair would like to offer the time allocating for 10 minutes overall and 50 seconds per speaker.
That's fine. Thank you, Chair.
That is in order. The motions for the promotion. The motion from the delegation of Haiti is in order. Next, I recognize the delegation of China. You have the floor to propose the motion or points.
Yes, check. The delegation of China wants to raise a motion with the topic of establishing a global collaboration for innovating and developing green development, digital innovation, and inclusive growth. For the time allocated, 60 seconds, for the total of 10 minutes.
Delegate, may you repeat the motion?
The motion of establishing a global collaboration for innovating and developing green development, digital innovation, and inclusive growth.
Thank you very much, Delegate. For each time speaking, 50 seconds? Would that be accepted by the chair to offer the motion?
Yes, that is accepted.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next on my recognition is the delegation of France. You may propose your motion. You have the floor.
Yes. The delegation of France would propose the motion of creating or fostering an international collaboration in fields of human development within the principle of liberty, equality, and fraternity, with the time allocated for all would be 10 minutes and 50 seconds per speaker. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Now we are moving to vote the three motions that been proposed by the delegation of Haiti, China, and France. For those who favor the motion proposed by Haiti, you may raise your placards. Thank you, delegations. The motion has failed for not reaching the simple majority of voting. Now we are voting the second motion by delegation of China. For those who are in favor on the motion proposed by China, you may raise your placards now. Thank you, delegates. You may raise down your placard now. With the motion of China reach the simple majority of voting of 25 delegations on voting, then this motion is passed, and now we are on the moderated caucus on the motion with overall times for session of 10 minutes and 50 seconds for each speaker.
Points of personal privilege. Can you repeat the motion, please?
I will repeat the motion. If I have to be corrected, please be correct by the delegation of China. The motion proposed by China is establishing a global collaboration for innovating digital innovation for inclusive growth. Is that correct? Or do I have to?
Excuse me? The chair missed green development.
Green development.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
If the motion is clear, I will declare the motion again. Proposed by China, establishing a global collaboration for innovating digital and green innovation for inclusive growth. I'm so sorry. Establishing global collab for innovating and digital innovation for inclusive growth and green development. Thank you very much. And we are now on the moderated caucus for the motion with 10 minutes overall and 50 seconds for each speaker. And now, who are favored to be speak in this session, you may raise your placards now. Haiti, you've been recognized. China, you've been recognized. Armenia, you've been recognized. Japan, you've been recognized. Turkey, you've been recognized. Equatorial Guinea, you've been recognized. Kenya, you've been recognized. Poland, you've been recognized. Saudi Arabia, you've been recognized. Tanzania, you've been recognized. The United Kingdom, you've been recognized. Thank you very much, delegates. You may raise down your placards. Delegates have been recognized 12 who will be speak in this session. Haiti. So this is a misrepetition. Seeing none, then I will open the floor to one delegation to speak in this moderated caucus. The delegation of Paraguay. With that being said, Haiti, You have the floor to speak for 50 seconds. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, esteemed delegates. In a world where 2.9 billion people remain offline, can we truly claim to be reunited? For 68% of Haitians, the digital divide is not just a gap, it's a barrier to opportunity. So we really care about the establishment of the global collaboration to innovating inclusive growth and for the green development. The reason why it's important is also for UN Charter Article 55 and 56 that it's talk about development and economic justice that member states must cooperate to improve global living standard. That please reach us if you guys have the same vision and the mission as what our country. Thank you so much. Yield back to the time to the chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Delegation of Haiti, for the openness. Now, on my list is the Delegation of China. You may speak now.
Thank you, Chair. Just as you've said, Delegation of Haiti, yes, the digital divide is something that barriers all nations, and what you've said is something impossible to reunite this globe and this world again. That's why China, being a very big nation, and we have the capabilities of technologies and advancement to create this opportunity to reunite again by giving technologies, by giving green development, and giving digital education, so we can finally reunite again and as a whole world of Earth and not just main nations and countries. Thank you very much. We yield our time back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Delegation of China. Now, to speak, I call to the floor the Delegation of Armenia. You may have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to say that the delegation of Armenia agrees with China as we also prioritize about education for the future workforce, strengthening STEM and digital education in schools and universities to equip youth with skills for the jobs of tomorrow. And for the green development, Armenia prioritizes that sustainable agriculture and water management can make advanced irrigation systems and eco-friendly farming techniques are being implemented to protect natural resources while ensuring food security. I yield back the time back to the chair.
Thank you so much, Delegate. Next to speak, I will call to the floor the Delegation of Japan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. For the delegation of China, we are on their program because we have same program with technology and green recovery. For example, like green transformation with World Zero Emission Community and Global Green Tech Summit. And we also have the program like China with enhancing digital literacy and workforce readiness and promoting digital inclusion for SMEs and startups. That makes us to be the same opinion with China. We're moving to China side. We have the same program like digital transformation, security collaboration, promoting digital literacy, and many more. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Next on my list, Delegation of Turkey. You may speak now. Delegate.
Environmental and social challenges. Public-private partnerships, green financing, and digital infrastructure development play key roles in creating a more resilient and equitable global economy. So that's why Turkey calls on nations to collaborate in this motion. Thank you. I yield back my time to the chairs.
Thank you very much, Delegation of Turkey. Next on the list, I will call the Delegation of Equatorial Guinea. You may have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Chair, for the time. The delegation of Equatorial Guinea would like to suggest for the delegations that present here to
% of retailers cite a lack of digital skills as a major barrier to growth. To counter these challenges, the UK proposes 3 key solutions, which is
our economy to make a diversify job opportunities,
Thank you. Would
Thank you
like to
very
yield
much.
our time back to the chair.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next, I would like to call the delegation of Kenya. You may speak now, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Chair, for the time. Kenya truly supports the motion of China. The pandemic has forced business model to adapt, and this could have a beneficial impact on economic recovery. The mission to empower each country economic recovery is to have the innovation and collaboration through country.
Delegation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The French Republic would advocate for promoting digital inclusion. By doing this international collaboration, we advocate for the promotion of digital inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, digital access is a key driver of development, yet 2.7 billion people remain offline, limiting opportunities for economic participation. France supports expanding digital infrastructure and education, particularly for young populations in developing countries, ensuring with this collaboration they have the skills necessary to participate in the global economy. With this, France would say that there is no one left behind. The time is yielded back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Last on the list, I would like to call to the floor the delegation of Paraguay. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chairperson and delegates of China for bringing this topic up. Paraguay's economy has traditionally relied on agriculture and hydropower and manufacturing. With abundant renewable energy resources, particularly from hydropower from the Itaipu and Yachirita dams, Paraguay has a unique advantage in supporting energy-intensive digital industries, such as data centers and crypto mining that supports the rise of the economy. Furthermore, the government has implemented initiatives like the Paraguay Digital Agenda 2030 aimed at enhancing digital literacy, connectivity, and e-government services. Leveraging Paraguay's renewable energy to power digital industries, minimizing environmental impact. The government will prioritize the development of green data centers powered by hydropower, ensuring that the country's digital expansion remains environmentally sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Now we open the floor for points and motions. All those with points and motions, please raise your placards now. Turkey, you've been recognized. Tanzania. Tanzania, you've been recognized. Italy, you've been recognized. Thank you very much, delegations. You may raise down your placards now. I would like to, the time is over for motions proposing. No placards are allowed to be raised. Now I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Turkey. I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Tanzania to propose the motion.
Republic of Tanzania would like to raise a motion on moderated caucus on maintain sustainability to reduce the burden of value-added tax.
Please repeat the motion once again, delegate.
The topic on maintain sustainability to reduce the burden of value-added tax. The time allowance 10 minutes and time per speaker for 50 seconds.
Delegation, I would like to confirm the topic is to maintain sustainability to reduce the burden of value and tax.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And the time is overall 10 minutes for 50 seconds each speaker?
Yes.
Thank you very much,
Thank you
delegation.
very much.
Now it's over to the delegation of Italy to propose the motion.
The delegation of Italy would propose the motion of pushing global collaboration and focusing on helping underdeveloped countries with the time allocated for 10 minutes in total and 50 seconds per speaker.
Delegation, you may please to repeat the motion.
The delegation of Italy would propose the motion of the moderated caucus of pushing global collaboration and focusing on helping underdeveloped countries with a total time of 10 minutes and 50 seconds per speaker.
I would like to confirm the motion is Unmoderated Caucus for 10 minutes overall and 50 seconds each, with the topic of pushing global collaboration and proposing
focusing on helping underdeveloped countries.
Proposing on helping other developing countries.
Underdeveloped countries.
Underdeveloped countries. Thank you very much. Now we'd like to move to the voting of motions. For those who are in favor to vote the motion proposed by the delegation of Turkey, you may raise your placards now. Calling once, calling twice, the motions failed. Now, to vote the motion proposed by the delegation of Tanzania, who are in favor, you may raise your placards now. Calling once, calling twice. No other vote, the motion is failed. And the last motion proposed by the delegation of Italy, if you are in favor, you may raise your placard now. The motion passes. We pass the simple majority voting method. We're now on the moderated caucus for 10 minutes overall and 50 seconds for each speaker under the topic pushing global collaboration and proposing and helping other underdeveloped countries. For those who are in favor to speak in this moderated caucus, you may raise your placards now. Mexico, you've been recognized. Japan, you've been recognized. Nigeria, you've been recognized. Canada, you've been recognized. Uruguay, you've been recognized. Bangladesh. Thank you, delegates. You may raise down your placard. To the delegation of Italy, you now have the floor. Delegation, you have the floor.
Honorable Chairs, as of right now, the continent of Africa is facing a $1.6 trillion financing gap to complete SDGs by 2030. The Digital Flagship with Africa is an initiative that is set by Italy to aid African countries in closing this financial gap and help technological innovation. Italian delegates would like to expand on this initiative to involve not only Italy, but other European and African countries, but also other developing and underdeveloped nations. As Irene stated, a quote from my country statement, for all developed nations, our utmost important role in this committee is to aid and support developing and underdeveloped countries and to make sure no one is left behind in this technological innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Now to speak, I would like to invite to the floor the delegation of Mexico. You have the floor.
You chair for the time. We recognize that challenges remains. Many nations still face barriers and accesses advanced technology and knowledge. By fostering a culture of collaboration and sharing best practice, we can empower all countries to leverage technology effectively, driving economic diversification and resilience. LCDs face a significant challenge in accessing the technologies necessary for economic growth and diversification. Without adequate and technology transfer, these nations risk being left behind in an increasingly digital world. Let us work together to ensure that technology transfers become a priority in our discussions, enabling all nations to thrive in a sustainable global economy. This is what the United Nations is for, to unite our nations, give access, and not let anyone or even a person left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very
Muchas
much, Your
gracias.
Excellency. Of Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, chairs. Honorable delegates, Japan's priority as the developed country is helping underdeveloped country. With Japan technologies now, our strategies would be strengthening social safety nets and investing on human capital to the move to the EI development. EA is a key for our strategy, and we certain that our industry can be rise again with this technology. As the developed country, we will maximize our intention in this technology. We're confident that with those technology development process, we'll help so many people around the world in the next few years. We will focus on the economic stimulus package 2, digital transformation with strategy to enhance remote work, e-commerce, and digital public services to help the underdeveloped country to realize a better world economy and technology.
Partnerships to thrive. We recommend ECOSOC to advocate and give consistent regulatory, especially for developing countries. Thank you very much. We would like to yield back our time to the chair.
Your Excellency, thank you very much. Next to speak is Canada. You have the floor.
Thank you, honorable chairs and fellow delegates. Canada, as a developed country, agrees that privileged nations with resources and the financial capability should help our cousins in underdeveloped countries with no nations left behind. Because if we want to develop, then we must look for one another. That's what the UN is for. Canada has been active in global collaborations, creating our very own dialogues between nations, such as human resource exchanges. Collaboration is a powerful catalyst of the world, and with our hearts and souls, we, the Canadian folks, strive for global dialogues and welcome other nations to collaborate with us. Thank you very much. We would like to yield the time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Now to call the delegation of Uruguay to speak. You have the floor, delegate.
Thank you for the time. After the pandemic of COVID-19, developed countries have started to do development rapidly within the digital space. This negatively impact underdeveloped countries who aren't able to catch up, especially because of the lack of technology, knowledge, or funds. Especially the underdeveloped countries who rely on tourism and economy activities that rely on contact within the pandemic. So the delegation of Uruguay would like to agree on this agenda. I would like to pass the remaining time to the chair.
Excellency, thank you very much. Next to speak is the delegation of Bangladesh. I have the floor. I give the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Bangladesh, as a developing country, digital is growing very fast these past years that our human resources is also becoming better and better. We believe that other developing countries could also become better with this collaboration together for a better future for our nation. I'd like to yield back our remaining time to the chair.
Thank you very much for all the delegation who have spoken in this moderated caucus under 2 topics. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairs highly recommend that we move to the unmoderated caucus, that we would start on making the working paper for draft resolution. The chairs highly recommend to delegations to do lobbying and negotiate within favorable bloc. Please note that there will be only 2 blocks that can be formed. Please join one of the 2 formed blocks. Those can be abstained from any blocks are delegations or countries who are present. Those who are present and voting should be included into a block. And please do start making the working paper of draft resolution. Before that, The floor is open for points and motions. All those with motions, please raise your placards now. Mexico, you've been recognized. Poland. Cameroon, you've been recognized. Thank you, delegates. You may raise down your placards. And Mexico, you have the floor to propose your motion. Delegation, you have the floor. Delegation of Mexico.
Thank you, Chair, for the time. Mexico offers about the motion about fostering technology transfer as a critical component for a sustainable economic diversification among nations with a maximum time.
Thank you, delegation of Mexico. Delegates, keep in mind that the Unmoderated Caucus will be a lobbying and also negotiation session. So the topic of the caucus will be decided by your country and also the other delegations. So the motion should be only the motion for offering time for the session. I would give the floor to the next delegation of Poland. You have the floor to propose your motion on the time for the Unmoderated Caucus. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We as Poland would like to propose an unmoderated caucuses with the allocated time of 25 minutes.
For the offering of unmoderated caucus for 25 minutes, the chair would like to offer the time to be trimmed to 15 minutes for the time efficiency. Is this accepted by the delegation of Poland?
We would like to accept that. Thank you.
Then the motion is in order. And next, we have delegation of Cameroon to offer the motion of time. You have the floor.
The Cameroon would like to propose the allocated time of 15 minutes. With the topic of strategy regarding the economic recovery due to the post-pandemic and diversification of economy.
Thank you very much, delegation. To be reminded that in this floor of motion offering, there is no topic to be offered. That's really fine, delegations. And because we have two motions that offer 15 minutes of this unmoderated caucus, then now we are in the unmoderated caucus for 15 minutes. Delegations, you may mingle to be negotiating and also lobbying with any other delegates. And we are recommend to not leave the room. You have the time. You have the floor. Delegations remind that even though this is unmoderated caucus, please still using the word and the speaking in informal language, informal forms. And please, if you want to do any discussions or negotiate and lobbying in blocks, please find an area so there is not a crowding. There's not a crowding point, and everyone could be able to access freely in this room. Thank you very much. For the senior officials, you may follow your head of delegation, or you can be joining to other senior officials to negotiate and lobbying, and you can go back to the head of delegation for recommendation. check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is not an ending session for you guys, but the chairs want to remind for the two blocks that has been formed. This is a lovely moment to see, and we would like to remind. Please inform the chairs through one of the block representative or your LO. We have Kak Kila and also Kak Ambun. This block right here can inform to Kak Kila, and the block right here can inform to Kak Ambun if you have done and completed your working paper and draft resolution. So that will be informed to the chair. Thank you very much. Have a lovely discussion. Check. Please keep the time up. So there's a timer on the screen, a big one, and we highly suggest to the drafting of the working paper or draft resolution be done by only the head delegation, so it will not be a crowded circles, and so that will be easier to the blocks to do the working paper and draft resolution. Thank you, delegates. Check. Distinguished delegates, seeing that the time is now almost elapsed, we are open for the floor to propose an extended time on the motion. Are there any delegation who want to offer a motion to extend the time of unmoderated caucus? You may raise your placards now. Delegations, you remain to be calm. Please do not make any chaos or any noisy noise in this room. Please do any caucus in calm, in quiet. Do not break the peace. It's Italy. You may have the floor to raise your motion.
Check. The delegation of Italy would like to propose the motion to extend the unmoderated caucus by a time of 10 minutes.
The motion is passed. Now the unmoderated caucus is extended for 10 minutes. Delegations, the chairs is highly recommend to do the unmoderated caucus with peace. There is no noisy, there is no breaking of peace in here. Please do not make any chaos. After this extended of 10 minutes, we expected that the working paper or the draft resolution to be done or almost done. Thank you. Check. Delegations, don't forget to choose the sponsor and also co-sponsor, and also do not forget to submit the draft resolution that has to be completed by the end of the session to the allocated LO. We have Kakila and also Kambun for each block. Thank you very much. Mereka udah tahu, paling Embun udah nyamperin. Distinguished delegates, the time has elapsed.
Please take your seat.
Please take your seat first. I will continue the session, the agenda.
Please, the sponsor and co-sponsor. Please tahu. Sponsor and co-sponsor.
Bentar, duduk dulu lah. Jangan sambil berdiri lah. Delegates, you may remain back to your respective seats. So the agenda will be continued. If you're still standing that the agenda will not be continued, this meeting is not gonna be continue. Thank you, delegations. The chairs have been recognized. There are 2 blocks formed in this unmoderated caucus, and we would like to ask for the calmness remain by the participants. Please pay attention to the chair. Please silent. All right, delegates, I would like to ask who is the sponsor and also co-sponsor from the right. This is my right. I'm so sorry. Wait, I'm not asking any placards to be raised first. Okay, so on the right, my right side was block 1, and my left side was the block 2. Now I would like to ask who is the sponsor for the block 1? Delegation of Kenya and Saudi Arabia. How many sponsor? This is the sponsor. Sponsor first. Kenya, you have the floor. Kenya, you have the floor to speak. Are you the sponsor?
Yes.
How many countries are sponsor in your blocks?
So in the sponsor, we have Kenya, the second one is the Republic of Poland, the third one is United Mexican States, the fourth one is Japan, and then France, Republic of Italy, Finland, Saudi Arabia, and the Commonwealth of Australia. In total,
delegates, this is the sponsor. Sponsor means like a leader of the block.
Yes, correct. So
there is only one delegation of country who should be your sponsor in the block.
Kenya.
Kenya. All right. And then 2 co-sponsors from the block?
2 co-sponsored from the block is Republic of Poland and the United Mexican States.
All right. So let me confirm that the sponsor from the block 1 is the delegation of Kenya, and then the co-sponsors are Poland and also Mexico. Yes, correct. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Delegate.
Chair.
Now we move to the second block. Who are the sponsor of the second block? Haiti, you have the floor to speak.
Thank you, Chair. So our sponsor is Haiti, China, and the signatories is Bangladesh, Botswana, Sri Lanka, Pakistan. After that is Zambia, South Africa, Slovenia, Paraguay, Tanzania, Uruguay, South Africa.
Thank you,
Slovenia.
delegates.
Yeah.
I understand. I believe that what you've been saying is the member of the bloc. I asked you, who is the sponsor? Sponsor is the leader of the bloc. There's only one delegation of country should be the leader or the sponsor of the bloc.
The
Who is it?
sponsor is China and the co-sponsor is Haiti.
All right. So the sponsor is the delegation of China and the co-sponsor is Haiti. And we need one more co-sponsor from the second bloc. Whose delegation or which country is gonna be the co-sponsor other than Haiti?
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh is gonna be the co-sponsor. Okay, I will confirm that the sponsor of the block 2 is delegation of China and the co-sponsors are Haiti and Bangladesh. That is right.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair.
Confirm. Thank you, delegations. And now I would like to ask the block 1, have your draft resolution is completed? The sponsors should answer this question. Are your guys, do the block draft resolution completed?
Sorry? Yes. We already complete the draft resolution.
Then you should please submit it to Kak Kila.
Okay, thank you.
On your right. Thank you very much. Then block 2, have you guys completed the draft resolution?
Yes, we have already completed the draft resolution.
Thank you very much, delegate. Now you should please submit it to Kak Ambun. Kak Ambun? Yes, all right. Thank you so much, delegations. Delegations, I would like to confirm that we have received the draft resolution from block 1. Are you, does the block sure that the draft resolution is completed? Have you guys made the whole draft resolution? The papers. The papers of draft resolution is a draft that has a legal format and it's contained a policy that you guys already discussed and you want to propose to be a resolution upon the topic in this meeting. That is what a draft resolution is. And the sponsor should answer. Have you guys completed the draft resolution or no? The paper.
Yes, but we have a little correction here that the speakers list, the co-sponsor is not Mexico, instead Japan and Poland. Sorry.
Thank you very much. And then I will move to block 2. Have you guys submit the draft resolution to Kambun? The sponsor should answer.
I'm sorry, there is a technical difficulty of the submitting the draft resolution.
You guys have, I'm so sorry, the delegations, you have the instance of what a draft resolution is. If you don't know or you don't have any idea what a draft resolution is and what is it contained of, you can ask the LOs or also the committee members and we will confirm to you in a minute. China, you've been recognized?
Yes,
The draft resolution of Block 2 has been submitted.
Thank you very much. We'll back to you in a moment. The chair decided to give 5 more minutes to wait on the draft resolution submitted by the Block 2 and also Block 1 to be completed. By that, there is no delegation should be chatting or also talking directly. Please still use the method of communication of passing notes. The 5 minutes given could be used for editing your draft resolution. After that, there is no more editing on your draft resolution. We have received your draft resolution, but we can see that still editing on that. So please use the time properly. Delegation of it's Paraguay. You've been recognized.
Point of personal privilege, dear.
Yes, you are please.
Madam Chairperson, may I use the restroom?
Yes, you may. You may be accompanied by one LO. One LO, please accompany the delegation of Paraguay to use the restroom. Thank you very much. Delegation of Pakistan, you've been recognized.
I would like to request personal privilege.
Yes, you are pleased.
Personal privilege to use the restroom, please. Yeah.
You are allowed to be accompanied by one LO.
For senior official 2, sorry.
Yes, you may. Please be back before the 5 minutes elapsed, since we have to move to another agenda and we expected the whole participants to be in the meeting room. We still have 2 minutes remaining for the 2 blocks. We please you guys to use the remaining time favorably on your draft resolution. After that, there is no more extended time or given time given by the chair. 1 minute left. There should be no more editing at this time. We have less than 15 minutes, 15 seconds. The time has elapsed. Distinguished delegates, now we are moving to the agenda of introduction of draft resolution. We already received the drafts of both blocks. Are there any motion for which draft paper to be read first? You may raise your placard. Calling once. Seeing none. Delegation of France, you've been recognized. Do you have any motion to be which paper that will be read first?
We motion for the second paper to be read first.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now we are calling the sponsor and one of the co-sponsor of the first block, namely the delegation of Kenya and the delegation of Poland, to be on the podium to read the draft resolution that has been submitted. The floor is yours, delegates. It should be the sponsor and also the co-sponsor? Yes. Delegates, you have time for reading overall 10 minutes, and that is including the question and answer from the other blocks. The question and answer is included in the 10 minutes by 5 minutes of question and answer session.
Ini kita bacain dari atas apa ininya? Ininya aja kan? Ininya aja ya. Good afternoon, distinguished chair, fellow delegates. We're from the United Nations Economic and Social Council, guided by the United Nations commitment to fostering sustainable economic recovery in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Recognizing the role of digital transformation in shaping a resilient and inclusive global economy, acknowledging the digital divide that limits economic opportunities in developing nations, emphasizing the need for international cooperations to ensure fair access and digital technology, cybersecurity frameworks, and economic diversification strategies. Taking into account the importance of economic resilience through investment in STEM education, digital infrastructure, and innovation. Recognizing further that international collaboration is crucial for economic development in a globalized world, as it provides access to technology, expertise, and innovative solutions, particularly...
Sorry to interrupt, there is no should be editing going on at this point.
Thank you, Chair.
No more editing on the draft resolution. Thank you very much.
Extinguished Chair, may I continue?
Yes, you please.
Thank you. Highlighting that cooperative partnership among nations can yield mutual economic benefits, including technological advancement and knowledge change, while also fostering cross-cultural understanding innovation. Welcoming all the member states of the United Nations Economic and Social Council to collaborate on strengthening international economic recovery through enhanced digital cooperation and inclusive economic policies.
Your Excellency, Chair and extinguished delegate, the point of our draft resolution I will be reading today is number 1, economic and technology collaboration. Within the United Nations, economic collaboration can refer to the sharing goods and services or to countries working together to address common challenges. Technological collaboration with the goal of absolute technological equality with a focus on inclusivity to achieve equality, which point is the entire point of this chapter. It is for us, United Nations country, to collaborate together to not only have economical advantage, but also a technological sharing so that us will have equality and no country will be left behind within economy or technology. Chapter 2, the main chapter for our second one, is helping underdeveloped country. We as this draft resolution acknowledge that there's a lot of underdeveloped country that is left behind. This draft resolution effectively help underdeveloped country to collaboration developed nation can provide, from financial collaboration and also monitored by neutral organizations such as IMF, World Bank, or ECOSOC. In investing also to help the underdeveloped country, we can invest in technology and also encourage digital transfer across nations. Number 3, economic resilience. This point is investing from renewable energy to economy, we can have economic resilience to the global economy as a whole. And also with this, we have a risk management so that we can preserve financial stability within country of United Nations and enhance the climatic resilience not only to economy but also to our climate. Chapter 4, education and healthcare. Education and healthcare is our main point for in chapter 4, which is countries should strengthen their internal education system and also establish more efficient and easier healthcare.
Thank you. The next chapter is clean energy. Number 1 is green recovery, creating a sustainable development through green investment in sectors of renewable energy and climate resilient infrastructure. The second one is renewable energy. The country is focusing on solar, wind, and hydropower to reduce dependence on imported fossil fuels. Third, expanding access to clean and renewable energy, urge to all the nations to increase investments in renewable energy sources. The fourth one is to promote circular economy practices, advocates for policies that reduce waste, promote recycling, and encourage sustainable consumptions and production patterns. The fifth one is promoting international cooperation and financing, urge developed nations, financial institutions, and international organizations to provide technical and financial assistance to developing countries for clean energy projects. The last one is sustainable agriculture and water management. Advanced irrigation system and eco-friendly techniques are being implemented to protect natural resources while ensuring food security.
We would like to yield our time back to the chair.
Thank you so much, delegations. Before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, we could recognize that you are still doing editing on your draft resolution because we have the open link in here. So this is the warning number 2. If we have the third warning, then there's be an action upon this due. Thank you very much, delegations. Now we open the Q&A for 5 minutes. Is there any question upon the draft resolution of the block 1? And this question and answer session should be only answered by yes or no. If you have a question, you may raise your placard. Delegation of Canada, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Chair and sponsors. The Delegation of Canada would like to ask on the Chapter 2, point 4, about the encourages digital transfer across nations. Since this is a big amount that will be transactioned by two nations, especially to underdeveloped ones, will it be supervised and done by the IMF?
Yes. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. This question is also can be answered by the other delegations on the block. Haiti, you've been recognized.
The delegation of Haiti, thank you, Chair. The delegation of Haiti want to ask about is that bloc want to creating a global framework for transparent and corruption-resistant digital aid system to support vulnerable economies? Thank you.
Point of information, can you repeat the question?
Is the bloc is creating a global framework for transparent and corruption-resistant digital aid system to support vulnerable economies?
Yes.
All right, thank you for your answer.
Thank you very much. Is there still any debate, question, answer to this session? Calling once, calling twice, seeing none. Spain, you've been recognized, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the time. I am the delegation from the Kingdom of Spain, would like to ask about the chapter 5 about clean energy. We, Spain, recognize that green or clean is not enough because efficient is our top priority. And as we, in our opinion, nuclear is the most efficient energy that humanity could produce right now. So I would like to ask about the bloc's opinion on nuclear energy. That's it, thank you.
Thank you, delegation of Spain, but this is a yes or no question and answer only. So there is no explanation or describe on the answer.
Okay, can I repeat the question then?
You still have the time, you have the floor.
Would the bloc support the expansion of nuclear energy as a temporary solution to our rising dependence on carbon energy? That's it, thank you.
Yes.
Within regulation? Yes.
It's a yes within regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Spain, is that clear?
Yeah, that is very clear. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, delegation. Is there any other question?
Yes, your placard, please.
Delegation of, so sorry. That is South Korea been recognized. You have the floor.
Current issue we're discussing revolves around economic comeback. Do you think the point about women empowerment with jobs and climate spendings would be worth allocating money from underdeveloped countries that has more urgent raw materials that are more potential for economic growth?
Yes.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. Delegation of South Korea, we still have 1 minute. Is there any other question? Australia, you have the floor.
The Commonwealth of Australia was asking about the chapter 4 about developing an educational workforce, promotes teacher training programs, fair wage, and improve working conditions to engage teaching quality in efficiency and motivation. So as I see about Indonesian condition about the teacher being uncare about other people, so is this, sorry, I'm searching a word. It's number 6. It's and be allowed in Indonesian condition. I'm just asking about this, about the word.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you very much, delegation, for the questions and also the answer from the sponsor and also co-sponsor from the block 1. You may return back to your seats.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, delegations. Bentar. Now we would like to call the delegations as sponsor of Block 2, China, and the co-sponsors, Haiti, to speak in the podium. You have the floor, delegates. Bear in mind that you have 10 minutes, included 5 minutes of question and answer session. The question and answer session is only yes or no question and answer.
Thank you, Chair. We would, from the Block 2, would like to present our draft resolution. Firstly, here is the sponsor, the People's Republic of China, the Republic of Haiti, and to point out, it's not Bangladesh, it's the Equatorial Guinea. Yes. In the first article, we talk about strategies for the support of digital infrastructure in least developed countries. And our proposed solutions, first, calls for creation of a dedicated institution to support digital infrastructure in least developed countries, supported by international financial institutions and public and private partnership by providing financial assistance to developing nations to enhance digital trade capacity and establishing a specialized fund exclusive for the needs of LDCs. And two, encourages member states to integrate digital transformation into economic policies by A, expanding affordable and reliable broadband internet access to underserved and rural areas, B, strengthening digital financial systems and fintech industries to facilitate global transaction, and C, investing in cybersecurity measures to safeguard economic and data security.
And then the 3 is for recommends the expansions of digital literacy program to ensure an inclusive workforce by A, enchanting STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and IT education at primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. B, establishing international scholarship programs for students in developing countries to study digital technology. C, is providing reskilling and upskilling initiative for workers affected by automation and AI. The 2 is this Article 2 is diversifying economy through digital innovation. That is the 4 is calls for the establishment of digital innovation hubs in developing economies with support from the World Bank, International Monetary Fund or IMF, and regional economic unions. To A, provide technical training and mentorship for emerging the entrepreneurs. B, foster AI, blockchain, and green technology developments. C, is strengthen the digital supply chain resilience. And 5, we have the 5 point here to encourage international cooperation in developing fair and transparent digital trade agreements that A, regulate e-commerce and cross-border transaction. B, promote data privacy and cybersecurity protection. C, reduce barriers to digital goods and service trade. 6, it calls upon multinational corporation and government to increase investment in renewable and digitalized industry, that ensuring that A, economic development aligns with environmental sustainability goals, B, smart cities, clean energy, and digital waste management projects reviewing the funding, and C, the ethical AI and automation practices are implemented to prevent labor exploitation.
Article 3, reducing the digital divide and ensuring economic inclusivity, urges member states to address digital inequality by A, launching affordable technology access initiatives for low-income populations, B, supporting telecommunication infrastructure in rural areas, C, encouraging corporate social responsibility or CSR programs focused on digital education. 8, recommends to the creation of a Global Digital Inclusion Initiative, GDII, under the supervision of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, to offer a subsidized digital tool to underserved communities, assist women, youth, and marginalized groups in accessing online education and employment opportunities, and support government policies that promote equal access to technology. And the 4th article, implementation and monitoring. 9 calls for the formation of an international economic recovery task force under ECOSOC, which will A, monitor progress on digital economies, transformation policies, B, assess the effectiveness of digital inclusion programs worldwide, C, provide annual reports with recommendation for policy adjustments, and 10, propose an annual global digital economy summit where A, member states will report on their progress in economy recovery and digital transformation. B, new partnership and agreement will be discussed to strengthen international cooperation. C, best practices in economic resilience, digital trade, and cybersecurity will be shared.
You have to yield back your time to the chair. If not, then you shall continue.
Article 3. The Article 3 is about education, that 5 is promotes the integration of digital education.
Delegation, your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, delegations. Now we open the question and answer session in the format yes or no. Are there any delegation who would like to ask? Delegation, we are reminded to, if the chairs are not asking you to raise your placard, then do not raise your placard before I say it, please. If there are any delegates to want to raise any question, you may raise your placard now. Thank you very much. The delegation of Italy, you have the floor.
Check. Thank you, Chair, for the time. As we know, the Russia-Ukraine war has a heavy toll in the global economy, as Russia is the #1 country with the most oil reserves. Do you have any methods to deal with the situation?
It's yes or no question.
Point of information, can you repeat the question?
As we know, the Russia-Ukraine war has a heavy toll in the global economy, as Russia stands as the country with the most oil reserve. Do you have any methods to deal with this situation? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? Canada, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Chair. In Article 1, the bloc stated that there would be support by the international financial institution and public-private sector. Will the support by the international financial institution and the public sector be provided a panel by the ECOSOC for discussions and partnerships? Thank you.
Yes, for partnership.
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions? Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you. We would like to ask, for the countries that has limited access for the internet, will they have the privilege to experience online learning platform?
Yes, it will be facilitated.
Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. And the answer should be yes or no. There is no extension to the answer. We'll continue. Is there any other question? Armenia, you've been recognized. You have the floor.
We know that not all countries have any resources to build what you have been put on the draft resolution. So does this draft resolution manage to countermeasure this problem?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? Japan, you've been recognized. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Your blog talking about the strategies to develop the infrastructure of technology, but have your draft resolution talk about the goal or what to be achieved if the development of infrastructure technology had been successful?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We still have remaining time. Is there? You're not recognized. Is there any other question? You may raise your placards now. Finland, you've been recognized. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. From the previous article that you have mentioned before, I want to ask, you said in the draft, it was written that you support development for green energy and other projects. How could you ensure that those projects, those development, will not turn into trapped debts? We've seen from before that many countries were trapped into debt by these projects and many other. Yeah. How can you ensure, could you ensure that these projects will not turn into trapped debts for the nations from developing them? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We still have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Is there any other question? Poland, you have the floor.
In your article, you are assessment of the digital inclusivity. How can you assure assessment of the digital inclusivity be possible considering there are plenty of countries involved?
Point of information, can you repeat the question in a form of yes and no?
will you assure assessment of the digital inclusivity be possible considering there are a lot of countries involved?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We still have 45 seconds. United Kingdom, you've been recognized. You have the floor.
Should United Nations mandate digital learning exchange program be enforced to institutionalize global cooperation in higher education and technological advancement? Yes, or no?
Yes.
Thank you very much, delegates. You're not being recognized if I haven't opened the floor yet. 14 seconds. Mexico, you have the floor.
Your draft resolution didn't mention about first, woman empowerment, digital transfer, and lastly, funding and supervision mechanism for your own program. Will your draft resolution insert and elaborate again about this thing?
Yes.
Thank you very much, delegations.
Okay, thank you.
For the question and answers. Delegations, you may return back to your respective seats.
Thank you very much, Chair.
You're welcome, delegates. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have completed the introduction of draft resolution. Now we are moving to the vote on which draft paper that will pass to the adoption of the draft resolution. I open the floor to anyone who would like to raise a motion. Armenia, you've been recognized. You have the floor.
Delegation of Armenia would like that we move to the voting procedure.
The motion is in order. We would like to open the floor to the delegations to give the motion on which paper of draft resolution should be voting first. Canada, you have the floor.
The delegation of Canada would like to motion for the voting procedure for DR1, Block 1. Kenya's, sorry.
We're now order the motion that the draft resolution from Block 1 will be on voting first. With a 2/3 majority voting the draft resolution, the chairs would need 31 voting voices to passes the draft resolution on the voting agenda. Now I will treat the name of the country and the delegation. You may answer with yes or no or abstain. The delegation that could be abstain, I will treat, namely Armenia, Slovakia, South Africa, and Sweden, since you are present in this meeting. I would start. Algeria.
Yes, okay. The delegations of Algeria choose yes.
Thank you very much. Antigua and Barbuda.
Delegations of Antigua and Barbuda choose yes.
Thank you very much. Armenia.
The delegation of Armenia would like yes to the vote.
Next, Australia.
The delegation of Australia said yes.
Thank you very much. Next, Austria.
Delegation of Austria vote for yes.
Delegation of Azerbaijan.
The delegation of Azerbaijan chose yes.
Bangladesh.
The delegation of Bangladesh chose no.
Delegation of Botswana.
Delegate of Botswana answer no.
May you repeat?
The delegate of Botswana answer no.
Delegation of Brazil.
The delegation of Brazil votes yes.
Delegation of Cape Verde.
The delegations of Cape Verde choose yes.
Delegation of Cameroon.
The delegations of Cameroon choose no.
Delegation of Canada.
The delegation of Canada is in favor, yes.
Delegation of China.
The delegation of China choose no.
Next, the delegation of Colombia.
The delegation of Colombia votes yes.
Delegation of Ivory Coast.
Delegation of Cote d'Ivoire says no.
Delegation of Dominican Republic.
The delegation of Dominican Republic says yes.
Delegation of Equatorial Guinea.
Delegation of Equatorial Guinea says no.
Delegation of Finland.
The delegation of the Republic of Finland says yes.
Next, delegation of France.
The delegation of the French Republic choose to oppose this.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Haiti.
The delegation of Haiti say no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Italy.
The delegation of Italy no.
Delegation of Japan.
The delegation of Japan choose yes.
Delegation of Kenya.
The delegation of Kenya votes yes.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Liechtenstein.
The delegations of Liechtenstein say yes.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Mauritania.
The delegation of Mauritania answer is yes.
Delegation of Mexico.
The delegation of Mexico choose yes.
Delegation of Nepal.
Thus, the delegation of Nepal choose no.
Thank you very much. Delegation of the Netherlands.
The delegations of the Kingdom of Netherlands is in favor, yes.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Nigeria.
Delegation of Nigeria votes no.
Delegation of Paraguay.
Delegation of the Republic of Paraguay chooses no.
Delegation of Pakistan.
The delegation of Pakistan chooses no as well.
Delegation of Poland.
Delegation of Poland chooses yes.
Delegation of Qatar.
Delegation of Qatar chooses yes.
Next, it's Russian Federation.
Delegation of Russian Federation says yes.
Delegation of Saudi Arabia.
Delegation of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia votes yes.
Delegation of Senegal.
The delegations of Senegal votes yes.
Next, delegation of Slovakia.
Delegation of Slovakia says no.
Thank you very much, delegates. Delegates of Slovenia.
Delegation of Slovenia chooses yes. No.
It is no or yes? Slovenia? Yes or no? To be confirmed?
No.
Thank you very much. Delegation of South Africa.
The delegation of South Africa says yes. No, I'm sorry, no.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Spain.
Delegation of Spain voted in favor, yes.
Delegation of Sri Lanka.
The delegation of Sri Lanka votes no.
Delegation of South Korea.
Delegation of South Korea votes no.
Delegation of Suriname.
Delegation of Suriname votes for yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Sweden.
Delegations of Sweden votes no.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Switzerland.
Delegation of Switzerland says no.
Delegation of Tanzania.
The delegations of Republic of Tanzania voted for no.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Turkey.
The delegation of Turkey is in favor, yes.
Thank you very much. The United Kingdom.
The delegation of the United Kingdom vote yes.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Uruguay.
The delegation of Uruguay votes no.
Thank you very much, delegation. Next, delegation of Uzbekistan.
The delegation of Uzbekistan votes no.
Last to be voted is delegation of Zambia.
The delegation of Republic of Zambia vote no.
Thank you very much, delegation. With the voting has elapsed, now we can see that the result of the draft resolution from Block 1 is failed. There is a correction from the committee, says that the Equatorial Guinea voted for no. Still, if we we accept the correction, but if we can change the voting in here, it's also gonna be a failed draft resolution to be voted. Thank you very much, delegation, and also Block 1 of the draft resolution. Now we are Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, the chair would like to take time. Distinguished delegates, we would like to open the floor for motions upon the voting. Are there any delegates who would like to raise any motions on the voting? You should raise your placards now. Delegation of Canada, you have the floor.
The delegation of Canada would like to motion for a voting procedure on the draft resolution 2.
That is in order. Is there any other motion to be proposed on the floor? You may raise your placard now. Calling once, calling twice, seeing none. By the motion as proposed by the delegation of Canada, we would continue to the voting of the draft resolution Block 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I will start the voting on listing the name of the countries. Algeria.
The delegations of Algeria votes for no. Thank you.
Antigua and Barbuda.
Delegation of Antigua and Barbuda goes no.
Armenia.
The delegation of Armenia would like to abstain.
Abstain. Delegation of Australia.
The delegation of Australia chose abstain.
Delegation of Austria. Abstain.
The delegation of Republic of Austria, no.
Thank you very much. We would like to go back to Australia. You cannot be absent since you are present and voting, so it is opposed or you are in favor with this draft resolution.
Then the delegation of Australia chose no.
Thank you very much. Continue with the delegation of Azerbaijan.
Delegation of Azerbaijan chose no.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Bangladesh.
Delegation of Bangladesh say yes.
Delegation of Botswana.
The delegation of Botswana chose yes.
Delegation of Brazil.
Delegation of Brazil chose no.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Cape Verde.
Delegations of Cape Verde choose no.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Cameroon?
The delegations of Cameroon is in favor, yes.
Delegation of Canada?
The delegation of Canada is in favor, yes.
Delegation of China?
The delegation of China is in favor, yes.
Delegation of Colombia?
The delegation of Colombia votes for no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Ivory Coast?
Delegation of Cote d'Ivoire says yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Dominican Republic?
Delegation of Dominican Republic.
Would you repeat, please? Dominican Republic? Was it a yes or a no?
The delegation of the Dominican Republic says no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegates of Equatorial Guinea?
The delegation of Equatorial Guinea votes yes.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Finland?
The delegation of Finland is against such draft.
It's against. Thank you very much. Delegates of France?
The delegates of the French Republic is opposing this draft.
Check. Delegation of Haiti?
The delegation of Haiti is in favor for this draft resolution. Yes.
In favor. Thank you very much. Delegation of Italy?
The delegations of Italy votes in favor of this draft resolution. Thank you.
In favor. Thank you very much. Delegation of Japan?
The delegation of Japan against this draft.
Was it a yes? Delegates?
No.
No. Thank you very much. Delegation of Kenya?
The delegation of Kenya oppose.
Opposed. Thank
No.
you very much. Delegation of Liechtenstein?
Yes. The delegation of Liechtenstein votes no.
Thank you very much. Mauritania?
Vote against. The delegation of Mauritania vote against. Thank you.
Against. Thank you very much. Delegation of Mexico?
Delegation of Mexico oppose.
Opposed. Thank you very much. Delegation of Nepal?
The delegation of Nepal is in favor, yes.
Is in favor. Thank you very much. Netherlands?
The delegation of the Kingdom of Netherlands is opposing no.
Is opposed. Thank you very much. Nigeria?
The delegations of Nigeria says yes.
Thank you very much. Pakistan, are you in favor?
The delegation of Pakistan is in favor. Yes.
Is in favor. Thank you very much. Delegation of Paraguay?
The delegation of the Republic of Paraguay is in favor.
Thank you very much. Poland?
Delegation of Poland opposed.
Opposed. Thank you very much. Delegation of Qatar?
The delegation of Qatar vote no.
Delegation of Russian Federation? Russian Federation?
And Federation says for no.
Delegation of Saudi Arabia?
Of Saudi Arabia is against the draft.
Was it against?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Senegal?
The delegation of Senegal choose no.
No. Slovakia?
Delegation of Slovakia says yes.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Slovenia?
Delegates of Slovenia says yes.
Thank you very much. Delegation of South Africa, are you in favor?
Delegation of South Africa says yes.
South Korea, are you in favor?
Delegation of South Korea is in favor, yes.
Delegation of Spain?
The delegation of Spain wishes to oppose the motion. No.
Thank you very much. Suriname, are you in favor? Suriname?
Delegation of Suriname votes for a no.
It's no? Suriname. Sri Lanka, are you in favor?
The delegation of Sri Lanka votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Sweden, are you in favor?
Delegation of Sweden votes in favor. Delegation of Sweden votes yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Delegation of Switzerland.
The delegation of Switzerland chooses to be in favor, yes.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Tanzania.
The delegations of Tanzania is in favor, yes.
Delegation of Turkey.
Delegations of Turkey is opposing, so no.
Oh, yeah. Delegation of United Kingdom.
Delegation of United Kingdom is against the draft resolutions.
Delegation of Uruguay.
The delegation of Uruguay agrees, yes.
Delegation of Uzbekistan.
The delegation of Uzbekistan is in favor, yes.
Delegation of Zambia. Zambia. Calling once.
The delegation of the Republic of Zambia vote in favor, yes.
Thank you very much, delegation. Now we have to do some correction on the voting. Slovakia, South Africa, and Sweden, you cannot be voting on this draft resolution voting since you are present. So, South Africa, Slovakia, South Africa, Sweden. Slovakia, South Africa, Sweden, sama Armenia. Mana? Thank you very much, delegations, for the voting on the both draft resolution. Now the chair would like to take time on the decision making. Thank you, delegates. Now we are moving to the result of the.
It seems to us that we have to delay our resolution for the future meeting. Gitu aja. Sama aja. Yang pertama menang. Kalau mereka berubah lagi, nanti susah. Sekali aja. Coba. Kalau dia misalnya gagal lagi, berarti memang nggak ada resolusi di meeting sekarang. Ya. Nanti kita bilang di future.
Delegates, the chair have decided to back to the draft resolution 1 to vote again, and the method of the vote using in this voting this time is half plus 1. We're not still opening the floor, so please. All right. Are there any motion to be raised by the countries? You may raise your placard now. Canada, you have the floor.
The delegation of Canada would like to raise a motion to revote on draft resolution 1.
The motion is in order. Is there any other motion? Calling twice, calling once, calling twice. Haiti, you have the floor.
The delegate of Haiti would like to propose a motion to revote for the draft resolution 2.
Thank you, delegation, for the motions. For those who are in favor with motions proposed by Canada to revote on the draft resolution 1, please raise your placards now. Calling once. Calling twice. Thank you, delegates. You may raise down your placards. To vote on the motion proposed by the Haiti, you may raise your placards now. Calling once. Calling twice. Thank you, delegates. You may raise down your placards. Delegates, so there is no motion by Canada or Haiti are in favor and pass to order into this meeting. So now we are the chair are decided to use the most in favor on voting of the draft resolution that we are just voted. And with that, we declare that the draft resolution by Block 1 is passed to the agenda of adoption of the draft resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, we hereby declare that the draft resolution by Block 1, working paper, represented by the sponsor of Delegation of Kenya, with the co-sponsor of Poland and also Japan, has been approved by a 2/3 majority and the policy is adopted. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, judges, honorable guests, audience, with the voting of the draft resolution is now completed and winning by the Block 1, the Justice 2025 has ended. I give back the floor to the MC. Thank you very much.
Guys.
Check. Distinguished delegates, I have received a complaint by the delegation. Says Japan. Are there any delegates who would like to motion any complaint? You may raise your placards now. I just received the complaint by the committee. Say there's a mispronounced Mexico. Is there something that we are missed or wrong in doing?
Based on the draft resolution, the co-sponsor of Block 1 is the Poland and the United Mexican States.
Thank you very much. The editing of draft resolution will be continue after the session and then the...
Yes.
Thank you very much. Delegation of Poland.
We would like to explain the mistake in draft resolution. The
Yes.
co-sponsor is supposed to be Poland and Japan, but someone changed it to United States of Mexico without our permission of the two main co-sponsor of Poland and Kenya.
There is no speaking if the chair is not obligated to. Okay, delegates, if you have any complaints or you want to edit or amend your draft resolution, you may to meet committee or the chairs that is here. There is Desi, there is Fadlan, there is Mifiola, there is Naina, and also Danu to do any editing or complaint about the draft resolution. Is that clear? Is there any other motion to be raised about the draft resolution before the chairs go on the stage? Calling once, calling twice delegates. Seeing none, thank you very much. The meeting has ended. Thank you very much.
Kepada seluruh peserta dan audiens yang hadir pada hari ini beserta Bapak Ibu Guru tetap berada di tempat karena sehabis ini kita akan melaksanakan awarding untuk acara JSDC 2025.
Liriknya di siapa ke siapa? Aku. Ini.
Sekali lagi kami sampaikan kepada peserta dan Bapak Ibu Guru beserta audiens tetap berada di tempat. Terima kasih.
Cek, cek. Coba. Cek, cek.
Tes.
Ayo, dari sini. Ada yang mau nyanyi, guys?
JSDC digoyang.
Waduh.
Halo guys.
JSDC mana suaranya? Woi, rame. Udah mulai.
Nyanyi bareng
Nyanyi
ya,
bareng
liriknya
ya.
di depan.
Lirik aku. Sambil jalan.
Ayo suaranya sebelah kiri.
Dia atau aku, garam atau madu. Cerita
tepuk tangannya malah.
Bermain, mas muka ya permen.
I hope it's never end. Oh, can you be my queen? And I'll be the... Ku mulai merindu.
Ku bayangkan jika
Kamu tidur di sampingku
di malam yang
semu.
pejamkan
Tahu. Udah mah sini dong. Kita joget-joget sini. Ada sini.
Yang lagi duduk
Dadaku.
maju juga bisa.
Mulai merindu.
Ku bayangkan jika kamu tidur
Di sampingku dalam yang semu.
Ayo yang mau maju bisa ya.
Ayo dong, semangatnya mana nih? Aduh, abis sidang emang capek. Ku rasa sepi, tahu sendiri. I need you here with me. Aku feeling.
Aduh manis kamu.
Jirolo. Ada yang mau nyanyi?
Ada yang mau nyanyi.
Wanna be with you, menjalani dulu. Itu sadaku, ku mulai merindu. Ku bayangkan jika kamu tidur di sampingku di malam yang semu, pejamkan mataku. Ku bayangkan tubuhmu jika di pelukanku. Sakit dadaku, ku mulai merindu. Dia bayangkan jika kamu tidur di sampingku di malam yang semu, pejamkan mataku. Ku bayangkan jika di pelukanku. goyang lagi lah. Yes, selesai digoyang.
Oke, makasih teman-teman. Antusiasnya keren banget. Aduh. Lanjut.
Oh, lanjut. Lagunya lagu dangdut sekarang ya.
Dangdut dulu kita, karena tadi udah terlalu serius kan Adib.
Apa sebenarnya dosaku sayang, cinta suciku kau buang-buang. Dia jurus yang ku berikan, jalan goyang, jalan goyang. Sayang janganlah kau hubungan kita semula adem, tapi sekarang kecut bagaikan asam. Semar mesam, semar mesam.
Jurus yang sangat ampuh,
teruji terpercaya
tanpa aturan dokter, tanpa harus muter-muter. Sijit solusinya pergi ke Bandung saja. Pikir sama Mbah, saya putus cinta. Tidak berhasil kalau jurus yang kedua. Semar mesem namanya, jaran goyang jodoh.
Syarat mesti kasih tabung dikasih yang tega.
Dan aku padamu, I love you, I can't stop thinking you.
Apa salah dan dosaku sayang, cinta suciku kau buang-buang.
Lihat jurus yang akan ku berikan,
jalan goyang, jalan goyang. Aku padamu, I love you,
I can't stop loving you, oh darling. Jaran goyang menunggumu.
apa salah dan dosaku sayang, cinta sucimu kau buang-buang. Lihat jurus yang kan ku berikan, jaran goyang, jaran goyang.
Semua ada. Oh nyala, siapa yang mau nyala? Tes. Semar mesem, semar mesem. Tes, tes.
Ini terakhir cara ku dapatkan kamu. Jika ini gagal, karena cuma di dirimu. Apa salah dan dosaku sayang, cinta suciku kau buang-buang. Dia jurus yang kan ku berikan, jalan goyang, jalan goyang.
Percaya tak? Kalau tidak berhasil, ada jurus yang kedua, sumar mesem namanya.
Ku berikan jalan goyang, jalan goyang. Pulang
Maunya digoyang, gak mau pulang, maunya digoyang, gak mau pulang, maunya digoyang.
Luar biasa. Udah, waktunya udah terlalu banyak ya. Pas Mingbes. Pas Mingbes kayaknya abis kita tahu pemenangnya nanti ya. Guys, boleh duduk lagi karena kita punya kuis dan berikan kalian hadiah yang bisa jawab. Boleh duduk dulu. Duduk yang rapi, kalian nanti bakal dapat hadiah-hadiah dari kita ya.
Guys, tadi yang ngambil mic aku mana? Mantap. Terima kasih. Terima kasih. Bertiga aja sama Lintang kali.
Iya. Lintang.
Lintang. Ayo. Biduan kita biduan. Biduan. Aduh.
Boleh teman-teman duduk dulu ya.
Oke,
sambil
teman-teman
nunggu
duduk dulu ya.
juri-juri kita, chef kita untuk menilai siapa yang bakal menang dalam JSDC 2025 kali ini.
Nilainya lagi dimasak.
Nilainya lagi di amplas lah gitu ya. Lagi dicari siapa pemenangnya gitu kak kita.
Oke, kayaknya tadi kita kiranya berempat doang, ternyata kayaknya udah nggak butuh ice breaking dari kita lagi.
Iya, gue kira juga kayaknya yang nyanyi cuma berdua.
Iya,
tadi kita udah hopeless banget, nggak ada yang mau nyanyi garam dan madu. Ternyata pada tahu ya.
Heboh banget ternyata JSDC 2025.
Oke teman-teman, kita punya kuis kak kita ya.
Kita punya kuis dan ada hadiahnya juga.
Ada hadiahnya, katanya voucher umroh.
Voucher umroh.
Jangan.
Oke, voucher umroh ya.
Kita tekor, jangan.
Aduh, gimana?
Ada hadiah-hadiah kecil lah gitu ya kak kita ya.
Biar bisa buat kenang-kenangan.
Nanti kita panggil teman-teman kalau bisa jawab ya. Oke, mungkin dari operator boleh ditampilin kuis kita yang pertama. Mana nih operator? Oke, teman-teman.
Oke.
Ada pertanyaan pertama nih. Masih masalah HI ya. Kak Gita kok mojok sini dong?
Dulu dong.
Oke. Coba pertanyaan nomor satunya apa? Kita cek. Apa mata uang dari negara Kamerun? Ini kan negara Kamerun nih.
Tiga yang pertama.
Oke, tiga pertama ya.
Mas ya.
Kita
Langsung
mungkin
maju,
turunin dulu. Kita dulu kita turunin dulu. Kita harus kasih aba-aba biar ini dong ya, biar fair ya. Betul banget. Coba kita ya. 1, 2, 3. Siapa duluan?
Aduh.
Duluan aja. Oke, Git kayaknya kalau ini satu aja ya.
Satu aja.
Coba
silakan
dari Finland tadi duluan. Boleh maju ke depan sini?
Silakan, dia kayaknya pengen semangat ini.
Bajunya kayak
udah disiapin nggak?
Hadiahnya udah disiapin dong.
Udah, oke.
Outfitnya kayak Peaky Blinders ya, keren banget ini. Apa jawabannya?
Cameron Frank.
Cameron Frank. Coba kita cek apakah benar.
1, 2, 3.
Iya, salah. Tapi karena udah berani jawab, dapat deh goodie bag 1.
Ayo Bang Alek.
Oke, next kita dapat.
Ke tengah dong.
Ke tengah.
Ke tengah dong kita. Foto dulu.
Foto dulu udah dapat. Walaupun jawabannya salah.
Gimana? Pose
Gak
paling
apa-apa.
seru. Pose
Tadi
paling
emang
seru.
ngambil jawabannya dari mana? Kok bisa salah?
Saya cuma ingetnya Frank doang, karena kan bekas Prancis.
Oh, bekas Prancis.
Dia punya reasonnya.
Oke, mau kita foto dulu di sini kak kita. Oh sinian.
Sinian.
Gak apa kita santai-santai aja fotonya. Oke. Salam budi luhur juga. Harus juga ya.
Makasih Mas.
Oke.
Terima kasih.
Kita pertanyaannya banyak kak kita.
Namanya siapa dulu?
Namanya siapa emang?
Namanya dulu.
Nama saya Edric kak.
Edric dari
SMA Budi Luhur.
SMA Budi Luhur mana? Pendukungnya mana nih? Oke. Oke, thank you Edric.
Thank you Edric.
Boleh ke samping next. Kita ada pertanyaan kedua. Apa tuh kira-kira? Boleh dikasih tahu nih apa pertanyaannya? Kepanjangan dari ekosok. Dari ekosok, apakah itu ekonomi? Bukan.
Ini Bang Nadib. Mau pilih berapa Bang Nadib?
Mungkin satu aja, soalnya kita banyak banget pertanyaannya.
Armenia
duluan tadi.
Armenia duluan. Abis ini kita ke yang belakang-belakang ya.
Nanti kita ke belakang-belakang, banyak banget pertanyaan kita. Perkenalan diri dulu.
Perkenalkan saya Gian Andrea Putra Sugandi dari SMA 51, perwakilan dari negara Armenia. Kepanjangannya yaitu Economic and Social Council.
Oke, kita lihat.
Luar biasa. Berarti emang dia pahamin acara JSDC kali ini kak kita.
Sebenarnya banyak yang pahamin,
Oh paham,
yang paling semangat.
Oh gitu
Jadi
ya.
dia yang dipilih duluan.
Dia paling mau hadiah ya. Tadi namanya siapa?
Gian kak.
Gian dari mana?
SMA 51.
SMA 51, mana pendukungnya SMA 51? Sepi ya?
Iya memang sepi.
Sepi. Udah thank you.
Ayo hadiahnya Mas
Hadiahnya
Alek.
kasih dong, mana Mas Alek? Nah.
Ini Mas
apa
Alek,
nih hadiahnya
asli
nih?
Jawa.
iPhone 15 Pro Max. Oh,
Siap. Nanti
Oke.
voucher umrohnya langsung ke Bu Anggun ya, ke prodi kita ya. Ya.
Next, kita ada pertanyaan apa lagi nih?
Terima kasih ya. Pertanyaan ketiga. Mic-nya banyak banget nih.
Sini gue pegang satu.
Oke, pertanyaan ketiga.
Apa
Apakah
konsep dari JSDC 2025?
Tadi
Aduh.
perjanjian belakang.
Kita
Bang
ke
Nadib.
belakang dulu
Pilih
kali ya.
satu Bang Nadib, yang di belakang Bang Nadib.
Belakang, aduh. Mau mana? Yang di sebelah sini apa sebelah sini? Zambia katanya. Atau mau Tanzania? Oke, kita maunya Spain aja, Spain. Dari tadi keren juga nih dia di Spain. Boleh ke depan.
Ayo, Iku malu-malu mau majunya. Berdasi pink, merah jambu Bang Nadib.
Ayo let's go. Pertanyaan kita masih banyak banget buat kalian yang belum dapat. Jadi santai aja, relax aja, bakal dapat semua kalau misalnya bisa jawab.
Wis, benderanya.
Oke. Ayo, nama perkenalan dulu. Jawabannya apa langsung aja. Langsung tembak. Wah, nggak tahu. Gimana?
ini?
Tadi gini. Paling kuat. Apa?
Namanya tes, oke. Nama saya Davi Kapal dari rumah. Oke.
Dari sekolah mana?
Sekolah mana?
Dari SMAN 11.
SMAN 11. Rame itu tadi di depan-depan tuh kayaknya.
Suaranya mana SMAN 11?
SMAN 11 mana suaranya? Oke. Apa jawabannya?
Konsepnya utamanya itu MUN atau Model United Nations. Terus juga High Level Political Forum atau HLPF.
Oke, kita cek coba ya. Survei membuktikan. Benar. Mas Alex kasih hadiahnya. Oke, thank you. Gua ambil ya. Oke, next ke kita.
Masih banyak banget teman-teman.
Masih banyak banget.
Tenang aja yang belum dapat. Kita ke bagian kiri kali ya, Bang Nadib ya abis
Tuh,
ini.
apa tuh ke kita?
Negara mana yang sering disebut sebagai negeri matahari terbit?
Negeri
Bagian
matahari
kiri.
terbit.
Oke,
mana
Mas,
tuh?
Silakan, ayo.
Mana?
Langsung aja.
Yang mana? Ini?
Iya.
Oke. Tinggi gede ya. Sangar nih. Nih,
banget dia.
nama, sekolah, jawaban langsung.
Nama saya Rafa Bisa Elamil dari SMK Kartika 102.
Jawabannya?
Jepang.
Jepang, kita lihat.
Langsung
Jepang. Benar, oke. Kalau 1 sampai pertanyaan keempat masih easy nih. Ini pertanyaan kita makin kesini makin sulit. Mas Alex boleh dikasih dulu Mas Alex. Oke, iya. Mas Alex. Next kita ada pertanyaan apa lagi ya?
Operator, negara mana yang terkenal dengan
Great Barrier Reef. Terletak di benua yang hanya memiliki 2 negara besar.
Negara besar. Itu. Tadi udah dong Finland.
Coba di sebelah Sri Lanka boleh, Sri Lanka ke depan. Sri Lanka, ayo ke depan yuk. Sabar.
Sabar ya.
Sabar.
Tengah dong Bang Nadib.
Nih.
Ayo.
Ke tengah sini.
Sini Nana.
Perkenalan, sekolahnya mana? Langsung jawaban.
Nama saya Keira Hanun Maunakea dari
Keira.
SMA Negeri 68 Jakarta.
68 Jakarta.
Perwakilan dari tim Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka, oke. Apa jawabannya?
Yang ada Great Barrier Reef adalah negara Australia.
Australia. Is that right?
Langsung aja.
Benar. Oke, Mas Alex. Thank you. Next, pertanyaannya apa nih? Negeri dengan pertahanan dan serangan negara paling kuat. Apa nih? Paling belakang ada Zambia bukan? Zambia boleh ke depan Zambia.
Oke, langsung lewat tengah aja nggak
Langsung
apa-apa.
sini ayo gercapil.
Nggak apa-apa.
Negeri dengan pertahanan dan serangan negara paling kuat. Mungkin kalau dari kita mungkin bisa Amerika, Rusia gitu-gitu ya, Cina. Coba kita cek ya. Itu ada 3 opsi tuh. Coba kita cek. Nama, sekolah, dan jawaban. Adep sini dong, biar teman-temannya pada tahu dong. Udah, cakep.
Nama saya Asep dari SMA Negeri 87 Jakarta.
Apa Sep? Jawabannya Sep?
Menurut saya jawabannya
apa? Udah 3 detik gue nunggu, gak dijawab. Apa?
Harus yakin dong.
Sabar. Apa?
Amerika?
Ya, jawabannya adalah Amerika Serikat.
Amerika Serikat. Kita cek, coba. Oh, santet kok jawaban salah. Ini yang salah panitia. Gak tahu.
Pertanyaannya gampang.
Yang salah lu apa panitianya berarti?
Seperti saya yang salah.
Oh, berarti oke.
Bagus.
Pasal
bagus
1 ya, panitia selalu benar.
Tetap dapat.
Dapat Mas Alek, kasih Mas Alek.
Mas Alek. Oke, karena dia sudah berhasil menerima kekalahan,
Bener
dia tetap
banget.
dapat dari Mas Alek.
Oke, thank you perwakilan dari Zambia, Asep namanya. Luar biasa.
Agak ini ya, kurang cocok ya.
Agak orang Sunda mungkin dia. Western banget mukanya ya, mungkin half Sunda dia. Oke, next kita ada pertanyaan. Oh, ini. Oke, kalau ini gua kayaknya butuh 3 deh, 3 orang ya.
Saya juga nggak tahu kalau ini Nadiem, saya juga nggak tahu. Oke, satu
Gak
kali
apa-apa,
ya,
satu.
Udah.
Mana lagi?
Itu di.
Yang mana?
Itu yang goyang-goyang bendera.
Yang goyang-goyang tuh yang.
Nggak bisa lihat itu bendera apa.
Bendera apa tuh yang di situ? Enggak yang di situ. UK, boleh UK.
Dari tadi.
Sama yang depannya kamu, iya kamu.
Duanya pulang.
Ada
tamu
orang udah, iya. Untuk satu lolos nih, lolos.
Ayo.
Tadi dulu kita udah ada 2. Bentar, kita udah ada 2 nih mereka. Jadi di next question. Kita iya betul banget. Ayo langsung maju ke depan aja yuk. Langsung maju ke depan. Kita main gercep ya.
Ini jawabnya bareng-bareng atau satu-satu?
Kita nggak apa-apa asal dia mau apa. Oke? Nih mic-nya kalian boleh nama, sekolah, langsung jawaban. Dari kamu dulu deh.
Oke. Aku Cheryl dari SMA 29, terus menurut aku itu hewannya tuh bison pakai sepatu Adidas.
Bison pakai sepatu Adidas. Oke, next kamu. Apa? Nama dan sekolah. And then your jawaban apa?
Kasian dia ternyata dari belakang dia.
SMA N11 Kota Tangerang Selatan. Aku jawabannya itu babi kepalanya 4.
Babi kepalanya 4. Astagfirullahaladzim.
Makin kreatif ya.
Kayak udah mendekati hari akhir ya.
Makin kreatif mereka. Oke,
kalau kamu apa?
Katanya babi lahir matanya 1.
Perkenalkan, saya Kariska Maisha Putri Makarim dari SMA N53 Jakarta.
Oke.
Dan menurut saya hewan di sini itu penguin.
Penguin. Kayaknya itu bentuknya ini, kalau nggak sapi kebo gitu ya. Bison, bener.
Paling masuk
langsung
akal
jawabannya apa operator?
Maaf teman-teman, maaf.
Oke, nggak apa. Guys, sorry ya. Mungkin ini sekarang lagi musim banget namanya hewan nikahnya digabung gitu ya. Antara bison sama harimau Jawa kan hampir punah. Jadi digabung jadi ya bentuknya kayak gini makhluknya.
Benar.
Nggak tahu ini makhluk akhir.
Ini mau ngomong sebentar,
apa?
mau kasih 1-2 kalimat.
Boleh.
Mohon maaf mengulurkan waktu, tapi aku di sini pengen memberikan 1 atau 2 kalimat. Jadi overall experience aku di JS di sini itu ubur-ubur ikan lele, Paraguay tetap di hati le.
Aduh. Oke, udah ya.
Oke, thank you
promosi
banget.
Dia di promosi. Kirain mau promosi ini.
Gue kira bakal sedih-sedih. Oke, thank you. Mas Alek tetap dapat dong dia.
Mas Alek tiga-tiganya dapat.
Tiga-tiganya dapat.
Tapi aku sih menurut aku jawaban yang paling mendekati itu yang babi kepala 4.
Babi kepala 4.
Iya.
Makin ngaco. Thank you. Mas Alek banyak fansnya ya di mari.
Mas Alex perasaan kita gak suruh salam-salaman deh tadi deh.
Gue jangga di mari, Alek. Oke, thank you semuanya.
Makasih
kita bakal ada next
ya.
question. Bagi yang belum jawab negaranya. Oke, teman-teman. Apa nih?
Hewan apakah ini?
Mana yang belum jawab?
Ini? Jepang?
Jepang boleh, Jepang depan.
Oke, langsung aja.
Mana lagi?
Jepang, mic-nya di.
Siapa? Meksiko boleh Meksiko.
Aku mau Itali. Oke, sama
Itali. Sama Itali, 3 dulu.
Tenang teman-teman, masih ada. Gue gak siap sama yang itu.
Oke, mulai dari lu dulu nih. Nama, sekolah, dan jawabannya. Hewan apakah ini? Harusnya mah gampang banget ini mah.
Nama aku Raisa Nadine dari SMA N5 Tangerang Selatan.
SMA N5 Tangsel. Apa jawabannya?
Aku ini hewannya komodo.
Komodo, padahal
aku punya clue-nya ikuti kata hati. Clue-nya ikuti kata hati. Komodo, oke.
Oke, selamat sore semua. Perkenalkan nama saya Lodi Torang Sinaga dari SMA Cinta Kasih Seci dan menurut saya hewan ini adalah hewan ikan.
Ikan.
Ikuti kata hati.
Gue bingung tadi pada jago-jago banget bahasa Inggris, tapi jawab kayak gini kok masih gini ya.
Ikuti kata hati.
Jadi yang ketiga apa? Nama dan sekolah dan jawabannya.
Perkenalkan saya Putri Skartini dari SMA Negeri 78 Jakarta
78, warga Jakbar nih. Jawabannya apa?
Menurut hati saya ya. Menurut hati saya sih kodok.
Kodok. Kodok, bisa jadi mungkin ya bentuknya kayak gitu ya. Oke, apa jawabannya kira-kira operator? Ya,
Sudah saya bilang teman-teman ikuti kata hati.
Iya.
Aduh.
Orang dari badannya udah kelihatan itu hewan apa.
Ini tiba-tiba ngeblank apa?
Astagfirullahaladzim. Ya udah.
Sore kali ya.
Mas Alex, karena jawabannya udah salah boleh dikasih.
Kata hati mereka kan Mas Alex masing-masing.
Gak usah disalamin Mas Alex, gak usah disalamin. Oke, thank you. Kita, ini kayaknya next question makin, 2 nih. Combo berarti hadiahnya bakal double. Bakal double hadiahnya.
Kenapa yang paling belakang apa?
Tadi dulu, Gita.
Kenapa?
Dari guru ada yang mau jawab ke depan dari guru? Dari guru ada yang mau jawab ke depan? Dari guru langsung aja ke depan gak apa-apa satu orang.
Silakan, mari,
boleh
Pak.
guru boleh
Mari,
Bapak,
Pak.
silakan Bapak.
Senang hati, mari Pak.
Oke. Apa? Pakistan, oke. Oke, 4. Kamu nggak apa-apa di sini kita 4 jawaban nih. Soalnya bakal susah banget kayaknya ya.
Ini susah banget jawabannya.
Oke, mulai dari pengenalan dulu.
Perkenalkan nama aku Lady dari sekolah SMK Letris Bintaro.
Oke. Ibu, dari mana sekolahnya?
Dari SMK Tunas Grafika Informatika Jakarta.
Saya Lulu dari SMK Kartika 102 Jakarta.
SMK Pandawa Budi Luhur, Jakarta. Jawabannya ini pasti susah banget ya. Kayaknya sih T-Rex bermata 4.
T-Rex satu lagi apa Pak? T-Rex bermata 4 dan?
Yang ini T-Rex bermata 4, yang ini...
Yang kanan T-Rex mata 4, yang kiri?
Yang kiri susah banget, kayak kura-kura kayaknya.
Kura-kura, oke kita simpan dulu jawabannya. Langsung Ibu?
Kalau saya yang kupingnya lebar ini monyet.
Kupingnya lebar
yang lagi
monyet.
duduk ini gajah.
Gajah, oh simple banget ya Ibu ini ya. Sepertinya guru yang baik hati. Silakan Ibu.
Kalau saya yang sebelah
sebelah kiri
itu kayaknya komodo.
Komodo, sebelah kanan?
Sebelah kanannya dinosaurus.
Dinosaurus, oke kita simpan.
Kalau aku yang sebelah kiri kayaknya tuh elang, terus sebelah kanan ikan.
Ikan, oke langsung aja Kak Nadif. Kayaknya
ini
agak berat
ya, rada susah nih. Makanya kita minta 4 yang muncul ke depan untuk menjawab pertanyaan ini. Kayaknya
ini tekanan panitia.
Harusnya sih benar semua jawabannya ya.
Iya.
Di antara
Semoga
hampir mirip semua kayaknya.
Semoga.
Ya malu-malu hari akhir lah kayak gitu lah ya. Coba operator kita lihat apakah jawabannya survei membuktikan? Iya. Salah.
Ini teman-teman tekanan panitia yang harus dihadapi ya.
Ngaco panitianya. Agak
panitia
ngomong-ngomong
harus
ambil foto
dihadapi.
kita. Ya punya satu nangis gajah. Kayaknya di Y Campus juga nggak ada tuh gajah kayak gitu ya.
Abis ini aku langsung keluar aja Bang Nadif.
Oke, Mas Alex boleh dikasih hadiahnya.
Boleh dimatiin dulu nggak screennya? Langsung aja Mas Alex yang cepet ya.
Oh abis. Udah ini udah kelar tadi. Udah habis berarti kita jawab. Iya oke.
Udah selesai.
Ternyata yang paling gong yang tadi gitu.
Oke.
Gue nggak expect muka gue di situ siapa yang ngambil? Halo? Hah?
Terima kasih.
Ibu makasih banyak. Jawabannya hampir mirip semua ya, tipis-tipis.
Iya, saya T-Rex mata 4 cocok
T-Rex
sih
mata
kayaknya.
4.
T-Rex
Iya.
mata 4 cocok.
Dari Lampung ya.
Iya.
Kalau gue biasanya tadi di Kalimantan biasa tuh. Berbulu gitu kan ya. Berarti gue bisa dibilang makhluk langka kita berdua nih ya.
Kayaknya sih Bang Nadif, tapi gue udah nggak ada harga dirinya gitu. Udah malu banget ini.
Udah bagus.
Oke, makanya langsung aja kita. Langsung aja mungkin siapa yang udah nggak sabar dengerin pemenangnya. Semua pasti nggak sabar ya. Tapi intinya menang dan kalah prosesnya yang paling penting.
Benar banget.
Bang Nadif kita punya satu pengumuman.
Satu pengumuman apa tuh Kak Gita?
Jadi di JSDC kali ini dan 24 JSDC yang pernah
Sebelumnya?
diselenggarakan, itu selalu chair sama tim utama yang menyusun kegiatannya itu selalu mahasiswa.
Mahasiswa, berarti
Ini
anak
pengen
HI
bikin
gitu
gebrakan
ya.
baru nih. Nah,
apa tuh?
di JSDC tahun depan nanti yang bakalan jadi chair dan yang bakalan nyusun semua agendanya itu volunteer
Dari SMA. Yang
Tepuk
bakal
tangan dulu dong.
Berarti mereka ini yang bakal jadi chair di depan yang mandu
Jadi chair dan
lomba
yang
ya.
bakalan nyusun, bakalan jadi tim inti.
Ya ampun gitu. Berarti anak-anak ini udah gak kepake lagi dong nanti.
Aduh, mereka tugasnya apa? Kayak Lintang tadi ngatur mic, lari-lari gitu aja.
Oh gitu. Berarti bagian ini ya kulkas namanya. Kuli kasar.
Ini Bang Nadib alumni kulkas.
Alumni kuli kasar.
Tapi udah sukses dia sekarang.
Sukses jadi MC kondang.
Oke. Nah, teman-teman yang mau daftar, pokoknya stay tune terus di media sosialnya Hima Budi Luhur.
Oke.
Pastinya kita bakalan milih yang terbaik.
Bener banget.
Oke.
Kita
Kayaknya udah
belum. Oh masih chefnya masih memasak nih. Kita ngomong apa lagi ya bingung di depan. Nyanyi lagi. Kayak udah pada capek. Hah? Serius?
Kan tadi ada yang jawab dia mau kasih tahu kesan pesannya walaupun akhirnya kita ditipu ya. Sama sekarang mungkin dari peserta Bang Nadib bakalan pilih satu yang
apa?
Mungkin bakalan kasih kesan pesan yang bakalan bikin Bang Nadib mewek.
Aduh, bisa dilihat dari muka-mukanya yang sedih tapi seneng.
Mungkin yang prosesnya sampai begadang 10 hari.
Kayaknya kalau dipilih.
Buat country statement. Oh itu dari Haiti.
Ada yang mau.
Ada dari Haiti.
Ada yang mau. Oke.
Ini namanya siapa ya?
Coba sini maju ke depan yuk. Maju ke depan.
Oke, dari Haiti.
Haiti. Tadi cukup aktif dia ya.
Iya, dia sangat aktif dia.
Pokoknya harus bikin gue mewek ya, kalau enggak ya udah.
Oke, langsung aja di tengah.
Tengah dong, sini dong.
Jangan ubur-ubur ikan lele.
Ubur-ubur
ikan lele.
Boleh, kok ribut?
Ini dari Haiti Le.
Haiti Le, boleh langsung aja kesan-pesan kalian apa? Dari Head of Delegation apa dari komisinya dulu? Komisi dulu deh. Ya udah. Oke, apa? Perkenalan.
Ya, perkenalan.
Seneng gak di mari gitu? Seneng gak di mari? Nggak tahu, makanya coba jawab dong.
Kesan-pesannya dong.
Oke, perkenalkan nama saya Reno dari SMA Lab School Kebayoran.
Lab School Kebayoran.
Mana suaranya Lab School?
Lab School, mana suaranya Lab School?
Pesannya apa sih guys?
Lab School ya kan?
Lab Sky. Gimana kesan pesan lu ikut JSDC? Apakah sedih, seneng?
Ini pertama kali ya buat tiga-tiganya?
Iya.
Benar? Ada yang udah pernah? Oh dia udah
Udah pernah. Ke Amerika.
Maksudku JSDC.
Sombong, sombong banget. Sombong banget.
Dia udah pernah ikut MUN ke US.
Astagfirullahaladzim, enak banget dong.
Dihajar semua berarti yang tadi di ruangan?
Kenapa?
Dihajar semua?
Udah paham banget berarti dia tadi. Iya. Jadi gimana kesan-pesan lu ikut JSDC kali ini?
Asik sih.
Asik doang.
Banyak pelajar baru gitu, ini apa sih sangat bermanfaat, kita juga mau banyak orang. Gue recommend bakal ikut lagi sih menurut gue.
Oke. Sebagai chair.
Persiapannya gimana Mas Chair?
Begadang nggak? Oh 2 hari?
Cuma 2 hari loh.
Ya sama Lab School Kebayoran itu kita habis latihan militer gitu, terus
Hah?
kita baru pulang hari Sabtu.
Oh sama yang
Habis retret di Magelang itu? Bukan?
Oh bukan yang sama Prabowo kemarin.
Bukan. Next, kamu gimana pesan-pesan kamu?
Aku, oh my god, oke. Kenalin, nama aku Zita. Terus Zita masih kelas 10.
Kelas 10. Git, fun fact di sini rata-rata juga kelas 10 yang ikut.
Mantap, berarti 3 kali dong ikut JSDC. Bakalan 3 kali.
Oh iya bakal 3 kali dong.
Amin. Jadi jujur ini MUN pertama aku. JSDC Jasmine juga. Dan jujur ini very fun and very unique. Terlebih karena kita semuanya delegate-nya 3, biasanya kan 1 atau 2 ya, tapi ini bertiga. So I find it really unique to join in, apalagi ini yang nyelenggarain UBL.
Thank you loh. Oke, Yang terakhir.
Perkenalkan, nama aku Jasmine Belaki Zahira, biasa dipanggil Jasmine.
Jasmine, oke. Kelas 10 juga.
Pertama kali ikut juga Bang Nadib.
Pertama
Mantap.
kali, this is my first time MUN. So I'm so happy that I can meet a lot of friends here. And also, sebenarnya kayak awalnya aku tertarik banget juga dan kayak invite my friends, tapi kayak banyak banget teman-teman angkatan tuh pada nggak bisa kan karena that militarization week kita namanya Bintama, so kita di train sama Kopassus ya, disuruh ngerayap dan lain-lain dan banyak yang sakit dan banyak banget yang sakit, jadi kayaknya belum kita juga persiapannya sebentar banget Kak, jadi kita
2
kayak
hari ya?
Kita bergadang ngerjain kayak those 5 documents itu kayak demi JSDC gitu. So cuman kayak aku juga pengen sedikit promosi sama teman-teman. Aku pengen sedikit promosi sama teman-teman kalau misalnya sekarang aku lagi ada suatu movement namanya Regen. So it's like recycle generation, Gen Z for zero waste. Jadi gerakan ini kita mau bikin NGO yang untuk kita semua young generation itu bisa memajukan Indonesia yang lebih baik lagi. If you guys interest in it, please contact my Instagram @nanajfz_. Thank you so much.
Boleh tepuk tangannya dong. Ini
Mantep
baru
ya
anak
masuknya.
muda Indonesia kayak gini.
Mantep banget. Jadi ngajak teman-temannya yang lain.
Thank you banget.
Oke, terima kasih
Thank
ya.
you teman-teman dari
Paling
Lab Sky,
ini 2
unik
hari.
banget.
Ada yang lebih singkat
Sini
dari
boleh.
2 hari persiapannya? Oh iya.
Thank you ya.
Lebih singkat. Terima kasih ya.
Next yang lebih apa ya, lebih struggle gitu, yang lebih berjuang banget. Ada yang mau ngasih kesan-pesan gak, misalnya nggak tidur semalaman, nggak tidur seminggu gitu? Nggak ada, udah aman-aman aja. Oke, kita
ada pengumuman sebentar.
Pengumuman.
Katanya kalau ada yang merasa kehilangan uang 50.000.
Kehilangan uang.
Nanti hubungin panitia ya.
Oke, langsung ke depan aja lah ya nanti ya.
Depan aja yang merasa kehilangan uang.
Banyak Git yang merasa kehilangan kalau 50.000. Git itu ada dari
Toilet cewek.
Paraguay mau ngasih kesan pesan.
Oke, mungkin last ya kesempatan
Les,
terakhir.
boleh
ya.
sini ke depan.
Dari Paraguay. Oh, 3-3-nya. Semangat sekali. Habis ini katanya udah selesai dimasak, Dip.
Udah selesai.
empuk banget nilainya.
Udah tahu pemenangnya ya.
Iya, udah well done itu.
Well done. Oke, kamu lagi nggak ngeprank.
Nggak ubur-ubur
Ini bikin gua nangis apa bikin gua kesel?
Langsung
Udah sini
aja.
dong, tengahan dong.
Perkenalan dulu. Dari sekolah mana?
Halo
Sama
semuanya,
tadi
ini-
udah.
Sorry.
Halo semuanya, ini saya lagi. Perkenalkan, saya Kariska Maisha Putri Makarim dari SMA N9, kok 9? Dari SMA N53 Jakarta.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Nabil Ezar Akranta dari SMA 53 Jakarta.
Perkenalkan, saya Naila Putri Anjani dari SMA 53 Jakarta.
Coba kesan pesannya gimana? Yang bikin gua merenung sedih gitu sebagai panitia.
Oke.
Backsoundnya.
Backsoundnya dong, sedih dong backsoundnya.
Backsound, suara lagu-lagu sedih boleh?
Deng 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 deng.
Oke, jadi kita senang banget bisa partisipasi dengan event seperti ini, apalagi dengan kita semua yang first time MUN Nurse. Ini kelas 10, saya dan Naila kelas 11. Dan untuk persiapan sebenarnya kami nggak jauh beda dari tadi. Kita 1 hari 23 jam, 59 menit, 59 detik. Jadi
Astaga, seharian penuh dong
lebih
itu.
sedikit daripada mereka ya. Jadi saya sulit.
Cepet 1 detik.
Iya, tapi kan lebih sedikit.
Iya.
1 detik buat mandi kayaknya tuh. Lanjut.
Oke, langsung aja.
Jadi apalagi dengan beberapa kali kita harus shift fokus dari MUN ke organisasi, ke event, ke pensi. Jadi pengurusan kita, otak kita juga udah beleberan, udah hancur.
Pecah-pecah
kayaknya.
ya gitu
udah
ya.
Pecah, fokus kita nggak full banget di MUN. Jadi saya rasa dengan ini kita udah memberi semaksimal kita dan gave it our all, and we're very happy with the results and development that we've experienced, especially in the past 2 weeks maybe. And that's pretty much it from me. Eddie.
Udah mulai nangis Bang Nadib.
Sedih banget gue.
Udah mulai nangis.
Dari saya kurang lebih sama, this is my first time and I've always wanted to go to a MUN competition dan kayak saat sekarang udah relive my dream kayak rasanya keren banget dan walaupun ya persiapan MUN ini sangat banyak kendala di saya laptopnya rusak jadi dan rusaknya H-2 pas H-1 mau minjem laptop orangnya juga rusak. Jadi saya end up di sini nggak pakai laptop. Jadi minjem laptop orang tapi overall this is such an amazing experience and I love to have the chance to get along with everyone here.
Tepuk tangan dulu dong.
Berarti daftar ya nanti ya, jadi chair ya.
Sedih banget deh, ya jadi volunteer tahun depan ya jadi chair gitu, atau jadi apa, co-chair.
Iya, tenang kalau jadi chair di sini laptopnya disediain kita.
Lapinya bagus ya. Ada apelnya gitu.
Ada apelnya bisa digigit beneran.
Ada digigit beneran?
Enggak, apelnya utuh.
Apelnya utuh?
Iya.
KW dong itu.
Enggak, kan spesial Bang Nadi.
Oke, thank you. Ada jawaban, ada pertanyaan apa?
Aduh, aku
mau disampaikan lagi?
Udah mulai gak percaya nih.
Gak. Jadi last statement dari aku, awalnya kan kayak stiff banget ya, soalnya kayak pada pakaian formal, abis itu udah pada bersiap untuk debat-debat bareng orang lain dan as a first timer, aku awalnya berasa yang paling struggle bagi aku itu untuk find the right vocabulary. Soalnya kan kalau misalnya di persidangan resmi kayak gini, kita nggak bisa pakai vocabulary yang casual gitu kan. Soalnya kalau misalnya kita casual ke judge-nya nanti gimana gitu. Judge bukan teman kita, tapi dia yang menilai kita gitu. Oke, nah terus tadi pengen ngomong apa ya? Terus sekarang karena udah bisa dibilang after party-nya ya, jadi kayak bisa lebih relax dan bisa have fun. Dan experience aku pertama kali di sini awalnya pas kita nyanyi Indonesia Raya itu aku a little bit emotional karena aku realize aku udah di posisi dimana aku udah bercita-cita untuk ada di posisi ini sejak kecil karena aku sering ngeliat kayak om aku yang sidang dan tante sama om aku yang pokoknya berkarir di bidang politik gitu kan. Dan aku ikut ini juga karena pengen mengasah skill aku untuk menjadi diplomat karena itu benar-benar cita aku. Jadi dengan itu terima kasih banget kepada para panitia, ke kakak-kakak MC dan teman-teman semua yang udah meramaikan hari ini dan buat experience baru buat aku.
Tepuk tangannya dong.
Ketiga-tiganya.
Sedih banget ceritanya ya.
Punya latar belakangnya masing-masing, gimana mereka menaruh kepercayaan sama rasa di event ini. Kita pasti walaupun capek banget yang di sebelah sana sama Pak Ambasador kayaknya udah begadang 1 minggu langsung hilang ya Pak capeknya. Dengar bahwa ini benar-benar bermanfaat buat teman-teman semua. Oke, udah?
Akhir kata.
Oh, akhir kata.
Ubur-ubur nih kayaknya nih.
Jadi kita mau berterima kasih kepada audiens kita yang udah support kami dari beberapa minggu yang lalu. Kita juga mau berterima kasih kepada guru pembimbing kami yaitu Mem Retno dan kepada para delegates yang sudah mempush kita untuk menjadi versi terbaik kita pada sidang hari ini. Ada tambah?
Oke, tepuk tangan nih untuk SMAN 53 Jakarta.
Terima kasih teman-teman semua.
Ada satu lagi.
Maaf semuanya. Jadi untuk akhir kata, ini bener akhir kata ini nggak jokes, oke maaf ya. Jadi untuk akhir kata, walaupun trofi yang di depan ini bukan jadi destination kita atau bukan jadi
apa tuh?
Takdir. Nah ya,
takdir.
Walaupun untuk mendapatkan trofi yang depan ini itu bukan takdir kita, tapi yang paling penting adalah orang yang kita temui di sini, experience yang kita dapetin,
tepuk
dan
tangannya
support orang lainnya.
Gila.
Menyentuh banget. Aku nangis, menyentuh
Sedih.
banget.
Swear deh.
Terima kasih ya teman-teman dan terima kasih udah nggak ngejokes lagi. Oke, makasih ya. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih teman-teman dari
Terima
SMAN
kasih
53 Jakarta, Rizka and the gang, thank you.
Ya.
Sedih deh
Semoga
gue.
bisa ikut lagi tahun depan.
Thank you ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Terima kasih
Dadah.
ya.
Jadi chair ya nanti ya. Oh jadi chair nanti ke
Nah Bang
depannya.
Nadib, karena katanya nilainya udah well done, jadi mungkin sekarang kita bakalan nyerahin.
Kembali lagi ke panitianya lah, nggak usah ke MC keundang lagi, oke.
Langsung aja siapa yang bakalan handle? Mbak MC.
Oh, Mbak MC. Bikin yang mana, yang ini?
Pilih aja, mau ada 4, ada 4. Oke, makasih ya semuanya. Aku sama Nadif pamit. Bye-bye.
Selamat sore dan salam budi luhur. Selamat bergabung kembali rekan-rekan peserta dalam rangkaian kegiatan Junior Shirt Diplomatic Course 2025. Hadirin yang berbahagia, patut kita mengucapkan syukur kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa atas tuntasnya serangkaian panjang kegiatan Junior Shirt Diplomatic Course 2025 hari ini, 25 Februari 2025. Terasa bangga dan apresiasi kami kepada seluruh peserta yang terlibat simulasi sidang Model United Nations High Level Political Forum Economic and Social Council 2025. Hari ini, 153 pemuda membuktikan diri untuk disebut layak menerima tongkat estafet kepemimpinan masa depan Indonesia. Hari ini, 153 pemuda yang haus mengkritisi dinamika global telah memenangkan pertempuran. Biarlah empunya cakrawala yang menuntun ke depannya. Rekan-rekan, saat yang ditunggu-tunggu telah tiba pengumuman hasil penilaian Dewan Juri mengenai delegasi yang berhak membawa pulang piala bergilir Junior Shirt Diplomatic Course 2025. Perlu kami informasikan, selain piala bergilir, pemenang juga akan mendapatkan uang tunai, voucher beasiswa masuk Universitas Budi Luhur yang bisa dipindah tangankan, serta sertifikat. Hadirin, tanpa menunggu lebih lama lagi, mari kita dengarkan hasil penilaian peserta JSDC 2025 kepada Bapak Yusron SIP MSI. Dipersilahkan maju ke depan untuk membacakan dan menyampaikan Best Country Statement. Kepada Bapak Yusron, dipersilahkan.
Selamat sore teman-teman, adik-adik. Salam budi luhur. Luar biasa, saya dari tadi juga memantau terus teman-teman punya semangat yang patut kita acungkan jempol pada sore hari ini yang telah memberikan yang terbaik yang dimiliki oleh teman-teman. Sekaligus juga saya mewakili Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Studi Global mengucapkan terima kasih kepada para guru pendamping yang juga penuh antusiasme sampai dengan detik ini masih berada di tempatnya masing-masing. Oleh karena itu tadi sudah disebutkan oleh perwakilan kalian bahwa sebenarnya mungkin piala ini bukan tujuan akhir dari penyelenggaraan kita. Yang tidak kalah penting adalah satu dengan yang lain bisa saling berinteraksi, saling kenal, dan harapan kami tentu bisa berkolaborasi dengan yang lainnya. Oleh karena itu, ini Junior Short Diplomatic Course ini hanya sebagai bagian dari wahana kecil yang kami persembahkan kurang lebih sekitar 25 tahun secara konsisten. Untuk itu, sampai dengan detik ini, piala ini belum pernah menjadi piala tetap karena untuk menjadi piala tetap 3 kali ya berturut-turut dari pemenang yang bisa mendapatkan, maka itu menjadi milik daripada sekolah. Di piala ini sudah tertera SMA mana saja yang pernah mendapatkan, lalu kemudian di country statement juga siapa dari yang pernah merasakan juga berada di panggung ini. Oleh karena itu saya ingin menyampaikan untuk pemenang karena berdasarkan Dewan Juri ya yang tadi agak lama karena harus dihitung mulai dari Komisi 1, Komisi 2, kemudian juga yang ada di dalam ruangan ini. Untuk Best Country Statement, Aduh, saya jadi gugup nih. Best Country Statement diberikan kepada, ini nggak ada. Ayo kita tepuk tangan dulu semua. Untuk Best Country Statement diberikan kepada Delegasi France SMA Budi Luhur Tim 1. Silakan teman-teman bisa maju ke depan ya. Perwakilan atau semua? Semua ya, oke? Semua. Bapak Ibu ini luar biasa. Pernah setiap kali ikut dan baru kali ini merasakan kemenangan ya. Kalau gak salah Pak Sandi ya. Jadi memang betul-betul luar biasa. Oke. Bapak Ibu, di sini ada tertera tanda tangan rektor sekaligus juga Direktur Development Economic and Environmental Minister of Foreign Affairs dari Kemlu yang mungkin ini bisa menjadi salah satu nanti untuk tujuan kalian termasuk juga ya pada prestasi nasional yang bisa menjadi catatan buat kalian sendiri. Oke?
Dipersilahkan kepada Bapak Yusron. Dipersilahkan kepada Bapak Yusron memberikan sertifikat Best Country Statement kepada Delegasi French SMA Budi Luhur Tim 1. Untuk Bapak Yusron dan SMA Budi Luhur Tim 1 dipersilahkan kembali ke tempat duduk. Terima kasih. Mari kita dengarkan hasil penilaian peserta JSDC 2025. Kepada Ambasador Foster Gultom, dipersilahkan maju untuk membacakan dan menyampaikan Best Delegates. Kepada Ambasador Foster Gultom, dipersilahkan.
Are you relieved now? So fresh. Jingle ready made ya. Jadi semuanya pasti nilainya bagus. Saya ucapkan terima kasih pada para juri di sini. Ada sahabat saya dari Kementerian Luar Negeri, Pak Gufron, ada Kak Anggun, Ketua Prodinya HI, ada Kak Tulus juga Kepala Sekretariat Fisik ya. Pak Dekannya malah di belakang itu, hebat Pak Dekannya, Pak Yusran. Jadi silakan kalau nanti Anda sudah pada lulus, sekiranya mau memilih Universitas Budi Luhur, mudah-mudahan saya masih tetap ada di sini dan sehat walafiat bisa bertemu lagi. Ya, siapa-siapa yang berminat mau masuk ke Kementerian Luar Negeri jadi diplomat, mudah-mudahan di bawah bimbingan kami adalah dari alumni Budi Luhur yang bisa menjadi diplomat ya. Jadi nilai ini semuanya bagus sekali. I'm proud of you, of course ya. Because I've already for almost 40 years I'm one of the negotiators of the Indonesian government ya di berbagai forum internasional multilateral. Ini nanti Pak Gufron juga beliau baru pulang dari New York ya. Saya minta kalau beliau ada waktu nanti sekali-sekali ngajar kita ya. Nah gitu dari New York dan dia bakalan nanti who knows he also would be a minister foreign affairs ya. Kita harapkan. Dan juga pada para panitia bayangin. Saya jam 12:30 masih di WA dan diminta untuk Zoom meeting. Sambil batuk-batuk bangun juga ya. Kita Zoom meeting. Jadi luar biasa ini panitia-panitia dan I know them. Ya, from the beginning because I joined this university since 2021 ya, of course ya. Tapi waktu itu kan during COVID ya. Tapi setiap tahun kegiatan-kegiatan Himahi luar biasa. Practically, so that's why I very comfortable ya to stay here. Ya nggak usah bilang berapa penghasilannya, nggak usah dipikirin itu. Kita memang ada semacam rasa untuk berbakti pengabdian di dalamnya. Nah ini teman-teman kita, dulu ini Mbak Gita ya, itu yang tadi jadi MC-nya yang memeriahkan kita, sekarang Kak Bunga ya, Kak Bunga. Tapi mereka masih harus ngikutin beberapa mata kuliah saya juga ya, jadi saya harus train mereka lagi. Mudah-mudahan nanti ada di antara mereka-mereka yang bisa masuk Kemlu. Terus kalian bisa juga antusias ya. Dan next year, I think that we can also organize the similar one, but as mentioned by Kak Gita tadi, mungkin kalian yang harusnya berpartisipasi dan melakukan itu sekaligus. This year is very unique, different. And I know ya during our technical briefing ya, GR itu, bagaimana melakukan points, melakukan motion, dan segala macam, memang kita masih belum semuanya perform dengan baik sempurna. Tapi itu sudah luar biasa. Ya, saya sudah melihat kalian dan pasti kalian mampu melakukannya kalau ada lagi kalian berlatih sekali lagi, 2 kali, jadi bahkan bisa ikut beberapa program-program MUN yang diselenggarakan bukan hanya di tingkat nasional, tapi juga bisa di tingkat internasional, ya mudah-mudahan. Because I witness that you are very fluently in English, ya, dan juga pasti bagus. Saya mau bacakan the best delegates. The best delegates, how good? What does it mean? Delegates, senyum dia. Udah kasih ya? Benar ya? Semuanya, you are all the best. Ya tepuk tangan dulu, give applause for all. Ya. Untuk kita semua the best delegates. So that's why I know, ini para juri itu selain yang di komisi ada Kak Anggun untuk Kak Agung komisi 2 ya. Komisi 1-nya Kak Andrea tadi. Ya itu kasih nilai-nilai sulit semua, saya tahu. Makanya saya nggak mau diminta untuk menilai. Jadi jangan salahin saya ya kalau nilainya ini. Biarkan mereka, dan ini semua begitu luar biasa cara menilai ketat. Tadi saya lihat mereka berdebatnya lebih keras daripada debat tadi ya. Waktu acara tadi diskusi, amendment, sampai ada ketok-ketok meja gitu ya. Tapi nggak sampai gebrak-gebrak meja ya. So now who's exactly the 2025 best delegates? Ini masih di seal. The best delegates for the GSDC 2025 is Jessica Valentina Kurniawan.
Give applause to Jessica Valentina Kurniawan.
Delegation of friends, Jessica, please come forward to the stage. Ini akan piala bergilir. Jadi Jessica, now you have to keep that piala bergilir ya, nanti ya. Kuat nggak ngangkatnya? Kayaknya kuat ya. Oke. Then you keep it for another year, for next year ya, and hope that if you can have hat-trick 3 kali, berarti ini tetap ya Pak Dekan ya. Kalau hat-trick dia 3 kali berturut-turut berarti dapat di-keep. Nah berarti kita akan cari lagi yang baru. Oke? Nah ini untuk memberi semangat untuk kalian semua juga ya. Ini semua ada namanya dari mulai tahun 2018 ya, starting from 2018 ya. 2018. Oke? And I'll give the... Tadi joget enggak? Tadi capek dia, tadi lemas, tapi ternyata lemas dia udah feeling, dia lah yang akan diterima ini. Applause for Jessica, please Jessica.
Dipersilahkan kepada Ambassador Foster Gultom memberikan piala kepada Jessica Valentina Kurniawan.
This one also certificate ya, and this time we have the joint ini ya. Join signature ya with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Jadi ini sejak tahun ini mudah-mudahan kita punya sertifikat ya for the futures also jointly with the senior official of Ministry of Foreign Affairs ya. Jadi dari Pak Rektor dengan salah teman saya Pak Direktur Pembangunan Ekonomi dan Lingkungan Hidup dari Direktorat Jenderal Kerjasama Multilateral Kementerian Luar Negeri. Ya, oke.
Kita akan
ini Jessica,
melakukan.
you keep this one also, and you have also the envelope here. Nanti ya, envelope-nya ya. Oke, ini saya yang terima ini. Oh, dia pegang susah ya. Oke, saya tempelin
Baik,
gini
kita
aja.
akan melakukan sesi foto bersama. Saya akan pandu untuk pose formal terlebih dahulu. 1, 2, 3. Berikan tepuk tangan kepada Jessica Valentina Kurniawan sebagai Best Delegate.
Ya. Oke, Jessica. Selamat Jessica, sekali lagi. Ada kesan-pesan yang Jessica mau lakukan?
Boleh ya, sekata dua kata. Guys, semuanya makasih banget yang udah support, yang semua supporter Budi Luhur, terus teman-teman yang aku baru temuin hari ini, kemarin pas rehearsal. Semangat semuanya, aku gemeteran, aku nggak tahu mau ngomong apa. Makasih semuanya, UBL juga, Himahi semuanya. Thank you. Ya, guru-guru juga, everyone.
Oke, thank you again Jessica. Ya, dan juga para guru yang ikut pengikuti maupun tidak ikut ya, selamat dan terima kasih.
Dipersilakan kepada Ambassador Foster Gultom dan Jessica Valentina Kurniawan untuk kembali ke tempat masing-masing. Terima kasih. Selanjutnya, mari kita dengarkan hasil penilaian peserta JSDC 2025 kepada Bapak Busron Sodikun. Dipersilahkan untuk membacakan dan menyampaikan Base Country Team. Kepada Bapak Busron, dipersilahkan.
Baik, terima kasih. Selamat sore. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Teman-teman, adik-adik semua. Jadi karena saya penyerah hadiah yang ketiga yang terakhir ya, supaya nggak lama-lama, saya tahu teman-teman punya agenda lain dan sudah lelah, dan ya mudah-mudahan semuanya bermanfaat, semuanya semoga menjadi berkah buat kita semua. Hanya ada dua hal yang ingin saya sampaikan. Pertama itu, sebelum saya menyerahkan ini, saya ingin menyampaikan rasa bangga yang luar biasa kepada teman-teman semua. Jadi tepuk tangan dulu buat teman-teman semua. Kalau apa namanya ya, model-model simulasi sidang ini di tingkat mahasiswa, di tingkat tingkat profesional seperti itu sudah sangat sering, sangat umum. Tapi kalau di tingkat teman-teman ini, saya jujur saja baru pertama kali, dan saya bisa ngelihat minimal itu semangatnya yang berbeda, auranya beda. Kalau yang sebelum-sebelumnya di seminar-seminar atau acara-acara mahasiswa mungkin saya bisa berasa 5-10 tahun lebih muda, tapi kalau sama teman-teman saya berasa 20 tahun lebih muda lagi, jadi saya kembali 17 tahun. Saya sangat senang lagi kembali menjadi anak-anak SMA, jadi ini pengalaman yang sangat berharga buat saya, dan semoga teman-teman juga bisa mengambil manfaat yang seluas-luasnya. Kalau untuk kritik, saran, dan juga masukan-masukan, selalu ada ruang untuk perubahan, selalu ada ruang untuk masukan gitu ya. Tapi yang pasti teman-teman di sini semua minimal sudah tahu, minimal sudah merasakan. Jadi teman-teman semua, harapan saya sangat besar kansnya di depan untuk bisa bergabung di Kementerian Luar Negeri, untuk kemudian kita sama-sama membela dan menjaga nilai-nilai yang menjadi prioritas nasional kita. Nah, kemudian langsung saja untuk ini saya akan mengumumkan the best country team. Jadi di sini untuk tim itu perlu digarisbawahi bahwa siapapun yang menang, siapapun yang berhasil, siapapun yang mencapai tujuan itu tidak dan bukan hasil seorang diri ya. Jadi semua itu di dunia nyata, termasuk di dunia diplomasi, ketika ada diplomat yang berbicara itu tidak hanya keberhasilan mereka, bukan hanya keberhasilan dia, tapi di situ ada yang namanya tenaga administrasi, ada tenaga researcher, ada juga tenaga di bidang protokol, konsuler. Jadi di situ semuanya mempunyai kontribusi yang sama, jadi tidak akan berhasil tanpa adanya kerjasama satu tim. Di situ semoga teman-teman dua sini belajar bahwa meraih sesuatu itu akan jauh lebih sempurna ketika kita melaksanakan dan sukses bersama-sama. Jadi musiknya boleh lagi sekarang. Jadi the best country team jatuh kepada Delegation of South Korea.
Selamat kepada SMAN 78 Jakarta, Tim 2
ya?
South Korea. Dipersilahkan untuk maju ke depan.
Republic of Korea. Udah pulang ya?
South Korea.
Iya, South Korea. Nggak percaya ya menang ya? dari SMA mana?
Dipersilahkan kepada Bapak Busron menyerahkan piala kepada SMAN 78 Jakarta. Dilanjutkan dengan penyerahan sertifikat sebagai Best Country Team. Sekali lagi, selamat untuk SMAN 78 Jakarta sebagai Best Country Team. Gimana notes-nya Kak? Kalau ada souvenir? Kalau ada souvenir? Mention kalau ada souvenir.
Jadi kalau yang lain kadonya nggak bisa dibagi bertiga, yang ini mudah-mudahan satu orang satu, jadi nggak ada yang berebut. Oke, itu aja dari saya. Terima kasih dan selamat sekali lagi, sukses selalu.
Kepada Bapak Busron dan SMAN 78 Jakarta, dipersilahkan untuk kembali ke tempatnya masing-masing. Terima kasih. Sekali lagi, kita beri tepuk tangan yang meriah dan selamat kepada para pemenang JSDC 2025. Bagi yang belum dapat memenangkan JSDC tahun ini, jangan berkecil hati. Tetap semangat dan terus tingkatkan kemampuan diri. Percayalah bahwa selalu ada kesempatan untuk setiap orangnya. Para peserta yang terhormat, sebelum saya mengakhiri acara hari ini, kita akan mengadakan sesi foto bersama. Untuk itu, semua peserta diharapkan untuk mengaktifkan kamera masing-masing. Kita akan mengambil foto formal. Mohon berdiri dengan baik dan tegak. Para peserta diharapkan untuk berdiri. Sekali lagi, para peserta dipersilahkan untuk berdiri. Saya akan memandu pose formal terlebih dahulu. 1, 2, 3. Dilanjutkan dengan pose salam budi luhur. 1, 2, 3. Terima kasih semuanya atas partisipasi Anda dalam sesi foto bersama. Silakan duduk kembali karena kita akan melanjutkan ke bagian akhir di acara JSDC 2025. Dengan demikian, acara JSDC 2025 telah berakhir. Semoga pengalaman hari ini dapat meningkatkan semangat generasi muda untuk turut serta menghasilkan ide-ide dalam mengatasi berbagai permasalahan di dunia. Saya Rasvita Aulia, selalu Master of Ceremony, beserta seluruh panitia yang bertugas, mengucapkan terima kasih, mohon maaf atas ketidaknyamanannya, dan apabila ada kesalahan dan kekurangan selama kegiatan berlangsung. Terima kasih, selamat sore dan salam budi luhur. See you at JSDC 2026. Informasi barang hilang, jika ada yang menemukan dompet perempuan warna abu-abu bisa langsung ke panitia. Terima kasih. Jika ada yang menemukan dompet perempuan abu-abu bisa langsung maju ke depan. Terima kasih. Bagi teman-teman yang ingin foto di podium di depan, dipersilahkan. Kita sangat terbuka untuk foto bersama di bagian podium dan di depan. Terima kasih.
Cek. Terima kasih semuanya. Sampai jumpa di JSDC 2026. Cek. Cek, cek, cek.